think it's really important that you get a win. A win, it heals everything.
The spears were ripped out, the fight has started, but that's a triple kill over to Tabs.
We will work hard to be the best team we can be.
Now, with the clock ticking as we close in on playoffs, Rocket is probably the team that could make that surge.
If we manage to improve those little mistakes that were costing us the games, I think it can go better. Yeah?
Rocket will pick up their first undefeated week in summer.
I feel like right now we're starting to gain more confidence, show the way we want to play the game.
This game now running wild, and a triple kill for Candy Panda.
SK Gaming, impressive performance, honestly. They managed to find a good lead.
Play for relegation is unacceptable, so it will be the mid-season push.
From Berlin, Germany. The crowd is stoked and ready to go at it at the halfway point here in week 6 of the summer split. As you can see, everybody is super excited to get the show going. There are awesome graffiti wall and the people just before they were teleported into our building and on the seats ready to go. There, Gambit having some fan interaction before the show. While they get ready for their day of games here today. They're Forgiven and Lothar, the coach from Giants, catching a little sun in the pavilion and discussing their first match of the day as they're up against SK Gaming. As you see them there entering the building there. Fox looking to do better performance than yesterday, perhaps, on his Cassiopeia. I'm Eva Schock-Zaportre, and joining me at the desk for a look at today's matchups are our crack team of analysts, James Stress O'Leary, Martin the Fish O'Lunga, and Trevor Quickshot Henry. Well, we've got a lot to talk about, and luckily we have 4 people here to do it. Let's get up the standings and take a look, because they're at the top. It is still unchanged. Fnatic is still undefeated, and Origin and H2K tied in 2nd. And then Giants, Rocket, and Unicorns of Love tied for 4th. And the one takeaway we have from yesterday is that the gap seems to be closing between the top and the middle of the table.
I completely agree. One of the big things we talked about excessively last week was the top 3 teams versus the bottom 7, and who from the bottom 7 was going to start clawing their way into those playoff positions. With yesterday's matches, the fact that Fnatic was pushed so hard, the fact that Origin lost and H2K not as clean as before, that gap seems to be shrinking.
The question for me is just, is this top 3 teams underperforming a little bit? Again, H2K, as you said yourself, they look shaky. There were some problems we haven't seen before. Origin, somewhat weird pick and ban phase and clearly didn't know how to execute whatever strategy they had in the game. Is this them underperforming? Because again, maybe they become a little bit complacent, I'm not sure. Or is it just that everyone else picking up the slack?
That was one of the weirdest things, was the meta we were anticipating yesterday wasn't always what the top 3 teams were showing us, and they looked a little rough from it. So with the changes that came in, maybe picks and bans is where we have to look for those 3 teams.
Yeah, definitely. Patch 5.12 is a huge factor here. As you said, some teams didn't pick it up, but overall, we saw a lot of poke in that mid lane, a lot of Jace, a lot of Varus, and I actually really enjoy watching that poke come out.
You might be one of the only ones, Shucks. I'm not a massive fan of watching poke. I think it's incredibly to watch how teams set up poke. I think it's very strategic and very tactical when it's done correctly. But one of the things that I did like seeing is just how some of the teams played around it. The fact that Gambit, in my opinion, did it more impressively. I like seeing the split push threat on Cabashad's Fizz. I like sending the fact that Gambit put resources into getting Fizz ahead. I still want to see teams try find different ways to play around the poke, because it is very frustrating once a team gets ahead.
But that is what we are going to see the next few weeks, is teams adapting, finding counters. We're going to see probably hard engage coming in from time to time. I can see Annie as a support becoming very, very strong now, that we need this guaranteed engage. We saw Braum yesterday as a counter pick, obviously, to Jace. So there's going to be new picks coming into the meta that has maybe fallen out a little bit. And then also we have like this Maokai pick that we talked about so much yesterday. And I feel like the teams in Europe are misplaying with Maokai. I think he's still a fantastic, strong pick, especially also now with Righteous Glory and him being able to engage the fights. Teams just need to look at him as a carry, honestly, in the early game and say he needs farm. He needs to be in a one-on-one lane, or he needs at least to swap back into his standard lanes very quickly. Because if you deny him too much, he becomes too squishy and he never does anything. And that's what most of the teams in Europe seem to do with him.
Yeah. We'll see if teams strategize around those poke-comps a bit more. And after seeing the new patch hit competitive play yesterday, we want to get your 2 cents in a tweet at LL Esports and tell us who is your must-pick ban champion on patch 5.12 and why is that. Don't forget to include that hashtag LCS, tweet at LL Esports, and we'll talk about your answers here later on the show. So let's take a look at the matches we have going on here today, where we will see patch 5.12 in action. We will start with a clash between SK and Giants Gaming. Then we have Fnatic up in a match versus the reformed Copenhagen Wolves. And we have H2K versus the Unicorns of Love closing out the day, which will be a fantastic game to close it all out here. But now the game at hand and our first game is between SK Gaming and Giants. Let's start by taking a look at the lineup for SK Gaming on the blue side. Freddy122, Svenskeren, Fox, Candy Panda, and Rated, and their coach Lukas Schenke. Well, SK Gaming coming off a heartbreaking loss, honestly, versus Roccat. And the reason I say that is because last week versus Elements, it was kind of the same scenario. So you have to keep questioning their shot calling.
I completely agree. And I think for a team like SK, they are showing some growth in terms of those middle to bottom of the table teams. SK is improving week to week. But the thing that we keep seeing is the late game decision making simply isn't there. I think SK play around objectives relatively well. They've actually got the second highest number of dragons secured in the league. They do relatively well in lanes for the most part, but the problem just comes in, it falls apart. The longer the game goes, SK are unable to push their lead, unable to press an advantage, and then actually close the game out.
And a lot of the reason from that is the way that SK have been playing that double tank setup. You know, you can see Freddy trying to carry there, but between the champions he's playing, which is still great for Freddy's style, and the way the rest of SK are playing, it's just not quite meshing when it comes to closing out a game.
No, that really has been one of the problems, and one of the reasons they can't close out the games is they run this double carry system. And when your carries then are underperforming, like we have seen before, both mid lane and AD carry for SK Gaming has not been okay. I mean, look here, last game, 21% damage to champions as a carry in a double carry setup is not okay. That is not acceptable. And then when you go late game, you have a hard time winning the team fights, or you get to the point where if you make one mistake, it can cost you the game, and that's exactly what happened against Roccat. So Freddy and Svenskeren together, yes, they play the tanks, and it's working for them. But they need everyone else on the team also to step up and follow them.
Yeah, that Cassio stat was from yesterday's matchup, and actually Freddy ended up dealing more damage to champions than Fox. It is a little bloated because he was one-on-one versus Maokai for like 5 years, but still counts that, you know, Shen was on the front line longer.
Yeah, definitely. We'll see what SK Gaming can mediate in their shot calling as they are up against Giants Gaming on the red side in this one with Werlip, Frederick, Pepinero, Adri, Godfred, and their coach Lothar. So, well, the Giants yesterday, that game versus Fnatic, they put up a fantastic fight even though they ended up losing. They're trying new strategies. To me, it shows growth as a team.
It really does. I mean, you take a look at the way the game played out for Giants. They were down 5k at 20 minutes, then managed to find themselves the lead at 35 against Fnatic, the team that we've talked about is so good at fighting back. I was really impressed by Giants and their resilience in the game. I just overall thought their game plan coming into it, whether you could say it was maybe exploiting something that's very strong on patch 5.12, but they're the only team that played the Ezreal.
Yeah.
And they looked good when it was working well. Macro level, maybe not so great.
It's been the thing, if you look at Giants, and the few times they have managed to almost come back in games against Unicorns of Love, it was the same. Late game poke champion in the mid lane for Pepinero is what they really need, because then he can take over the game. I mean, yesterday, this Runeglaive Ezreal, once it got to late game, his damage absolutely insane. I mean, look at this. 1,550 damage to champs per minute. Highest in the EU LCS so far. He was the only guy doing something for Giants when it comes to damage, because also Atri had this weird build on Corki. It wasn't enough, but that's against Fnatic. And when Pepinero is on, Giants can challenge the best teams.
He is on. Well, they didn't win the game, but he did manage to out-damage Reckless. And if we remember the last game versus Fnatic where he played AD bottom, at least he stayed mid this time around, but not pulling out the victory. Now, as we head over to the casters for Game 1, Candy Panda tells us why poke comps have the edge in the long run on patch 5.12.
I think right now the poke comps have a bit of an advantage, and the engage comps have like the pressure on them to do something, because if they don't act quick, they will just get poked down. They're too low to engage, so it's over for them. So the poke comps always have like the upper hand, because they just have to sit back and poke. If they have good flank wards, they have like a Janna who can disengage, they're safe, you know, but the engage comp, they have to make something happen quick.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I am Devin Pyrotechnics Young. He, of course, is Mitch Krepa Force Bulls. We're here to cover all the in-game action today. Of course, Candy Panda, he really summed up where this meta is going right now, like Crepo.
Yeah, he's basically doing our job for us, and he summed it up like nicely. Like that poke dumps, they reign supreme right now, and you need the hard engage to work. But even when you have that hard engage, you still need to land it in with good flank wards, with good vision control, and systematic destruction, which leads to these very boring long games.
Sometimes they go pretty back and forth, though, too. You know, we saw that with Giants yesterday, that nail-biter against Fnatic. We'll see if Giants can pull off some even more excitement today as we're loading up into champion selection. SK, another rough game for them as well. And you know, both these teams definitely hunting for as many wins as possible to try and make contention for playoffs.
Yeah, a bit of a trend here for SK Gaming where they have a decent game, but overall end up dropping the ball somewhere. And I feel like that's not what you want to do against a team like Giants. If you give them a good, easy early to mid game, and you get them too late, then they can actually threaten you too. Obviously, Giants eventually got outscaled. Yesterday, the reason they lost was Pepinero. He simply ran out of item slots. He was so far ahead of everybody else that he got 6 items too early. Killed like 5 people like in one go, but then it just got outscaled.
Eventually wasn't really able to keep building items, to keep carrying as the game kind of went out of control. By the way, guys, don't panic. We just had a minor graphical glitch. We'll be right back with the champion selection. So,
but we can tell you what's going on.
We can say what's going on. Why don't you go ahead and take it away on the picks and bans?
Yeah,
there we go.
The graphic is finally back. We had production ringing in our ears. That we could update you on the picks and bans, and Morgana, Jackson, Thresh are out from SK Gaming. And obviously Giants open up with the Lulu ban, which is honestly what you have to do against Unrated. 100% win rate so far in this split on that support champion. Gnar and Alistar finish it up. So this leaves open Sivir as an early pick, Kalista in the mirror. We have a tier 1 jungle in Rek'Sai. I guess a tier 1.2 jungler in Gragas, if you want to call it that right now.
Figure out where he fits in now that he's gone on a slight fitness program. So SK definitely taking the time about this. The Kalista does make a lot of sense. They will lock that one in for Candy Panda. It has been one of his more favored champions, but they're yet to find a win on it. Let's see if they can do it today.
No, I like the Kalista pickup. Now I wonder if Giants are actually going to go for the Sivir. They have been running some of these double poke compositions where they either have maybe a Corki in the bottom and Ezreal in the bottom for more poke. They could pick up the early Ezreal for flex, both mid and bot right now, so a lot of options. Looks like they just want to secure that Gragas. They still value it over Rek'Sai in this patch.
Still very, very valuable since a lot was left up in the jungle, and of course the AD carries as well. Only Kalista being taken, they can take their time. They lock the Ezreal. That is that flex pick that you mentioned. We'll see if Pepinero is going to bring the Rune Glaive to Summoner's Rift once again.
Now something definitely worth mentioning right here is that 4 supports have been hit in the bans. Morgana and Thresh banned away by SK Gaming. Lulu and Alistar banned away by Giants, so these guys will have to dig deep. And traditionally we've seen a lot of value in Janna right here when you play poke compositions. So I wonder if any of these teams are going to pick them up, or if SK is noting that Giants are going to play poke, so we need some hard engage. And Rated maybe play Annie, Leona, something he's played in the past.
It's a possibility.
Or just simply like Hylissang did yesterday, Braum. I think Braum into AP Ezreal would definitely be a good choice.
But that's the thing too, they don't have to pick it right now. They can take their time about it. And, the Nidalee being hovered, that's kind of been for a while now. Sven Skaren's one of his previous favorites. We haven't seen as much lately. I think this Rek'Sai makes a little bit more sense right here. And the Nautilus picked up. That is also technically a flex pick.
Yeah, because Nautilus top has been playing over in the LCK and the LPL.
Will they bring it out on Freddy though? He does like his big bruisery tanky tops.
Maybe. I imagine this is still going to go to Invader right here because he just wants some targeted lockdown. Ezreal can arcane shift over walls and stuff, but the Nautilus ultimate obviously will still chase him. I like that Sven picked up a tier 1 jungle. Yes, you said it right there. He has been known to pick these Nidalee, have a tendency to go off meta, but it hasn't really just given him anything. So tier 1, definitely the right choice.
Yeah, and of course, you know, with the jungle enchant being changed there, it's kind of hard to tell exactly how that would perform. I think this is smart from SK Gaming on the side of Giants. Still have to finish up their comp. The real question is this Ezreal going to be an Audrey pick, because he's definitely played it, or will Pepinero be bringing it once again? Only time will tell as we look towards the next picks. It's going to be a Ryze lock-in for Werlib and the Janna for Godfred.
Risky, risky. Giants Gaming going for another double tier composition with the disengaged support on Janna. Likely that this Ezreal ends up going in the mid lane, and then perhaps you'll see a Corki bottom. However, Janna Corki isn't the strongest of laners. It does alright, because Janna makes every lane alright. Swapping may be into your benefit. However, you will never swap a Ryze voluntarily, because you want him to get ahead. You want him to get that tier going and just get that scaling to late game. And that's the risk I feel when you run double poke plus Ryze. It pays off dividends in the late game. You gotta get there.
Absolutely. Big dividends. SK Gaming on their side, eyeballing the Shen pickup for Freddy. He has been one of the few that is, I would say, played it consistently well.
Yeah. He's definitely a good split pusher. He's a decent tank player as well, and he seems to be in his element when he plays Shen. And SK Gaming, they haven't been playing very meta. They said in an interview themselves here on the broadcast where they were trying to cosplay Fnatic at the start, but then they realized this is not us. It looks like they're going for more of a 2-carry-oriented style with Freddy in a split push tank role on that Shen. However, this time they do have an element of poke in there.
Absolutely. You know, we were kind of wondering at the beginning of the split what SK's identity really would be, and then they tried a lot of different faces on, you would say, and SK, maybe they're finally finding some rhythm. They still need to stack wins on the board. It's only sitting at 3 at the moment, and it's not going to get you in the playoffs.
Now the problem when you run only 2 carries and you want to get that Jace in the mid lane is that you spec so offensively into attack damage. There is no AP damage right now on the lineup for SK Gaming that will actually do decent enough damage in the mid to late game. This makes it so that Giants can itemize very efficiently and very easily. Obviously, they don't have champions to do so too much. Ryze doesn't build that Frozen Heart anymore that he may have done in the past, but a lot of armor could be built up on Giants here, and they're looking for an Urgot? That'd be
interesting. Not so sure about that, but let's see if they decide to take it at the end of it. I mean, Sivir's been all the way through the pick and ban phase. Of course, you mentioned Corki as well. Looks like it is going to be the Urgot.
I like it because it's a decent lane into Kalista, and it can shut her down somewhat, especially with the Janna shield. If you connect an auto attack and a Q and Acid Hunter from Urgot level 1 to 2, maybe proc that E and then just start raining down on the Kalista. Yeah. Especially when you have the double range advantage into just a melee support. That might be enough to keep that lane even, and then it's just all about who, pokes more.
I remember you talking about this a lot during the beginning of the season when Urgot was picked a little bit more. Beginning of split, rather. But yeah, Peppy, he'll get his hands on that mid Ezreal so far. So they changed it up at the last minute? I don't think so.
No, Pepinero is definitely going to play Woundgrave for Ezreal. It doesn't make sense here, in my opinion, to play Urgot mid and Ezreal bottom. It feels feel like you're shooting yourself in the foot if you do that. 20 seconds have passed, so teams are no longer allowed to swap. So these are the final rosters. Final compositions. Both teams are running 1 poke that's situated in the mid lane. Giants have a carry top laner on Ryze. Freddy's playing tank Shen. He can global in to the bot lane, so we might see a lot of bot lane presence for SK Gaming, trying to snowball that Kalista. Get it going. Godfred, he wants to disengage on the Janna.
Yes, he does. To see whose comp reigns supreme in this particular case. SK Gaming, tough situation for them to be in. Giants, a little bit more cause for hope, but we'll have to see when they all leave it out on the Rift. Don't forget to tweet at LOL Esports. SK win or GIA win are your hashtags, as we are getting ready to see who is going to win to take this game and keep themselves all the way forward in the playoff contention. So, with all of that,
let's get into the game.
To get ready, we had to do a pause for dramatic effect. So, ladies and gentlemen, keep those tweets a coming, keep those cheers a coming. Raise your kappas on Twitch and get ready for game number 1, SK Gaming versus Giants.
And I wonder, how is this early game gonna turn out? Traditionally, SK has been doing pretty well in the early to mid game. But something goes wrong later in the game, especially when they start split pushing and they get a little confused. They very often hurt themselves in their confusion, giving other teams,
30% chance at least, Crab.
30% chance. You got the Pokemon statistics down.
Oh yeah.
I never knew. For me, it was more like 80%.
I had to look it up at one point.
Anyways, back to the game.
Yeah, we'll have to take a look at how SK decided to play this one out early on. So far, it's a line of scrimmage for them. No lane swaps perceived at the moment, but both teams just trying to feel each other out here. So it's getting a little bit more forward in the river.
I feel it's in SK's benefit to lane swap on the Ryze and keep him down. Even though traditionally in a poke composition, Ryze is priority number 2, priority number 3, because in the mid game you want to group up with the poke. However, Giants are only running a single poke player. They're probably going to play double tier in addition to that, so they'll have a very weak early to mid game. You can exploit that. Just destroy the Ryze in a lane swap and just get your strong members ahead. I feel that would be a good option for them.
Take a look back to the last time these guys were meeting up. It was all the way back to week number 2. Giants, fairly handy win for them if you look at just the pure numbers, but SK definitely had some more serious troubles, I would say, at the very beginning of this split than they are at this moment, so they're definitely leveling up, improving. Will it be enough, though, to take on Giants?
No, I definitely agree with you there. SK has looked better in most parts of the game, but they still make that one crucial mistake, and that's why they only have 3 wins right now, I believe, and Giants, they're sitting on 5. So if Giants win this, they're essentially doubling the win rate. Confident and Audrey looking to invade. Face-checking Nautilus is risky.
It always is. He's going to get big slap of his anchor onto the support here. Let's take a look at how this one starts though in the lane.
Yeah, and usually double range into melee plus range is in the favor, obviously, for the double range, because you can harass creeps a lot easier. But Riptide from Nautilus is so potent and so efficient at pushing lanes that it looks like SK get the better hand early. Mid lane's gonna be roughly even. Deficio touched on it yesterday. Ezreal can make any lane into a farm lane, but in doing so, he sacrifices the pressure.
Yes, indeed, he does. For Fox, you know, he's definitely had some identity troubles himself, trying to step up and be a carry. Let's see what he can make of this Jace. He jumps in onto Pepinero, gets the knockaway, does do some decent damage, but he has some returned on him as well. I feel like if they want to get this mid lane going and keep Pepinero down, Svenskern's going to need to be here and often.
Yeah, longsword and a couple potions on the side of Fox. Pepinero not starting with any flash shenanigans, full Dorans. And he just wants to base early and get that tier, I imagine. Get that stacking. He is running the smite, so he's gonna go Runeglaive. Very expected at this point. Fox is going for the offensive summoner and ignite though.
Yeah, he keeps moving forward. Peppy's got to be careful. This could be a rough start to him. Svenskern's going towards the blue. Will he be able to actually take this one away? Nope, it's already picked up by Frederick.
Yeah, signature move from SK Gaming here, and Svenskern, he's going in.
Into the jungle, and Frederick should have seen this one coming, frankly. Sven's gonna get cold feet and back off. Frederick was there, the shock blast just out of range.
I don't think that would have been enough, but it would have been a scare for Frederick, and this is something Svenskern likes doing. When his mid lane is pushing, he will use that advantage to invade and find the enemy jungler, just harass him a little bit, and that's how he thrives. And SK didn't do that. The first 3 weeks in the LCS, we barely saw it.
Times they are changing though. They're getting back to the basics, I would say. So Fox, I mean, he's definitely going to have the pressure versus this Ezreal. You said it's always becoming a farm lane, only if the opponent really lets it be. So far, so good. But he's actually down a little bit in farm. Fox has been spending a lot of time trying to get that harass off. Top lane continues to be a bit of a wet noodle. We'll go back to bottom for just a second because Audrey is actually caught up. A couple of spears sticking in him. Ren's not nearly enough to take him down just yet, though.
Yeah, Godfred tries to cancel that dredge line from Nautilus there with the Nado. Just really hard to time that just right. As long as he gets a snare off, good damage. And of course, Kalista still has that 12% max HP damage right here. We see it again.
Edge. Gonna get the knock up, the flash. Another auto attack. And he just barely goes down. Oh, that was so close. Nicely done.
Yeah, good aggressive engage. And even though the Urgot passive makes it so you deal less damage overall, it wasn't enough to save him. And yeah, honestly, a slip up from Giants. You should not die in that 2v2.
Yeah, it was so close. You know, we talked about double tier, but I completely forgot about the Urgot at the very end of this. We're gonna go triple tier this game. There's a lot of crying going on. Right now it's in the mid lane. Fox takes some serious damage. Svenskern's gonna run right into Frederick. He knows he's there. He has to turn his tail around, gets the knock up. The barrel comes in. Will he be able to get away? He's got himself a burrow. Fox is there for the defense as well, so it'll be fine.
Yeah, you're right on the money there with the triple tier, something I even overlooked. Very passive early game by Giants, and
oh yeah,
Frederick is trying to mend that. He based first. He came back.
Trying to pull a
Svenskern just based just now, so he's going to have the momentum and the pressure. And Freddy, he's doing fine in his top lane. However, Whirlib, 32 CS, uncontested, no ganks, no pressure. This could be the shining light for Giants.
Exactly. This is the problem that SK have had, not been able to try and shut down the rises. Enrated gets the dredge line onto Peppy, who's going to immediately flash it. Fox just continues the aggression up, but for all said and done, Peppy still maintains that CS lead. Giants are very happy with this early game right now. Let's see if it changes as Frederick makes his way up top.
Yeah, should be an opening.
Flashes in the barrel. Rune Prison's on. Freddy just gets away. Very close calls there for the SK top laner.
I actually had Deficio whisper in my ear. Was many sweet nothings, and in addition to that, he also called me wrong. Because obviously Runeglaive Ezreal doesn't build tier. Traditional Ezreal it does. Let's get back to that later. Svenskern comes in.
Still got 2 tiers. Audrey might be the one crying. He is, as Candy Panda rends him down. See an early dragon here. Sven and Enrated want to go for it.
Rookie mistake. Obviously the Runeglaive on Ezreal mid is going to be
We're so used to talking about tier with
Nah. That's honestly a big mistake. But yeah, back to the game. 2 tiers are live on Ryze and on Urgot. Still a passive early game. Ezreal is pushed in regardless of what build he goes. SK take 2 kills to take the pressure lead. And now Freddy, he's at level 6, and this will facilitate dives. Now he can get away out of that lane. We'll have to look if he uses that, because he can ulti down to the lane and TP back later. And Svenskern's dueling Pepinero.
Yeah, he's found him out as tried to bait him in. Enrated dredge lines his way to the wall, but Peppy's already backed out.
And this is the first time I've seen Rek'Sai, or not, I've seen Svenskeren and Unrated duo invade together this early in the game. Just put some pressure out.
Unrated.
Yeah, very active Unrated, and I like it. I think it's something SK should explore more often. Pressure in the bot lane translate into roaming opportunities. They can go into the jungle and keep Frederick behind. And if he can't gank for his weak lanes, then SK has, you know, so much opportunity to go left, right, and center.
It's an argument for getting your support to grab first blood, able to pick up those really early roam boots. Allows even more movements on the map. As it stands, though, it's 2-0. SK have just managed to find a little bit of edges. Audrey has really been the one that has been the sacrificial lamb for Giants Gaming so far. Only 1,000 gold lead. No other objectives translated on the map. Candy Panda keeps pushing them away from the farm. Audrey's definitely having a hard time of it right now. Look at that CS difference.
Yeah, but we see gold lead at the top of your screen, but what we don't see is the experience advantages right now. Candy Panda hit 6. Audrey just hit 5. Godfrey is still on level 4. This means right now the next full level advantage for SK Gaming allows them to use an ultimate in those engages, and Fate's Call can be just what you need to catch Audrey off guard. Still no flash on him. And they can play aggressive too, because they always have the backup from that Stand United, from Shen.
Not to mention the semi-global presence of Rek'Sai as well. I mean, this is a team that can definitely start fights, and they're proving it, even if it's just a 2v2 right now. Audrey, face call, he's gonna knock him right back in. Audrey is going so low. Candy just doesn't have enough damage thanks to the exhaust. Meanwhile, Svenskeren attempted to get that blue. It looks like he did. Nice and stolen.
Good aggression by SK Gaming, and look where Fox is as well. They don't even have to go to their own jungle. They're catching Frederick.
Oh man, he's gotta go down way too quickly between Fox and Sven. They are not letting up any pressure in this jungle.
Giants are being pushed in all 3 lanes, and that is a drafting mistake. You should never let that happen. It's very obvious it will happen. Svensson goes over the wall.
Yeah, he's gonna get the dredge line out, and Candy Panda's gonna get knocked up, but it won't matter. Audrey's already on. Godfrey retreats to the safety of the tower, but they can take their time with this 4-man dive. Taunt on to Godfrey, not gonna last too long. A double kill goes over to Svenskeren.
Systematic destruction by SK Gaming, led by Svensson, honestly. He started those invades, and Invaded joined. Everybody teamed up, and they're just killing Giants one by one, because when you're pushed in this deep into your towers, you have no vision. All the vision advantage is for SK Gaming. They can move to the right, or they could be waiting for you in a rush. You never know where they are. They use that to their advantage. They don't go for the easy dragon too early. They go for the kills, and then they get that dragon. They get a big XP advantage, and on top of that, they're taking objectives.
I don't think I've seen SK be this proactive in the bot lane since last split. They're finally finding some serious advantages in this game. A big gold lead in the early game, 2.3K and a dragon to top it off. We're not quite 10 minutes in, 5-0. Giants have to act fast because SK are hitting the pedal hard.
And if you look at the builds right now on your screen, Giants, they are 2,000 gold behind, but they have an even bigger power drop when it comes to these items, because they have a tier which is worth no combat stats on the Rise. They have a tier on the Urgot worth no combat stat. As will finish Woundglaive, relatively weak until you get more items too, so they have no damage, they have no pressure, they have no vision. SK in full control of this game.
That's what happens when you build a composition that's not going to get rolling until later on. It's dangerous. There goes the farm alarm. In comes the Rek'Sai. Wave Racer 64 here, just to go grab some farm.
One of the few pool party skins I actually enjoy.
It's fantastic.
Really cool there from Svenskeren, and he's looking bright. Ever since he made the switch back to Tier 1 junglers, I feel we've seen a better Svenskeren overall. It's been a good move by their team. Finally listen to their coach, I think.
He's had a lot to do with this early game too. 2-0-2, 80% kill participation. Freddy now, just trading with Werliv. They're trying to bait him into a situation with Frederick.
But now we've seen SK Gaming, when they get this early lead, later in the game, they've still made mistakes. And we saw yesterday, if you give Giants a little bit, that Runeglaive Ezreal starts going, then that might be enough.
It might, and they've got this Rise as well. They've got a lot of potent tools the way the game goes. Look at that, Freddy. His health bar is being shredded through. There's no tower for him to fall back to, so he's got to dash and back away. This is going to be free farm for the Rise.
Yeah, Freddy opting for that magic resistance right here. If he wants to dual Werliv, he's going to need the help of his jungler. But it seems to be the better move for SK Gaming to play around the bot side of the map. Just ignore that Rise altogether, and then just see him later on, and Audrey gets caught.
He's going to the Fate's Call. He's going to knock him right back in, and Raid has found Godfrey. In comes the Shark. Monsoon's on. There's going to be the hyperkinetic position reverser. Just going to get away, but Godfrey might not be so lucky. Oh, wait, he is. The tower's going down. The barrel knocks him away, but Fox is on the hunt. Can he get the kill? He's knocked up. He's going to go to the skies, knock Frederick away. No kills just yet, but they got a tower.
A little sloppy by SK Gaming, but they do secure that tower, force some summoners. Pinero, he wants to get the return tower in the mid lane. They need to get something. When SK moves, obviously Giants can't chase because they don't have the vision for it, so they're trying to cross-map them, but with so little knowledge of what's going on, it's far often too little too late. Once you see them arrive in the bot lane, it's too late for you to react. You need to start predicting these plays, but it's so hard if you have no vision to work with whatsoever. Look at the map as well. Look at where the wards are.
SK know exactly where they want to focus, but they have to keep this pressure up. If they let Giants have a break, as you mentioned before, they will get right back into this game. They will get their scaling composition completely rolling, so they have to keep this push going. Another tower falls in the middle. They stay around. Fredericks in the side has to belly dash over the wall. SK with a small mini wave are looking to try and poke them down. Won't be able to find too much, though.
Yeah, not so much so far. But the gold lead is getting bigger and bigger over time, and it doesn't look like the tide's going to change.
Not just yet.
Press back.
Shot barrage. Still waiting before he gets a serious amount of damage, only rocking that jungle enchant just yet. For Giants, though, they've definitely got to stem this blood, and they've gotten a small breathing window because SK has backed off. They've gone back to shop, but they're still going to come back more powerful, and that's always a cause for alarm. Speaking of alarms, Svenskar in part 2.
I think you can definitely tell that Giants have been hit in terms of the bot lane, in terms of bans. Because this is a composition we haven't seen them play too much, and they left open the Kalista. And honestly, it doesn't seem like they're too experienced in this matchup. Both playing against the Kalista and both playing with the Urgot. Seems it cost them a little, and honestly, nobody should go 0-3-0 in the early game, for obvious reasons. However, it wasn't only the bot lane, it's a team-oriented thing where you just have no pressure whatsoever. And I'm happy to see teams over in Europe punish these very, very passive early game strategies. Because if you get away with playing like this and you get farther in tournaments altogether, you will get punished by better teams, and you will get annihilated.
That's what SK are looking to do right now, but Svenskar might be the one who's caught. He's going to have to very quickly flash. Couldn't get in his tunnel fast enough, but he's got N-rated and Fox there to back him up. Werlib on the top side. SK turn all their attention. Rune Prism's on. In comes the Nautilus, backs away. It's a game of touch and go right now. It is a 4v3 up in the top side, but Giants are holding firm as Freddy down in the bottom. Looks to intercept this farm, but Audrey's firing on him.
Remember, Freddy still has his ultimate available to go top, and Pepinero is doing a blue buff right now, so SK potentially has 5 people on the top lane, if they so choose. And Giants only 3 defending, so SK should find an opening there.
They should be able to, but they're definitely taking their time about it, trying to build up a wave that they're confident to crash into this tower. Godfred and Werlib in the advanced position. Frederick on the rear guard. He's going to send the Sentinel out, and it'll scare Frederick for a second. That's about all it's doing. SK spending a lot of time here, not getting anything done.
Yeah, they realize they can't commit to that tower, so they're moving to the jungle, but still, they're always moving into the enemy's jungle. Pepinero shifts out into Svenskar.
Quick, but Svenskar is right there to intercept him. He's going to have to flash the wall. Quick reaction times for Pepinero, saves his life yet again, but now SK are on the push in the mid. Rune Glaive, true shot, comes out, clears some of the wave. SK sticking at it in the mid, but Werlib's coming down. Can intercept him, shock blast. He's on the run, Svenskar's on the hunt. Won't be able to find him.
Now you see what Giants can do when they have a little bit of vision. If they see SK Gaming coming, they can avoid them. Be careful enough to not die and get caught off, or not allow SK to get into the backline right now. But they still have the backup. They could make so many crazy plays because they always have Stand United available for that shield to just, you know, emergency Shen comes in, helps you out.
Case of team fight. Use ult. Right now he's just sitting on the bottom side. Pepinero's there to meet him as he tries to split push this one out. Is what Freddy does like to do with this, be able to get involved in those fights. Still the crap going down courtesy of Svenskar, and the Dragon is now live. They're going to start it up. SK, this is a fairly safe maneuver since they do control this river at the moment. A lot of vision invested all around this side, and Giants aren't making a move to defend it.
And deja vu for SK Gaming here. Early couple dragons. So often we've seen them 2 dragons to none, 3 dragons to none, eventually 4 dragons to none. But even yesterday when they had the aspect, it wasn't enough.
Yeah, they're the team that loves the dragons, but you can't win with those alone. This time, though, they're taking them very safe, they're taking them very smart, and importantly, they're not giving anything up. This is what we definitely call a free dragon.
Yeah, definitely no counter-trade potential. Giants, they trade objectives for time, because time is what they want right now. They want to keep scaling, stack up those tiers, get that AP as well going. Even more CDR right now on Pepinero. Later on, he wants that Luden's Echo, because with the Rune Glaive, Ezreal Q now counts as a spell, and then it procs Luden's. allegedly being changed on the PBE, if I read it correctly, so...
That was quick.
Was quick. Perhaps necessary too.
We'll have to see. I mean, Pepinero put up some serious numbers yesterday. Let's see if he can do it again. I think all eyes are definitely going to be on him the longer this game goes, but as it stands, only 17 minutes in, SK have slowed down a little bit, but they still maintain this 3.5K gold lead, a little bit more than that actually. 2 Dragons to none, 5 kills to 0. Giants, as you mentioned, they're just playing the waiting game. It's all about scaling the Rise, it's all about scaling the Ezreal, it's all about getting the Urgot into a beefy damage dealy, armor penetration-y thing.
Urgot is more like an 80 bruiser, but just doesn't scale that well. The only good thing about an Urgot in the late game is that his passive reduces about 15% of somebody's damage output, which could be good, especially when you play Urgot into lower threat compositions. You can just hamstring that damage from one of the carries. However, it's going to be hard for him to reach anybody. Jace will outrange him, and Kalista does enough damage on her own merit.
I was going to say, it's not too bad for SK's later game too. Jace becomes like a really scary threat as we've been seeing lately, and the Kalista is not too shabby. Now, SK are going to 3-member this bottom side. The Janna Shield's going to keep the tower nice and healthy for now as they clear the wave away.
Now, SK, they found openings with dives in the early game. But as Pepinero keeps scaling, and as he has the CDR, he keeps using his ulti over and over and over again to clear this wave, so they're not finding an opening in the mid lane. They could translate that pressure into a roam earlier and then get a tier 1 tower. But now that these tier 1 towers are down, SK have slowed down and they're finding it very hard to open up the map for those tier 2 towers. They don't really have to as of yet because they have 2 dragons already and they're slow with chipping away. If Giants can hold down long enough, comeback is not impossible.
No, definitely not. SK though, I feel like this is definitely a little bit frustration on their part since they had such a great start, such a oppressive start over Giants, and this is partially the comp, partially just the way they knew they wanted to play, but they have been stemmed here because they're not able to make these dives. They know Giants are going to keep playing this out defensively, which is looking like the right move right now.
Yeah, I would like to see SK Gaming group up on whatever lane Ezreal is not on, try and pressure him out, not let him wave clear too much with that AoE from the Runeglaive and the ulti, of course, and then rotate away, you know, dive on the Rise, force him off the tower, dive to the mid lane, you know, force to dive on Ahri potentially. If not, ward up the entire red jungle so you can later make it so that you can Baron bait very easily. But Freddy, he finally found that opening. They had to peel back Whirlip for defense in the mid lane, and this will facilitate SK split push. And look at that poke from Fox.
Yes, indeed. So, SK do grab 1 tower. They got all the outers now, but they're still trying to chip away at the rest. Whirlip and Svenskeren fighting over the red buff. It will be Sven who secures it. Smite is usually better than no smite. Shock Blast not going to hit Peppy. There's a wall there. And Raditz going in on him. Do they have him? He gets... Oh, healed up. In comes Freddy to finish it off. Hyperkinetic position, cancellation, and Frederick gets a Shock Blast to the back of the head. SK Gaming, without the Ezreal threat to worry about, can just keep on pushing. There's the Monsoon, keeps them alive, but still.
And finally, SK Gaming find that opening. They strike Giants at their Achilles heel. They find Pepinero, delete him, and then it's all that is left for Giants are just still 4 people that are just trying to scale into the game and just don't have too much damage left. Good opening by Unrated here, and this is why the Nautilus is so good against poke champions, because wherever they go, the ultimate will always connect. You're running Ignite, just one snare also from the auto attack, then the Riptide. That's a whole lot of base damage. That usually is enough to take these poke champions down to half, and yeah, well, Pepinero started on 40% HP, so he went down quickly.
Yeah, very dangerous, very foolhardy, I'd say, of him sticking around, but they wanted to keep their tower alive at all costs, and they lost more than that at the end of the day. Well, they didn't lose the tower, but definitely a couple members on top of it all. So, right now, Giants have to be a little bit more careful than that if they want to keep playing the defense game. Another minute and 15 before the next Dragon becomes available. SK Gaming will surely be having their sights set on that one as we approach the 21.5-minute mark.
Yeah, 6,000 gold, 5,000 gold in the lead for SK Gaming. Chipped away 1 tower. Let's see how well they can transition this pressure into Baron. Potentially the next Dragon. 1 minute away still from that. That will be 3 Dragons. More mobility will open up the map for them. Freddy honestly has been impressive. He found his groove again. He was looking for it at the start of the split. Him and Svenskeren were honestly underperforming, in my opinion. Svenskeren showed up. He controlled this early game so beautifully, and Freddy has been a rock. He's been the constant force that SK need. Then just theorize everything else about, you know, find out what works in the bot lane, find out what works in the mid lane, but you can always rely on It's
nice to see him come back to form. That's
Steady Freddy, they called him at Worlds.
Nice, it's starting to look like it again. If you can keep this pace up, keep the push, there's really no response from Giants, and he always has one way or two to come into the fights. SK now, knowing they can leave it, they look for Warlip, not going to find any damage on it, but continuing to force Giants to move around the map wherever they go.
Yeah, they're using their ultimates for wave clear. Both Ezreal and Ryze have to do that. That means they go down even more in those combat stats, so it doesn't help Giants. They're trying to hang on. I feel like SK peeled off for this dragon a little early because it had this massive wave hit in the top lane, and Freddy could have used that pressure to bait somebody top, then SK could have chipped away at the tower, then went for the dragon. But they want that win condition in the 5 dragons a lot quicker than they did yesterday. Third dragon goes down at the 22-minute mark, so at 34 minutes, we could have Aspect.
Could indeed. Gonna dive on the tower, the dredge line connected, but it was on the tower itself. Now tanking it is then raided. Here comes the barrel. Fox is the one knocked to the wall, but Frederick goes in a little bit too deep. He's gonna be taken down before the Monsoon can heal him. Fox picks it up, sends a shot blast the way of Pepinero. Warlip can't get involved in the fight. The dredge line narrowly avoided him.
They still have Stan United, and if you allow Jace to get close enough to that tower, he can pop his W and do 3 hits on maximum attack speed. And then that tower falls.
Will go down 4 towers, getting close to 5 as Freddy continues to push unopposed. 8-0, 4 towers to 1, 3 dragons to none. This is as close to a shutout as we've seen so far. Giants were down a lot yesterday and they did manage to come back, but SK is going to try to make it hard for them.
Yeah, 1 tower is all that's separating Giants from being perfect gamed by SK Gaming here so far. Good performance, and the light is dwindling. It's getting darker and darker as every minute passes for Giants. You need a shimmer of hope. Disengage from Frederick, but after disengaging and then engaging yourself, very often is a mistake. Godfred obviously doesn't have the range to use that Monsoon defensively. And Rated spots out Whirler. He gets a little scared. Just to walk back and just... yeah, no openings for Giants. How did they come back here? I think it's very hard to see. Yesterday it was the Peppy show, where he ended up poking and just annihilating people left, right, and center with that ultimate, but he needs more time.
Yeah, he's only sitting on this 2 items. Very expensive build path to try and get up to, and SK aren't giving him a chance. We're not even 25 minutes into this one. They control so much of the map. They've had all those dragons. This is one of those things that they almost consider a necessity, and it's worked for them in the past. Just, it's been very tough to secure everything safely. This time they've had no trouble against this very passive Giants who are only trying to buy time.
Muramana finally finished on Audrey. Urgot is a champion that stacks that tier very quickly. One of the quickest tier stackers out there.
Frozen Heart too.
Frozen Heart, so he's itemizing against that double AD that we mentioned in the start of the game, and should Giants have had a decent early game, that could have been instrumental to their victory. However, it may be too little too late. Godthread, he's trying to peel SK Gaming away from his teammates, but at this point, just 1 reset, 1 Monsoon is not enough. Candy Panda picks up that 1 HP red buff. Back to the top lane we go.
Yeah, Svenskeren giving the red away to Candy Panda. Tower going down. Audrey now going to be targeted. Fate's Call pulls him in. They're going to go all 4 on the Monsoon to knock him back, but Audrey's still going a little bit low. Godfred holding the line. Frederick coming up as well, but it's still a 3v3. Preyseeker hits Godfred.
Fate's Call still a little iffy for SK Gaming. I feel every time Enraider wants to go in, use his Riptide to slow. While he's holding onto his ulti, Candy Panda pulls him back into his Pokeball again. But it doesn't really matter because Giants are still forced to flash into their base. We're looking at a 25-minute Dragon engage. Giants know about this though.
They're going to start the teleport in on it. Here comes Warlib. They're going to try to run for this, but it's going very low. The Ren stacks are getting pretty high. You effectively got double smite in this situation. Frederick's going to come in, try to get the steal off, throws the big barrel. He's able to get it! Frederick, once again, we know he's able to do these, but will Giants pay dearly? Warlib's going down, Candy Panda picks him up, and they're still going with a double kill for the Urgot to turn it around. Still could be dangerous. A triple kill now. Freddy, Svenskeren, they're going low. Could we see SK wiped off the map? We might just. Pepinero picks up a kill.
El Bandido with the plays. Frederick knocks away Candy Panda, so he's out of Ren range. Then he panic Rens as he comes in and he smite steals it, I believe, or gets it with the barrel. Beautiful play by Frederick, and this is exactly what Giants needed. SK Gaming overcommitted. Set up for what seemed to be the easiest Baron of their life with the Ren execute, with the double smite. But holy moly, Adri came in, and that's what you were talking about just now. You said it. Frozen Heart against double AD. That's what you want, and triple kill for Audrey and Pepinero. Now we got that gold he needs. And Giants may have just found themselves some time.
They may indeed. 3 minutes to be exact. Let's take a look at how that one happened again.
Yeah, keep your eyes on what Frederick wants to do here. So he has a lot of tasks. Look at the HP. He wants to knock Candy Panda out. That's Candy Panda out. Will he rend? I think SK is trying to burn this. Yeah, he rends, But he panic runs at 1.2k at the same time. I believe Frederick smites and he steals that Baron. Fantastic move.
This is why Giants are the wild card team. You cannot count them out in any given situation. And Heavy may not have done as much with that True Shot Barrage, but Audrey certainly was able to do quite a lot.
And Urgot is such a good champ in these lower number skirmishes because his passive is so valuable. Minus 15% damage. Just makes it so that he can 1v1, 2v1, 2v2 so much easier. And the gold lead, that was 8,000 gold earlier. Now is at 2.8k against a triple scaling composition with Baron buff.
At least 3 still sitting on it right now, so Giants realizing that they now have a very powerful bit of time here. They will start to push out the waves in the mid, in the bottom against Candy Panda and the rest of SK Gaming.
Fool you once, SK, shame on me, but fool you twice, fool you 3 times, fool you 4 times by now and lose the Baron. Shame on you, SK Gaming. Ring that bell. Shame, shame,
they're
shame.
good. They're good at dragons. Barons are something definitely a work in progress. Giants Gaming, we know that they are capable of making big comebacks. We saw it happen yesterday, that nail-biter of a game against Fnatic.
Look how hard it is for SK to deal with those waves right now. Such an early Baron. Those Baron buff creeps. Even with the Renounce, Candy Panda has issues clearing that wave.
They're still keeping Freddy top here to try and pressure top lane, and Giants have pretty much done the very bold strategy of ignoring him completely. It's cost them 2 towers, but that's it so far.
If you ignore the Shen, you want to commit to one side and force him to ulti in and make it predictable and try and annihilate somebody. They don't find the opening. They wanted to stop that dragon, but they lost track of their base right now. Top lane, Freddy. Mid lane, 3 people from SK Gaming here.
Dragon was secured by Giants. They're going to be able to stop Aspect, but they may be in danger of losing this tower. True Shot Barrage comes in, hits Svenskeren in the head, but the tower's already down. Meanwhile, Freddy's up in the top. His minions are evaporating. He's got to come to the bottom, or rather to the mid.
Fate's
and raided.
call.
Fate's call. Back in the Pokeball you go. And they will be getting out of there before any of them faint.
The Giants, sloppy a little bit. They lose their inhibitor tower. This may come to bite them later if the Baron buff almost worn off, right? Has worn off, actually.
But they did take away a dragon here, which limits SK to taking some more time for the Aspect. It's going to be very dangerous for them. Frederick now looking for Freddy, able to stop the Rek'Sai tunnel. He's going to dash over and try to fight with this Svenskeren for the blue buff. Throws out the big barrel. Nice flash to get away from it. Godfred intercepts the shock blast. They do get the blue taken away. Now it is Giants' turn to keep invading the jungle.
Now mid lane is exposed, and traditionally in these situations you want to have a slow push bot and rotate towards that lane, but because Giants have been so far behind, that bottom lane tower is still alive, ever so slightly. 80 HP, I believe, on that bottom tower, so Giants could go pick that up for an extra nice around 1,000 gold. Could close that gap, because they're still 3.7k behind. But the poke is not doing much. SK is playing another double threat composition, and Fox yesterday didn't have enough damage. And right now, he's not far enough ahead to really hurt these Giants members. Only single instance of poke. We've seen teams thrive with double poke plus additional damage in the top lane. SK Gaming is going tank top lane, 1 poke. It's gonna be hard to make that work. And then a short range AD carry. However,
they are making moves though. They force Giants to back away from their own jungle. They're gonna get this inhibitor. The question is, can they get out safely? Preyseeker, Svenskeren in the tunnel. Can he get away? The rest of the team on the retreat, but Werlip coming around for the flank. Freddy cuts him off at the pass, but Enrated might be the sacrifice here. He's going to immediately flash away. Face Call pulls him back in yet again. SK pulling some guerrilla warfare here. Hit and run, hit and run. Giants trying for the re-offensive. That is the Runeglaive Ezreal we've been waiting to see. SK are battered and bruised. They have to massively get out, but Enrated is caught right between the team and taken down.
That ulti right there was the mark of old traditional AP Ezreal, but now with the Runeglaive, his Q will also do similar things. SK Gaming take a nice inhibitor, honestly, a big mistake by Giants, but they're looking to equal that out.
Might be able to do a teleport on Freddy. This is going to be at best a 4v5. In comes Svenskeren. He's knocked away, taking a whole lot of damage. The rest of the team are trying to save the day, but Pepinero is going to be able to shut him down. Freddy going low, Audrey as well. Werlib, everyone is blinking. True Shot Barrage barely takes down Freddy and Fox. Oh, so close for Pepinero.
If only he had 1 or 2 more scaling AP runes in that setup.
He shouldn't have sold his Doran's ring.
That's it. 1 ring to rule them all. Could have been a double kill for him. Sadly, it wasn't. But Pepinero, I had no idea that he could come back to this state. I thought he was out of the game completely. Giants were shut down. This was a cakewalk. They were 1 tower separated from being perfect game by SK Gaming. And then suddenly, some Baron magic got sprinkled on his game, and suddenly we're even again. I don't mind. As a spectator point of view, it is very entertaining.
Absolutely, that gold lead we were talking about, it's been chopped down to 2,000. SK Gaming have looked a little bit lost since, pretty much ever since that Baron moment. However, they have been able to grab some objectives in the middle. They did get an inhibitor, they did force Giants to run around, so they have some pressure. Problem is, Giants are starting to have some serious damage output.
Yeah, but they were not working around the pressure that Freddy provided for them early, I feel. They prioritized Dragons a tad too much, and now their damage dealers are having issues. As I said earlier, that Urgot can shut down the damage from one of these players. Obviously, he can get in the middle with the Frozen Heart against double AD. Let's not forget that both Jace and Kalista are 100% almost AD-based champions, and Freddy, okay, Vorpal Blades are magic, I believe, but that's about it. They'll need a lot of Vorpal Blades to get through Frederick right here.
Well, if I know anything about Vorpal Blades, they usually are epic rare loot. Let's see what happens here. Svenskeren comes in. He might be in some trouble, though, as the rest of the team melts there. Melting so fast. Knocked by the Monsoon, but Freddy's in the back looking for Pepinero. Will he be able to find him? No. Peppy gets away as Audrey takes the kill. Fate's call, though, and raided into the rest of the team. Fox picks up Godfred. Frederick, Werlin going low, but it's Sven and Freddy that are going down. The double kill for Werlin, and Candy Panda's all by himself, and he's locked down and taken out. An ace for Giants Gaming.
But just keep your eyes on Pepinero. When the fight seems one for SK Gaming, one proc, one ulti or Q from Pepinero, and then the Ludens just bouncing everywhere on those bunched up SK members is enough to win that fight, and Audrey's still full HP. Giants, a lot easier Baron right now. They're winning this game right now.
Talk about a cakewalk. This time it is in Giants' favor. They've got themselves a gold lead for the first time this game. 33.5 on the clock.
Cake was a lie.
For SK at least.
For SK.
Now, question then becomes, where do they decide to push? Do they force down the middle? Do they try to 1-3-1 with this? Urgot picks up the Thorn Mail. They will definitely have a lot to say about that double AD from SK Gaming.
Well, SK Gaming will have issues with their wave clear. So let's watch that again, that fight. Giants pretty close together. Look at it. First off, Pepinero dashes in aggressively. That is risky. That's the one way to lose a fight, but then Svenskeren melts. He goes down. Watch the Ren that's going to come out from Candy Panda right now. This sets up SK for the feeling that they can win this fight. You know, 4-man knockup, Riptide, snares, but keep your eyes on Peppy in the right side of your screen. One Q here, bam. Jace drops, somebody else drops. Ludens hits on Candy Panda, and then Whirlip's still alive. Audrey is untouched. That's enough to turn the tide. SK cannot commit to chasing. Chasing into poke is asking for trouble. Make it double.
Absolutely. SK Gaming feels like the timer is ticking down for them right now. If they can secure a dragon, that'd be great, but just barely do it. They might pay for this one, though. Audrey and Frederick are actually knocked up, and Audrey, isolated, does get shut down by Freddy. Gave up on him too quickly. Pepinero might have picked up Fox, but Candy Panda gets another. The true shot only clips Freddy. 2 for 1 and a dragon. Not too bad of a trade for SK.
Yeah, Fox secured that Drake somehow. And then Giants split up, and they want to fight SK when they're grouped. They want to make it so that Pepinero can repetitively land these spells, get those Ludens box splashing in AoE, have Rise perma-snare people too, but Frederick and Audrey, the tanks that want to distract some of the members, found themselves at the sides, and their CC is useless because they lack the damage to take SK Gaming down.
It's been a mountain of gold this game, but
sacrificed himself, but he has his flash still up, so he's good.
True. Svenskeren a little deep. He's been deep in the enemy jungle a lot of this game, but now it's really becoming an issue for him. Let's take a look at
the gold.
The way the gold has gone this game. It was all till about 26, 27 minutes, and then the Baron happened.
That's one Baron,
and the
Baron
Nation attacked.
Then the Baron Nation attacked. Honestly, SK shot themselves in the foot with that Baron. Overreached. Panic Ren by Candy Panda. And a fantastic smite, I believe, by Frederick. He did it again. This is the second time I feel this split where he secures a victory, or a potential victory, at least for Giants, with a good Baron steal. Last split he did it too against Elements.
Freddy, he's knocked up. He's in the Rune Prison once, but twice. Tower finally will be taken down. Nice little gold in the pocket of Giants. In comes the true shot barrage. Hits N-rated, hits Freddy, hits Candy. Softening them all up. Line them up and try to take them down. Tower being tanked now by Frederick as the rest of the team looking to muscle their way through.
Yeah, now Frederick, he can itemize full armor as well because, as I said before, or as we said before, SK Gaming are full AD focused, and this makes it so easy for them to siege on towers. Because if you have 2 or 3 tanky members that can actually tank these towers for a while, it just makes it so much easier to close out the game. Frederick's sitting on a lot of armor. I'm just going to check how much right now. And he has near 200. He's sitting on 180. And Audrey, the AD carry himself, sitting on 300 armor. He just built himself a Thorn Mail.
Yeah, combined with that Frozen Heart, he's going to be might bit hard to take down. Going all in on the defensive stats. And why not when you're against that double AD composition? SK, we go back to that draft. I mean, this is something that's very easy for them to itemize against. They did that smarter when they were able to last out the early game aggression.
Yeah, and this is something actually Audrey did yesterday as well, I believe, where he went to Maw of Malmortius for apparently no reason. This time I can somewhat understand that getting the defensive build, especially since you're itemizing so efficiently. But yesterday, Giants, they ran out of damage. Eventually, Pepinero filled out his item slots. He's working on number 6 right now for what seems to be a Zhonya's Hourglass. So eventually, if SK can hang out, then we're hitting the ultra late game where obviously Jay still has item slots left to fill.
There's a big difference, though, in the caliber of teams, too. I mean, Giants were playing against Fnatic, who are the masters of playing ahead and behind. SK Gaming have definitely had a little bit more rough edges to them this split. See what they're about to do here as they put a couple wards in the jungle. Gotta be careful. Coin is popped. In comes Frederick, or rather, I just clear. Oh! Goodbye, Jace. Or excuse me, goodbye, Warlib. I completely juked myself on that one. And Rated is gonna get popped by Peppy, however. So it is a bit of a revenge.
Good pickoffs by SK Gaming and sloppy play from Giants. They let Warlib get caught out, and I believe it was N-Rated that picked him off first. Svenskeren gets poked, but
still gets poked. Still gets poked. Avoids the tornado.
Although I feel like Pepinero has hit his biggest spike already. Somewhat earlier in the game, he was doing a lot more damage on those single instances of poke, and SK is slowly building up some MR. And get that magic resistance. Talon goes in from Freddy.
Finds Frederick. Pepinero still sending the Qs flying. They can't quite take down the tower here, though. It's the poke versus poke. Rek'Sai coming around the side, looking for the side engage. Home guards are on. Your shot barrage. He's not going to hit it. Sharknado as he gets popped up. Has to move his way back. Rend, not nearly enough. Candy Panda Freddy can't fight this one out. Svenskeren might be caught, and he is going to get chunked down, but not quite taken down. The barrel is going to go down on Fox. The rest of SK scattering away. Goodbye, Fox. This time for real. Pepinero picks him up.
And we still see no Aegis of the Legion for SK Gaming here when they're playing against this Ryze and the poke on Pepinero. I would call that a mistake. I don't think you need Locket. I don't think you need Face of the Mountain, but indeed you need that Locket of the Iron Solari to prevent that poke stay alive somehow. Such a valuable item against this Ludens Ezreal.
May not live to regret the decision. Inhibitors down in the middle. Giants are sticking around, but so far it's only Fox that they're waiting on death timer-wise. Giants look to push down on the bottom side, but there's still an inhibitor tower here. Instead, they turn their sights towards the Nexus turrets. Can they really try to end this one? This seems a little too bold, even for Giants Gaming, and they do back away.
SK looking for Giants, like they're looking for the proper itemization. Looks like it's taking them Aegis to get.
All right, all right. About 45 seconds till this next dragon comes up. If SK do manage to secure it, if they do have a small time window, they can go and grab it. That would be Aspect. However, 15 seconds on the Baron. Giants could attempt to maybe trade this, but they have to deal with this top lane. There's a
I feel like Giants should have not been knocking on those Nexus turrets when both objectives are so close to coming up. You said it, Baron is about to go live. 20 seconds for the Dragon. Giants could have backed out, got full HP, set up vision, poked. And SK starting another Baron, and they're not going to make the same mistake twice.
I don't think so. There's no teleport on the Ryze either. That Baron's going down way too quickly. This time secured for SK Gaming, so they buy themselves a little bit of time. If they can now make a mad dash over to the Dragon and meet Giants, head them off the pass.
Lack of foresight on SK Gaming's side, on a Giant side, honestly, giving that free Baron for SK Gaming, uncontested. And this sets them in prime position to fight for that 5th Dragon.
Now Gale doesn't matter too much as SK were able to dodge away from it. Scuttle Crab being fought over, but it goes to Giants Gaming. Shock Blast flying. Warlip takes some of that damage. Giants are going to try to muscle their way into this Drake. It's proc. Audrey's on it. Frederick trying to zone around the side.
SK Gaming is forcing Giants to start this because Freddy is pushing. And they still have a steal potential here.
Can they take it down? It's going to go over to the Gragas, so no, they won't secure it. Nonetheless, the fight is already on. The Shen is already in, and Frederick still taking the front of it. Freddy actually has to back out. That's not good when your tank goes down, but Giants members are starting to melt. Godfrey, not quite down yet. Fox will take down Warlip. However, Pepinero is going to manage to pick up and raid it as well. And now Audrey takes down Freddy. It's gone all back and forth. Candy Panda solo, but Fox manages to secure himself a triple kill.
And Freddy keeping himself in the game. Fox gets engaged on.
Oh, Fox. He might pay dearly for his triple. Shut down by Audrey. All said and done. It's a 3 for 4 to Giants Gaming. Candy Panda, if he can stay alive and powered recall. No, he's interrupted. Frederick takes him down. That's the ace. Minions on the buy.
Did he cancel his recall? It almost seemed like Candy Panda canceled his own recall right there. And I feel he would have landed in the base.
See Gambit watching this game from the backstage now. It looks like it might be all over if FLICKR manages to come up. He's the only one that close to it, but they're doing some serious work on the tower. Super minions in tow. Frederick and Pepinero desperately trying to chip away. FLICKR only a few seconds up, but the Nexus is already bare here.
Sven's alive. And Raided's up.
See if he can save the day. Immediately turns his sights onto Pepinero.
He's out of mana.
In comes in Raided. Tower going low. They're going straight for the Nexus. Peppy, he goes golden. Frederick trying to buy some time. Peppy, he's going down, but the Gragas is on it. Can he finish it up? Frederick with the taunt. Frederick just hit it.
He got it.
He got it. 43 minutes in. Giants Gaming are victorious.
Frederick MVP.
He steals Barons, he steals Nexus.
He stole SK Gaming's hope. At the end there, just Zonia's Hourglass from Pepinero. We didn't see that all too well because he used his ultimate right as Peppy was coming out of that Hourglass to knock 2 people away. They spot 1 more auto attack from Pepinero and the Nexus, and that was just enough because he was barely alive. In the end here, Frederick, he stole the Baron. He secured that crucial fight around 5th Dragon because SK Gaming was pushing in the mid lane. They had Shen knocking on the inhibitor. They told Giants, you're going to start this Dragon right now because you have to. Frederick, he won the smite off 2 against 1. He stole that 1 Baron. Fantastic play. I call him a bandit, El Bandido in Spanish. For the right reasons. Fantastic performance.
All around the board, though, it looked a little bit shaky for Giants at the start, but they managed to pick it back up. SK had such a dominant early game. They were looking back to form, but everything changed at that Baron.
Honestly, the first time it happens, you say, okay, maybe, bad luck. The second time you go like, okay, SK Gaming, come on, guys. This is the 3rd time where SK robs themselves of 3 victories. And all they have right now is 3 victories on the board. They could have been 6 wins right now. They could have been in prime position for playoffs.
Yeah, Giants are definitely making a statement for themselves. Last split, they said, all we want to do is stay in the LCS. This split, they said, we want to make the playoffs. They're on the track to do it.
Yep.
And a big win for them over SK.
Yeah, and Deficio always likes talking about how Pepinero, when he's in his form, he will carry Giants, but when he's not, Giants don't know what to do. And honestly, it seemed like this game he wasn't in his element, but yeah, he got the help from Frederick.
Yeah, I mean, the rest of the team did fairly solid all around, too.
And take a look at the picks right here, and honestly, Giants Gaming should never get to a mid to late game with these champions. Triple, low amount of pressure right here. They get pushed in all 3 lanes, but then once they hit the mid to late game, they have that poke from Ezreal, they have the disengage from the Janna, and most importantly, this Urgot managed to itemize so efficiently against the Jace, against the Kalista, he will never have to run from these fights. Every time we saw Pepinero dance around the edges, while his AD carry was pretty much a tank, a bruiser. SK didn't have enough damage to get through him, and eventually the damage from Whirlwhip and from Pepinero was enough to carry this game, but yeah, mistakes on both sides. Honestly, I think both teams can learn something from this. SK in terms of mid-game closing, and Giants in terms of drafting. I feel they got away with something they shouldn't have. But they have a lot of tenacity.
Yeah, and that's saying something considering none of them built Merc Treads. They didn't have to against the AAD.
Yes.
Yeah.
Indeed, they didn't.
Yeah, it's just such a rough game for SK, I feel like, because this is the 2nd time in a row that they've been handed a heartbreaking loss. That's the only way to put it.
Yeah, this was a rough
but,
weekend.
You know, it's on them, but it's very, very tough. So close. It's a game of inches at this point.
Yeah, that panic ran from Candy Panda, or call it panic ran. Maybe it's strategy and said, okay, 3, 2, 1, go. But he used his rend at 1.4k. The Baron went down to 200 HP, and at the exact same frame, a smite came out from Frederick. He secured that Baron, and honestly, I don't know if it's skill, luck, or what he does, or how he does it to read these situations, because that was beautiful. He body slams over the wall, knocks him out of the pit. The second Candy Panda gets in range, he's spamming his E abilities like, okay, guys, I can rend. But then, boom, Baron is gone. Giants get it, and they come out on top again.
Yeah, and even though SK managed to find a couple of miracle fights, they managed to pick up a Baron for themselves. Giants, I feel like, definitely kept their cool there. And they forced, at the very end, they forced SK to finally react to them because Shen was pushing up the mid. They said, now we're going to fight no matter what happens.
Well, to be fair, that was SK Gaming forcing Giants to react. And Giants, they were lacking the foresight in a couple situations, though. Especially once they lost that inhibitor in the mid lane twice. You know, first the tower, then the inhib. That was a lack of foresight. Later in the game as well, when they were hitting on the Nexus, they based kind of bad timings. But they somehow find a way to get back into the game every time.
They managed it. They managed it time and time again. And now, to take a closer look at that and hear from them themselves, we're going to send it over to the analyst desk where they're going to take a look at Giants' come from behind victory.
Thank you so much, Pyrotechnics. We're joined here by Adri and Pepi Nero on that Ezreal. What a game once again. So we have to pick your brain on the pick because you're the only person that has actually ran it so far in the EU LCS. Let's start with maybe the hard part about the Ezreal mid. How do you overcome your weak early game?
Que el remedio eres el único que lo ha sacado y que cómo haces para sobrevivir el early game con lo malo que es y eso.
I think with the smite purple you can smite the camps and you got more sustain, I think. And with the cookies it's very easy. The problem is for farm, I think.
The problem is for farm. So how do you make sure now 2 games in a row that you get to the point where you're stronger, and how strong do you think it actually is?
I think with the Ludens and the Iten jungle, but you need the cooldown reduction both because you don't buy reduction cooldown. Yeah?
Yeah, I mean, certainly it seems effective once you get the 2 items.
Yeah.
Adri, turning focus to the AD carry role. 2 games this week, we've seen you build slightly more defensively. Has your role on Giants slightly changed with the Ezreal mid?
Maybe it does because like when we have Ezreal mid, it's our main power of damage, so I have to like try to survive and not be useless. But anyways, like this game in particular, it was just they had so much 80 damage. Building armor was actually more effective than building damage, so it had nothing to do with it.
Yeah. You guys, did you want to say something?
No.
Okay. Indeed, building armor later on was very effective, but you guys were trailing behind for a big part until El Bandido came in once again. We want to get that replay up on the screen. And just tell me what went through your mind. At this point, do you know that there's an 80% chance that Frederick is going to steal it? We can roll the clip. Adri, go ahead.
Yeah, actually, we're not expecting the Nash to be in our favor. We're just saying, okay, clean up after they get Nash and kill everybody. But surprisingly, Frederick managed to steal it against Kalista and Smite, so it's pretty weird. But after that, like the fight went just as we expected. We cleaned that up and got a bunch of kills.
A bunch of kills indeed. Very well played by Frederick for using his ult to knock away the Kalista.
Yes, certainly. And you can see that Candy Panda maybe thrown a little bit off balance with the Ren timing. Very similar to yesterday's game, where Fnatic at Baron gave you guys a fight and you guys started a comeback. How confident do you feel with playing from behind in those situations?
In this game in particular, I don't think we were that behind. We were just waiting for our power spikes every time. We were like, okay, wait, I need 500 gold, I need 700, I need whatever. And as soon as we got our items, we knew we were stronger, even though we were behind in kills and in gold. Because our champions scaled better, so like we never felt like we were really behind.
On that token, you never feel like you're really behind, but it does look like that, like a battle from behind. Why do you think that you are the only mid laner that has gone for the AP or the Runeglaive Ezreal rather so far here?
¿Por qué crees que eres el único que ha piqueado AP real?
La verdad es que no sé, porque veo que está tier 1 y la gente no lo quiere coger, ¿sabes? Pero el daño que tiene es mucho más fuerte que el de otros de Poke, como Cherat o Kog'Maw lo iguala, yo creo.
Yeah, he's saying that in his opinion he's the best poke champion and he's tier 1 in mid lane, and that's how we feel in the rest of the team, so we don't really know why any other teams have picked it yet.
So I heard them mentioning Xerath and Kog'Maw, but what about the likes of a Jace or a Varus? Do you also think that they're above that?
¿Sigues creyendo que Real es mejor que Jace y Varus?
Yeah. I think yes. The ulti.
All right, up to Pepinero, the Ezreal with the ulti is the strongest. Well, you definitely showed it. Great victory. Congratulations, you guys.
Thank you.
All right, we need to step away, but when we return, Gambit will go up against Roccat as they try to fight their way into the middle of the standings. And during the break, head over to lolesports.com to read about the game Gambit took when they brought Betsy back to the mid lane. The European LCS will continue right after this.
Okay. Remember, if we retrade, stay coordinated and follow the calls, boys. Good luck.
Oh, healed up. In comes Freddy to finish it off. Hyperkinetic position, cancellation, and Frederick gets a shock blast to the back of the head.
Nice.
Oh!
There we go. Jace, kill Jace. Kalista if possible. Kalista if possible. Kalista.
Nice, guys.
Yes! Keep going. I have exhaust.
Werlib, everyone is blinking. True shot barrage barely takes down Freddy and Fox. Oh, so close. Peppy gets away as Audrey takes the kill. Fate's call, though, and raided into the rest of the team. Fox picks up Godfred. Frederick, Werlib going low. Peppy, he's going down, but the Gragas is on it. Can he finish it up? Frederick with the taunt. Frederick, he got it. 43 minutes in. Giants Gaming are victorious.
Welcome back. Roccat are currently on the rise after 3 straight wins, but Gambit, they are looking to end that streak in our next match. Let's take a look at the lineup, starting with Gambit, who lost to Roccat back in week 1. Cabo Shard, Diamond Prox, Betsy, Forgiven, Ghosty Pepper, and their coach, Sean. As said, lost to Roccat a while ago. Looking better now, so let's see what they can do. Roccat are on the red side with Steve, Jankos, Nuke Duck, Mr. Owls, Vander, and Yamato Cannon. Well, this matchup is incredibly interesting when it comes to the middle of the table and teams on the rise, as they both are, and they are direct competitors as well.
Yeah, and obviously two teams with very high expectations. Still, Roccat, yesterday after they won, they were talking about how they have to make playoffs again. They're still aiming for top 3. Sean's had an interview. He said exactly the same, you know. get in playoffs. Everything else is disappointing. So yeah, super important because tiebreakers in Europe, it might be a thing later on.
Definitely.
Yeah. And I also want to just touch on Steve in particular because he's up against Caboshot. Yesterday, Gambit demonstrated a really good, clear strategy to shut down Copenhagen Wolves' new top laner, Lenny. They got Caboshot's Fizz ahead. He had the largest CS difference at the end of the game, more than 200, while maintaining a 10 CS average per minute. So I think Gambit had a great grasp of their gameplay, of their strategy, and their execution. I'm looking forward to see how they do against Rocket, who are performing much better in recent weeks.
And I think it all started in the pick and ban phase for Gambit, because it's a thing we highlighted a few weeks ago. We were like, oh, this is super weird, how they're always trying to have these like weird counters like Taric into Kalista. They pick Nidalee all the time. They've really improved this pick and ban phase. There's still no Kalista. That's the only one missing for now. But Forgiven is playing Sivir. And also I like the fact that Betsy gets to play more carry champions in the mid lane. We've seen Azir, we've seen Jace, because he's really stepping up and he's very important for this team.
You mentioned Forgiven there, and honestly, I feel like we saw the continuation of Forgiven's growth as a player. Yesterday, he said to us, you know, if we go down together as a team. Part of being a top player is adapting and changing, and you can see that certainly he has great game yesterday, 4-0 and 8. The real important thing, 92% kill participation from Forgiven in that game. And just honestly, I feel like he's continuing to grow and adapt as a player.
Gambit grouped with Sivir. Yeah. Who knew it works?
Incredible. Someone who also likes to group on Sivir is a Mr. Rawls on the side of Roccat, because Roccat yesterday had quite a close game in the end versus SK Gaming, but they managed to pull out the victory, and integral to that was Rales and his late game positioning, which Rankos also commented on.
I feel like normally when Rocket goes late game, they end up losing. That was in the past at least a lot in the spring split. Mr. Rales, different kind of AD carry. That's where he's best. He's not going to destroy you in the laning phase. He's not going to beat you in the mid game. No, late game positioning, it's where he shines. It's exactly what Rocket needed. And as long as they can now get to the late game point where Rales can be a carry, we're going to see them win more games. Also because Nukeduck in that mid lane is looking better and better. I mean, Stress, what do you think?
Yeah, I think he's a lot better, and I'm glad we're not letting Trevor talk about Nukeduck, otherwise we have to hear about Fantasy League all over again. But honestly, I think Nukeduck is just going absolutely huge these last couple of games, especially when you look at his performance on Varus. 8, 1, and 10, 90% kill participation. Maybe we're finally seeing Nukeduck that everybody talks about in scrims. Maybe this is finally the Roccat that we've heard about for so long.
Yeah, well, I want to see if he can extend it past Varus in week 5. He also had very good stats on that. It's been 3 games in a row, so we'll see maybe that gets banned out. Finally, if we're talking about individual performances, Steve, you touched on it already. Up versus Caboshard is hard for him, and sticking to that Maokai pick, so successful.
If Steve goes for the Maokai again, Gambit showed yesterday they can play around it. Gambit demonstrated a way to shut the pick down. I'm not expecting it. I'd like to see Steve in a carry. I'd like to see Carry and Caboshard do battle and see whose pants are bigger.
Yeah, definitely. Well, we'll see what happens. The teams are ready for picks and bans, and we're going to send it over to the caster desk. And as we go, we'll hear why the Spear of Vengeance is a must-have in the bot lane.
Kalista is really strong in lane, so you kind of almost always get the lane pressure. Her ultimate was really good with support, so your support can play much more aggressively, he can face check more, he can go deeper in the fights because Krista can always ult him. She's super strong against those melee champions like Maokai, Rek'Sai, because they don't have that much damage. She has a lot of lifesteal like Blade, BT and Hurricane, so she can kind of life more than they do to her. Yeah.
I think I know one AD carry on Gambit who might disagree with you there. But we'll have to see if maybe things change a little bit this time, Crepo.
Yeah, well, things have been changing. He started playing Sivir, so the next logical step is to play that tier 1 AD carry Kalista.
There you go. It's all a ladder progression, really, for Gambit, who definitely need it, by the way. They are still sitting a little bit lower on the end of the standings. We heard from Ghost of Pepper yesterday that they need to win this week's games against these teams to have any chance at the playoffs at all.
Yeah, they called it unacceptable to lose against these lower tier teams, and honestly, I've seen good progression in Gambit Gaming so far when it comes to drafting, when it comes to gameplay, and most importantly when it comes to farm prioritization. Yesterday, and I actually talked to Forgiven a little bit about it earlier, I was like, Forgiven, are you ill or something? You bounced 2 waves to Caboshard. And he said, well, yes, that's the best thing to do. And Roccat, they watched that same game, ban on Fizz, ban on Sivir, targeting the good picks from Gambit so far.
Gambit side, Kalista banned away. We know that Corki now becomes one of those valuable picks. We'll see if it is picked up. Gambit Gaming on the blue side could first pick it away. Varus has been banned against Nukeduck there. And now the Victor as well.
Yeah, I just want to see where Janna ranks. on the priority list for Gambit and Rocket so far.
No supports banned yet.
Will we see the rise of the Janna come out? Like Fnatic prioritized her a little bit more. We saw Gambit eventually picking it up on one of the later rotations in their pick order to facilitate that poke comp they were running.
Gosu's played a lot of different supports this split already, though. I mean, just taking a look down the board, you got to go look at the Taric a couple of times. It's always a possibility.
Yeah, that doesn't count.
Not as a support?
Taric doesn't count. I'm still not convinced.
All
One
right.
single target stun is all you have.
How about his Bard? Is his Bard good?
It actually wasn't. But his Janna was good.
There we go. It looks like the Jace is what they want to take away first, so.
Yeah, they banned out Varus. They banned out Varus, which is one of the 80 poke champions right now that have a very, very high regard in the mid lane, and then they obviously pick up the Jace, the counterpart. The only poke champion left for mid lane is the AP Kog'Maw and of course Runeglaive Ezreal, but as we saw earlier in the game, or in the last game rather, Runeglaive Ezreal has a very weak early game.
So this makes a lot of sense, the Corki being that quick pickup, not to give that over to Gambit now that the Jace has already been given over, and of course, top tier jungle pick, Rek'Sai leaves Gragas available for Diamond Prox unless he wants to do something crazy.
Yeah, this opens up Rocket for a multitude of compositions. Rek'Sai fits everything, honestly, and is perhaps rated slightly higher than Gragas at the very moment. Same time, Corki can go bottom, do okay in most matchups, and then be left to farm out. It's also a champion that Forgiven was playing a lot, so they took away the Sivir. They took away the Corki, and he might be stuck with the Kalista ban on a lower tier AD carry, and he might resort back to his Caitlyn instead of the Lucian that he used to fall back to. But Lucian so far in the LCS has a tremendously low win rate.
Definitely pretty low on the list there. Let's see if Gambit do want to take up an AD carry. Now, I don't think they necessarily need to, especially since there's still a very valuable support pickup. The Alistar is locked in for Gosu Pepper.
Okay. Interesting. They don't want to go for the disengaged Janna. Pepper feels a little more comfortable on the Alistar. See, that means Gambit is probably just going for a single poke issue. I think Janna really, really thrives and shines when you have double poke with another squishy carry in the top lane. Gambit can just play a normal composition that just happens to have one poke mid lane or two. I mean, we don't have to full on tunnel in that
I've seen
regard.
a couple of teams doing that too, just going for the one poke threat with the rest of it a little bit more normal.
Honestly, I would like Braum here for Rocket. We saw Hylissang do it in quite a similar draft already. Braum is good into the Alistar. He blocks all the Jace damage. And he can just protect the Corki. The lane is alright as well because Corki can Valkyrie offensively and can jump after him if you so choose. Azir is still up as well. So that will likely be the pick in the mid lane. Honestly, top tier mid laner. And I'm surprised he actually falls so low with Jace rising up in
Well, it's one of Nukok's favorites too.
Yeah.
He had taken a bit of a break to play the Varus a little bit more, but of course with that banned away, it's an option for him to go back to the traditional setup, and he does. The Nautilus is also locked in, so we most likely won't be seeing Braum. But remember, there's always that possibility of top Nautilus.
It's actually, Cabochard is one of the people I could see play top lane Nautilus, but I think it's a little early for Europe. I haven't seen or heard anybody playing it so far. We have that targeted lockdown though on the Jace. He can never outrun that, he can never escape. Azir is poked to an extent, but he's a very good siege champion because he can put up the soldiers one by one in the same fashion that Orianna can put down her ball and then move it forward, but the better disengage coming out of the Azir. So Azir and Corki, they hit that mid-game spike and they start grouping up. They can take down towers, especially if Gambit ends up being a little short-ranged. Obviously, the wave clear on Gragas and Jace is going to prevent that, but I'm just looking at Forgiven right now. What is he going to play?
Might be the Ezreal. Does look like they're thinking about that one. Is that locked in? Yeah.
It is locked in, so there's the slight possibility of Jace top Ezreal mid and another AD carry for Forgiven, but unlikely. Shen locked in, and Gambit's composition has been rounded out. Double poke with a tank top laner, 2 damage threats, both of which are AD. Unless Forgiven's going for fancy AP shenanigans in the bot lane, which I doubt, so this will mean that Rocket can, honestly, itemize very efficiently, and we saw what it did to SK Gaming last game when Giants started stacking up that armor on the Rek'Sai. This might actually prompt a decent Maokai pick. This is one of the situations where I can actually agree with him, because if you can get an early Frozen Heart, who is going to stop this Maokai?
I'm having a hard time coming up with an answer to that question, Krepo. I think that this would be a nice way to round it out. Absolutely. A lot of tank stats on both teams, really. But the Siege from Rocket mid-game, that Trinity Force power spike for the Corki, I feel like that's going to be the hairy moment for Gambit.
Yeah, they definitely need to hit that hard, because how we're talking about Gambit only has 2 damage threats and 2 carries, really. Rocket has the same thing with Corki. Even being a champion that doesn't scale that well off additional items. Triforce hits and it's the best power spike he has in the entire game, because his additional item will scale okay, but then he's mixing and matching different items that don't really work all that well together. He is 50% magic damage too. Azir is full 100% magic damage. Maokai is magic damage. Nautilus as a support is magic damage. So if Gambit can actually pick up that Rocket, something we've seen many teams in Europe fail to do so, then we could actually see a very interesting game here. Slow. A lot of tankiness. Back to season, well, this season, but back to Spring Split.
Back to earlier season. Both teams have an option to itemize against each other, and yeah, Roccat might want to put Jankos a little bit more on the attack damage focus pass. It's only going to be a lot, but we have seen a lot of Cinderhulk rack size, and I feel like this is one of those arguments for Warriors for sure.
You could argue for it, but I think he's probably just going to go tanky, honestly, because it's so easy. If he can stack HP with that Cinderhulk, then get the Randu and stack that armor, make it so hard for these 80 carries, both in the mid and the bot lane, to get through to him, then he's such a prime position to carry this game.
True. It's very true. And Jankos has been very involved early on. We'll see if it's enough to take his team a win here today. Tweet at LL Esports with hashtag ROC win if you think that's the case, or GMB win if otherwise. We'll rock at 2-0 Gambit in this summer split. About to find it out. We're about to leave it all on the Rift. Gambit Gaming need this win. Roccat definitely want this win. Let's see who comes up with it as we load up.
Let's see if anybody has been watching Copenhagen Wolves yesterday, where they camped in a bush and predicted one of those invades. Taking a look at the lanes real quick. Honestly, Maokai, the way Europe lane swaps as a whole, Maokais tend to fall behind. And the way Rocket has been playing lately with more emphasis on Steve, I doubt they actually want to initiate a lane swap themselves. It is melee support against ranged AD carry, safety of farm on Ezreal, mediocre poke on Corki. So these matchups should be bang on even in the bot lane. Slight damage edge on the Nautilus, but obviously the sustain edge on the Alistar. So same in the mid lane, slow damage, and nobody's gonna all in each other in the Azir Jace matchup. So everything will boil down to these junglers. Jankos on one side, and Diamond Fox on the other. Diamond Fox is a shade of his former self. Let's see how they can influence the game here.
Yeah, he has definitely been a big question mark on Gambit's team for the last several weeks, indeed. We'll have to see if he does get himself back to form. Gambit, they found a couple of wins. They definitely were able to beat down those Wolves yesterday, but still not without a few mistakes.
So Rocket tried to avoid those deep wards by sneaking past them before they were placed and hide at their turret. Scouted out by Cabochard though, so now both teams know that they know that they know. So the mind games can start beginning. Who's gonna base, who's gonna predict it?
Who knows?
Who knows, indeed.
We have to go all the way back to week 1 if we want to take a look at when these two teams last met on the Rift. That of course was a win for Rocket, who were looking just a little bit stronger at the very beginning. Gambit were having some serious issues in week number 1.
Yeah, this was Gambit without practice, without internet in the gaming house. Honestly, their own fault. If you fault them for it, then both teams are setting up for a camp. This happens with the knowledge of Gambit, and Rocket don't know what the lanes are going to look like so far, it seems.
Not quite yet, so... Does look like we're in for standard lanes, however, unless Gambit are making a quick dash up to the top.
Yeah, and Gosu Pepper started the heal on the Alistar, so he's getting ready for a fairly passive laning phase. We might see, or allow them to be pushed back and just farm safely on their turret. Gambit has been playing with less emphasis on the bot lane lately. Just leave Forgiven to his own merit and have him high farm and then come out as a utility-based resource in the mid game for Gambit.
Yeah, now both the top laners are going to take their teleport route up as they were a little bit busy in the double jungle scenario. It will be all about for Rocket making sure Steve doesn't get behind. They have been definitely helping him out a lot more lately, focusing on him as it were. And we've talked about how Maokai's in Europe in particular have been in some trouble when they can't get ahead. But Gambit, are they going to put their focus on this?
No, I think this is the best matchup it could go for Rocket here. Having Steve have that slow lane against the Shen. Neither side is going to, force each other out of lane early, I feel, without any interruption of the junglers. In addition to that, Steve, he will have to itemize full AD base, so he'll have to get armor. And because he's lurking around the mid lane.
Spending some time on Betsy in. He goes, gets the knock-up. Queen's Wrath gets knocked away by the hammer. Nuke Duck doesn't have enough damage to keep taking him down. Diamond Prox was a little bit preoccupied. He had Crab on his mind.
So that's Betsy down a flash. Important. Will we see Jankos return in the next 5 minutes to get that first blood? And go back now to the point I was making. Gragas is lurking on the left side, so they're trying to figure out where Jankos went. He watered this race, indicating that he's on the right side of the map. So now Gambit will have to play passive in the bot lane.
And these two mid laners definitely a little bit more comfortable. The Jace is a newer thing for Betsy, but it has been all across the league, whereas Nukeduck's Azir has definitely had a few ups and downs. But in that one game, Betsy had as Jace seriously high amount of kill participation, just sending the shock blast left and right, able to help his team out quite a lot.
Nukeduck doing well with that Azir, 32 KDA.
That's pretty massive.
That is big.
Across 3 games.
Yeah.
Keep that up.
Very consistent, very few deaths. Now, yeah, the things you're gonna watch out for in this early game is any jungle interaction in the top lane, to see how that CS differential progresses, and then obviously the return gank on Betsy, and if Nukeduck is gonna manipulate the waves to force Betsy to overextend for CS or not. Diamond Proxy is level 4, or level 3 here, Jankos is level 3. Bot lanes will be bang on even, plus minus 5 CS at best, I think. Very even matchup here. Nobody can really all in each other without the help of the junglers. But I just want to touch on that point where Steve, he has the ability to itemize pure armor against Betsy and Forgiven. Whereas Cabochard, he has to deal with more magic damage threats. In generally, in the league historically, building magic resistance is slightly less efficient than it is to build armor, I feel. It's easier to stack a lot of armor and make it work, especially because later in the game you have Thornmail that comes in that can use that armor value to bounce back to you.
You certainly can. Now Steve will take a little bit of damage here from Cabochard, but as you mentioned, without jungle intervention, this is really a well and true farm fest. And you can talk about the bot lane being the same way when an Ezreal is in play. It doesn't matter what lane he's in or what he's building, it's probably going to be a farm lane for a while. I really want to keep my eye on the middle because I feel like Nukeduck has started to step up once again into that carry role that everyone predicted he was going to be. But for now, we'll have to talk about the bottom as Vander immediately flashes and Dredgelines his way away. We'll be able to avoid the gank from Diamond Prox.
I like what Pepper did there. He, instead of knocking Vander back into the lane, he knocked him sideways so Diamond Prox could connect the body slam. And that's an instance you want to connect last. When Dredgeline comes on for Nautilus, you want to hit him right after he connects with the wall, because then you break up the tether particle where he goes towards the wall. If you hit him first and then he hits the wall, he'll drag himself to safety. So if Diamond Prox came maybe half a second later, he could have cancelled that Dredgeline, I feel, and they could have killed Vander. So very, very close. And they got his flash, and that's the most important part. They will need a return gank though. Ganking very often at the highest level is a 2-step process. Initially you go and you burn the summoner spells, and then you return, take the kill, and get an objective.
Well, now that the top laners have hit level 6, teleports and of course Stand United come into play for Gambit Gaming. If they do want to start one off like that, so far they have been the aggressors, but they have little to show for it for the moment. Jankos has been a little bit more occupied in the mid. There's the teleport coming in for Cabo, but he's got another one in his back pocket. Jankos will be the one who runs into the ward. Cabochard has full vision of what's going on.
Yeah, Steve up a couple CS. There's obviously some creeps under Cabochard's tower, but he gets the first base, and that's obviously worth perhaps the 1 or 2 creeps you lose in that trade. He bases right now. Teleports will be instrumental. I feel neither lane will win 1v1, 2v2. We'll see junglers and teleports. Here we go.
Emperor's Divide. He manages to get the shuffle off. Betsy on the wrong side. Slow march, and the Sand Soldiers pick it up for first blood.
Shurima comes out. Nukeduck with the kill. This is the follow-up. This is what we've been talking about earlier. First you take a summoner spell, then you return. Having to deal with Gap Closer 1, which is a tunnel on Jankos, then potential flash, and the Gap Closer from Azir makes it so hard to play Jace in this lane. So Betsy kind of needed Diamond Prox's help, because look at his flash. It's up in like 20 seconds. If he just held on a little longer, had Diamond Prox shadowed that lane, he could have potentially survived. Now he gives up first blood.
Will definitely be a boon to Nukeduck. He's pretty happy with that right now. And you see Steve getting taunted up a little bit by Cabochard, waves pushing in. But I really just think the mid lane is where this is going to keep happening time and time again. Betsy should have known that was coming.
Yeah, he should have known that he should play a little careful. He could have asked for help from Diamond Prox, and as well, he has a Shen on his team. He has Stand United. So if you play careful, knowing that you have a Shen, you play a little backwards, and you ask for help from your jungle, you should be able to survive those 30 seconds, because it's not worth losing this much. If you could drop 10 CS, 15 CS, that's alright. Just don't give over that kill. Nukeduck didn't have to use his heal, his flash. Look at 1,000 golden lead right now.
Yeah, not only did he give up that kill, he did give up about 10 CS on top of it. Everything else is a little bit more even across the board. Forgiven doing his best to outfarm Ralez on that Ezreal now. Jankos heads down. This ain't no farm alarm though. He's going to be seeing the cow around the side. Pings are starting to fly. Jankos and Nukeduck starting to look if they might want to push Gosu Pepper out of here. They will.
Yeah, well, the zone control on Rocket's lineup especially with that Maokai. That is zero in these fights around these objectives. Hard for Gambit to get in there. They want to poke down with Forgiven, with Betsy. Forgiven not opting for any tier on the Ezreal, no full blue build. He wants to match that Triforce for Triforce Spike with the Corki, stay even, so they don't lose tempo, don't lose aggression in the mid game.
It's on pace to do it a little bit ahead of time too. Forgiven, this is a guy who was famed for being able to CS with the best of them, as well as keep himself alive and safe on the Ezreal. Should definitely be an easy feat for him, I would suppose. Now, Dragon looking like it's going to be started up by Rocket, while Diamond Prox and Betsy are busy with the opposing blue buff. Take a look at those averages. This is way before time for Rocket, and they will secure #1.
Yeah, Rocket secured the first Dragon right here. 900 gold, 800 gold in the lead. In addition, extra objectives, so they're snowballing that pressure they have. That first few ganks from Jankos, previously called the First Blood King, obviously coming through, and
first assist king.
First assist king. The king of assists. True support. First of his name. Rocket Jankos.
Protector of the team. Nutuk will get himself a blue buff off of all of that. Continues to keep on farming and pushing away. So far, Gambit's aggression has not been able to find any results other than a blue buff here or there.
Yeah, Sheen on both AD carries. Poke, 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 poke. Melee range supports, which have a hard time going all in long range poke kind of compositions. Gambit, however, have been pushing the bot lane.
They have been definitely doing that, and that should open an opportunity for maybe Jankos to answer on the bottom, but it's so hard to gank an Ezreal, so hard to gank into an Alistar, and he has definitely been spending his time better in that mid side. Steve now has a wave to contend with on the top, but he's perfectly happy with this. He says he's getting all the time in the world to get up to that late game Maokai.
And honestly, both AD carries sticking to their strengths. We always praise Rawless, or many people praise Rawless about his team fight positioning, but Forgiving going back to his traditional SK Spring Split style, where he pushes up and he just pokes you on a tower and gets small advantages, and he gets his CS first. You see Gosu Pepper go in here, combo. Forgiving gets his CS first, and then he challenges you on your CS, and then you have to perform under pressure to go even at best, because Forgiven rarely misses uncontested CS. It's not in Spring Split.
It's definitely indicated by that differential right now, about 25 or so. Let's take a look.
Hero of the Goddess 200 right now.
Stacking up.
So observes indicate. So he's still well off. You see that Hero very early in the game still, but
he's got his jungler nearby though.
And that's mostly because Nukeduck is keeping him at bay, so he has to CS in their tower, so he has less time to do those repetitive Qs on those minions.
Pepper a little bit low here, but he should be able to sustain up. Yeah, here's a stand united now in the mid on Betsy, but that was a little bit late as we saw the Emperor's Divide had already started to wear off. In comes Rocket Vander onto Forgiven. He's Arcane shifted his way away, and he'll back to base for now.
Yeah, but this just gives Steve more breathing room, and this is Maokai is only charging up very well right now. He wants to build that Righteous Glory first, and then he's probably going straight for the Frozen Heart, I would imagine. And then it will be hard to deal with him, because so far Maokai has been played a lot by these lower tier teams as a comfort pick. Hasn't been successful at all. He's been picked once by the top 3 teams. I think this is 18th time by now for this top, or the bottom 7 teams right now. But Rocket is looking to make it work.
See if they can make this dive work. Kabushar realizes Jankos is there now. They are going to turn their attention to him, but he's already gone instead. They will just be able to deny the wave, but they can't deny it necessarily from Forgiven. Sends a true shot barrage up that way. Tower falls nonetheless.
Yep. First tower of the game. Rocket side, they had the first dragon of the game, first kill of the game. Control the game.
Might be #2. No, he's going to be able to dash his way to safety and into the arms of his team. Turn some fire. The order is given, and the fight is
teleported behind too.
Teleport in the flank. Betsy realizes he's got to dodge Steve. Is he going to be able to go in? He targets out Diamond Prox under the tower. Betsy now is being fired on, but he's already able to get away. Kabushard tries to bait and taunt Steve, but he won't be able to get it. Kabushard now in. Gosu Pepper gets pinballed into the team, and Vander gets the kill. A tower to Rocket as well.
Yeah, Betsy makes it out of there with a sliver of HP left, but then Nukeduck comes in, still has his ultimate. Controlled aggression from Rocket here. Good respect flash from Steve, and honestly, he's been getting better and better every week so far. The first few performances for Rocket, they were shaky. He wasn't used to repetitive ganks. They were beating up on the new guy. Then he had this surge where he had Echo, where he played twice. It was last week or 2 weeks ago, I believe. And ever since I've seen Rocket play a more controlled style, more Steve oriented. They didn't leave him hanging, didn't leave him to dry. They make sure he got into the early and mid game, and he's returning that favor to his teammates, and so far solid.
You heard it here. Treat your top laner right, because he will help you later on in the game. Steve has been perfectly happy right now.
It's an investment for the future.
Cabochard has not needed too much help himself, as he's been perfectly fine up here, but I feel like the later the game goes, you're definitely going to want to have that Maokai on your team. The Shen is good too, but Gambit have not been able to execute his utilities to the fullest to really contest objectives around this map. Rocket has had the edge in this early game.
Okay, looks like I was wrong about the Frozen Heart. Steve is building for the split push. He wants that magic resistance to deal with the Shen Vorpal Blades. Be at low damage, they come in rapid succession. So he wants to keep Cabochard down, a strategy often used against Gambit. Could argue that he could just try to do that without, honestly, that magic resistance.
Diamondprox wants to find
Ooh, pinball.
He will, there we go. He's gonna burrow away though. Nukeduck and Vander are here. Emperor's Divide, in comes the True Shot Barrage. Gambit still marching forward, but they can't find the kill.
Good Emperor's Divide by Nukeduck. If the Shen Town came out or not, they would have been prevented anyways, because you can't get over that wall. Good defensive play by Rocket. And I just want to touch on that item build even more from Steve. He wants the magic resistance, I guess, to deal with the Sunfire cave that could potentially come out from Cabochard later, or just the repetitive magic damage. I feel like you could straight up build for teamfights and just, you know, shut down Betsy, and for giving this fight, just add even more zone control to it.
And we saw that earlier on when they went for the mid lane tower dive. They were able to do just that, lock down a target, force a counter engage, I would suppose, from Gambit, and then they were able to get at least one, then the tower. However, Gambit, they do pick up one tower finally for themselves in the mid lane there. While Raleigh was getting busy on the bottom side, Pepper will be there. The tower is also very low. Rocket still controlling this one. Dragon is live. Let's see if they decide to go for it anytime soon.
Yeah, 3,000 gold ahead at 50 minutes is big. Let's not forget that. 2 kills, 2 towers, 1 dragon. And as you just said, the second one live. So Rocket, honestly, playing it by the book. Nukeduck, I've called him defensive in the past. I felt like he played with low pressure, but this game, it was a smart kind of defensive. He worked together with Jankos, got Betsy's flash, then Jankos returned, killed Betsy, then forced Cabochard's ulti back to the mid lane. So he's been using controlled aggression to make small advantages, chip away at the armor from Gambit, and then eventually get an objective. 2 towers, 2 dragons, 2 kills. Triple 2s.
Across the way, slow advantages, calmly pushing their lead ever so gently forward against Gambit. Ticking timer in the form of Nukeduck in the middle. He's got himself a needlessly large rod on top of that Morellonomicon.
Shurima doesn't need boots. We shuffle our way out. He says, who needs boots when you can get AP?
It's very true. Good trade-off so far for him. He hasn't been punished for it in any way, shape, or form, even though they've tried.
He picked it up right now, though.
Yeah, there he goes. Okay, so
straight to the sock shoes. He doesn't want those rags.
Those are for
tier 1
peasants.
with peasants. I get my shiny sock shoes.
It's going to start hurting even more now. Penetration. Not too many defensive items across the board outside of Cabochard, who's really itemizing that magic resist. Of course, as we mentioned, champion selection, a whole heaping helping of magic damage on the Rocket side.
So yeah, relatively late mana muni means that your tier scaling is slowed down on Jace right here, whereas he is far away from his power spike, whereas Nukeduck, he's building very efficiently, you know, CDR early, such a good stat, raw AP, and then combined with flat penetration, not the percent penetration you get from the Void Staff, just a flat, because everybody's so low on magic resistance right now. There's no Aegis just yet. So good item builds by Rocket. They work with their lead so well. 2.4k gold ahead right now.
They keep pushing it, and you know, as outside of making a big mistake there, it just seems to be in their control, and we'll have to see if Gambit has a way to get back into this one. They have some scaling on their side. We'll see if Gosu could be caught here. Looks like he's going to go in with the Unbreakable Will is on. Knocks Raleigh's back, but just outside of the range of the True Shot Barrage. No one's going to die today. Both supports took a big battery. Diamondprox finds Jankos in his jungle. Means Wrath takes a bite out of him as well. Diamond is going to have to escape over the Drake Pit.
Steve canceled that Shen ultimate in the top lane, I believe, and they're now fighting, which will be probably a fight for the centuries. I don't think anybody's going to go down in that Shen Maokai matchup, so we don't even have to watch that. And honestly, this is one of the few ways to engage for Gambit. That Pulverized Flash combo into knockback is one of the few openings they can create, and Rocket thwarted that beautifully. Now they can just keep playing around Nukeduck, honestly. He is the driving factor for your team. His zone control should be enough to take the game home.
And the vision that they're able to establish in that river means anything Betsy tries to do, anything really Diamondprox tries to do is effectively thwarted. You do take a difference, or take a look at these two AD carries, that both sitting on the Trinity Force now. We mentioned this was going to be the time that we thought they might be trying to fight, but Rocket are happy to just slowly extend this lead. Gambit have to work fast if they want to reverse this trend.
Yeah, try for spike, but absolutely nothing happening in this game so far. Both teams seem content with just clearing waves, both sides, finding an opening somehow. Instead of being proactive, they're honestly just exploiting positional mistakes, small mistakes, and chipping away. However, with Rocket on 2 Dragons, they're fine to do so.
For Rocket, they have had a problem in the past with just not necessarily having a good strategy, getting rolled over by better teams that were more proactive. But now they're playing defensively. Still, they're letting their opponents make the first moves, counteracting it, doing it well. Nonetheless, I feel like letting these games go long, it tends to make them a little bit predictable, and moving forward, they may win this game, yes. They may still beat out a lot of opponents in the lower tiers of the play, but if they make it into the playoffs and they don't change their style, they don't show that much versatility, this can be a problem for them.
I mean, they have shown at least 2 styles so far. One with the carry top laners of Echo on Steve, but they've recently resorted back to it. I believe second Maokai pick this week, and it worked yesterday, whereas in my opinion shouldn't have worked. This time I can see it more. I feel Maokai is an okay pick if you pick it later in your rotation and you can fit it into like a double threat composition, because it obviously gets so tanky that it's so hard to deal with by one of these threats. But so far Rocket's been slow but controlled. Honestly, Gambit hasn't been making any moves themselves, so then you can leave the opportunity to Gambit because they're not going to take it. They've been content just farming. They're waiting for Jace to scale, for Ezreal to farm up, but he's in a strike for spike, but absolutely nothing is happening.
They're going to pretty much just let the slow push happen as it may, but Steve has got to be careful as Diamondprox is there. Still, Diamond hasn't really been able to get that much done on this Kragus. He's attempted a couple of ganks, but they've all pretty much fallen flat.
Honestly, Diamondprox hasn't been able to get anything done so far this season. Has done one of the worst kill participation stats in the league-wide, whereas all the junglers are top 9 in the European LCS when it comes to kill participation. The entire league, Diamondprox ranks 37 in that list, so he's all the way down.
He's at 100% kill participation now, though. That's all that matters.
Yes, he does. Here we see. Oh, he dodges the.
Ooh, Steve! Now you see him, now you don't.
Ring around the rosy. I like that move. This is why we saw Jankos actually do something differently. When Jankos was ganking with Gragas, he walked forward to the Maokai, stepped backwards out of range, and then initiates a body slam from out of Maokai range to avoid that from happening. This is one interaction you always have to be careful of when you gank a Maokai. You know when you get in proximity, he will press W. So he can dodge so many projectiles. You can even dodge Cardus ulti if you time it right, because you can become untargetable.
Today I learned.
Practice that. Twisted advance, kids. And Gambit getting their second tower, albeit just a fake one.
Doesn't add to the score anymore.
Doesn't add anymore. No more fantasy.
Dragon is live yet again. Rocket are going to let this one sit. Nukeduck does take a pretty big shock blast, but...
Ooh, that's big.
Yeah, it's going to start hurting. But Betsy's out of mana right now. He can't get in here and do a whole lot more. If Rocket want this Dragon, they should be able to muscle their way in and take it. There's one more shock blast, but again, Betsy just keeps on running low.
Yeah, Rocket trying to make Gambit cry. They're trying to use those tiers to stack their tier themselves because, honestly, prime position for Rocket right now. Trying to find an opening. Rocket have more what they call zone control. Put up the soldiers, have the poke from Corki and some of the hard engage, like the Twisted Advance combined with the Righteous Glory coming in. Gambit, they have more poke. They just want to slowly force people out by poking. And yeah, I want to find an opening with Kabashard, but if there's no wards behind, it's going to get very hard to flank.
Yeah, it'll be really, really difficult for them to really get a whole lot done, and they're relying so much on Betsy. He's still sitting on his Manamune. The Muramana still is about 50 or 60 stacks away from completing. This is pretty late for them.
Yeah, but look at what that poke did against Jankos. 15% HP because he's already building that Randuin's Omen, and he actually built Cinderhulk too, so he's well on his way to become a mega tank, speccing into the armor. Steve, he took that little side route by going magic resistance because he wanted to deal with the Balmy Cinder, and later on the Sunfire Cape, and then just the Vorpal Blade spam from the Shen, but now he can spec full into armor. Maokai scales so well with tankiness, especially against his double threat composition, and things are looking good for Rocket.
Definitely looking good. Gambit not really finding any in whatsoever on this map right now as they just kind of run around, seemingly like chickens with their heads cut off, trying to find Rocket anywhere with their pants down, but there's no opening that they have at the moment. Rocket are taking the slow path to victory yet again.
We see GoSuPepper with 2 Ruby Crystals. As he's flanking about, might want to go for a flash engage here.
I try it. Dragon's still at half health, though. Diamond Procs waiting in the wings around the side.
Teleport 1, teleport 2.
About to bail out. In comes the true shot. Starting the fight. Rollins was the target. GoSuPepper focused out. Dragon still in the picture as Yanko's being chased around. Smited down, and Betsy will pick him off. Meanwhile, the rest of Rocket are scattered to the winds. This might have been Gambit setting the dangerous trap. Steve taking the front line, throws in the sapling. Gambit are battered and bruised themselves, even though Yankos is down.
These fights are so incredibly slow.
It's all the tanks.
Back.
They just keep
back to Spring Split.
each other.
Back to Spring Split we go. Slow and steady.
Tank meta is not dead yet.
Slow and steady bores the crowd. Slow and steady wins the race.
I wanna touch on this Maokai again. You talked about it a little bit ago, and why you said yesterday why you didn't necessarily like that. I know you had a bit of a Twitter conversation with Kelsey about that one. I guess we'll have to talk in a minute about it since Kabashar's being focused out by Steve. Into the fight, flash for flash. Steve, can he get in there? Yankos, they just really want to pick this fight. GoSuPepper goes for the headbutt, but he'll give himself up. And a tower falls on the bottom courtesy of the minions. Rocket will find the revenge.
GoSuPepper throws himself in there, sacrifices himself for his team, but Gambit honestly maybe could have turned around and started that dragon, try and get it, but going back for more poke. Incredibly slow and zone control. Diamond Procs here with the piggyback Shen.
Oh, the dragon, once again, we've seen it before.
Triple taunt.
He is taunted, he is down. Diamond Procs throws the Gatorade at him and secures up the dragon. This is all Gambit right now. Steve, Nuke Duck, Emperor's Divide, pushes them all back, but still, Betsy coming up with more. A double kill, and they're gonna get the ace. Nicely done for Gambit Gaming.
Ace for Gambit. What seemed to be a very slow fight, but then honestly, Diamond Procs puts his foot on the pedal. He says, Kabashar to me. Lands and then the triple taunt. That shouldn't happen in these team fights, not without a good flash involved. And honestly, Kabashar, beautiful play right there.
Miraculous. 5 for none for Gambit Gaming. They secure the dragon, they keep it going. This time, they've turned their attention toward the Baron. This is about the time they actually managed to secure it, but not in the way we expected.
Yeah, Rocket, I felt like they sent their tanks forward too much and left their backline exposed in these fights. Whereas they can just slowly play around and keep playing. I felt like Nuke Duck felt too threatened in these fights. He got zoned out. Rollins has been focused twice, two times in a row. Let's watch that again. Keep your eyes here on Diamond Procs. Kabashar comes in. Does he taunt flash? Because he hits 3 people. Taunt? Yeah. It's all the way.
Crucially, Rollins.
To Rollins. Then Rollins gets dunked on by Diamond Procs. 473 HP on the dragon. Thank you very much. Diamond Procs picks it up too. Another taunt from Kabashar. Nuke Duck. Miscommunication by Rocket here. Banner comes back in. Steve flashed for Forgiven, I believe. Went in and yeah, not enough damage. Ace.
Ouch. So Gambit make a very powerful statement there. It had been a very slow edge built up for Rocket, but that trend is completely reversed. Now we're 27 minutes in. 2,000 gold lead for Gambit. They've got their first dragon on the board, and they are playing with some confidence with a Baron buff at their backs.
Yeah, Baron buff, extra gold, and power spikes hit that mana Mew that you were talking about. Now it's become a Muramana. It's in its final form. We have BF Sword, Brutalizer, Lost Whisper, so much armor penetration all of a sudden on Betsy. His poke is finally going to start to hurt. And Rocket, they need to buy themselves some time. They need to spec deep into that armor. And whereas we praise so much praise went to Rollins for his positioning, he got caught out there in that fight. And if you run double threat and one of your threats go down, you immediately lose the fight. It's just too much.
That's just too much for them to handle. You know, Gambit, it's funny because the last couple of weeks, they've definitely had some rough results, and their play has usually been aggress early, get themselves a lead, which they tried to do here. They just couldn't find an opening. But then they've given it up in a lot of their losses. It's been turned around on it. Admittedly, they've played teams like Fnatic, they've played teams like Origin, but against Rocket, they are definitely able to get a second wind here. And they are making a statement that they belong in the upper end of our bottom 7, as we've been calling it.
Yeah, and honestly, that second win is manifesting, especially in the form of Diamond Procs. We talked about his kill participation being low. No, 100% kill participation this game. He didn't get too much done in the early game. But he picked it back up and he finished the Ages of the Legion. He recognized how he had to build against this Rocket lineup, and this is crucial. This is something we haven't seen too much in Europe. Honestly, one of the biggest itemization mistakes in Europe so far have been that lack of Aegis. People go too much towards Ratchet's Glory. So far, he's been playing well. 2-0-4. He's doing his job.
It's very true. You don't necessarily need just run out the enemy team to beat them as fast. You don't have the Sivir on this time. You don't necessarily need to play it out that way. So extending that gold lead up to about 5,000. Steve could be in some trouble, zoned off this top tower. The tree sitting in the brush. Gambit will say, thank you very much. We will grab ourselves a tower here. Easy peasy. And Roccat still left scratching their heads, trying to come back from that big deficit that they dug themselves into at Dragon.
I believe this is 3 or 4 towers that Gambit just got off the back of that Baron, so pretty big. Massive, actually, gold swing here. They win that fight against Roccat at the Dragon. Ever so slightly. They go back to, and Roccat seems like they're winning. Roccat engages again, and then suddenly out of nowhere, you know, on the 5th day, look east over the mountain comes Cabochard going in. Lands, triple town. Ace for Gambit, Baron for Gambit, 4 or 5 towers for Gambit, and suddenly they are now 5,000 gold in the lead.
Yeah, Roccat right now are in some serious danger. They tried to play the safe game even when they were ahead. Now that they're behind, they have much less breathing room to work with. What will they be able to do? Trying to push Gambit back. That becomes a question. How do they get back into this game that they so precariously built up a lead to?
They want to stall, stack armor. They got the Frozen Heart right now. Steve, he has the makings of a Thornmail. He could build that and just throw himself on one of these 80 carries that just can't deal with him. They will literally kill themselves trying to deal with him. But then somehow that backline from Roccat needs to survive and somehow deal with these tanks, because Cabochard is pretty tanky, Diamond Prox is pretty tanky, but they have enough base damages right now. As we Cabochard go for, see, he goes for the split push Shen with the Triforce, because he wants to have enough threat on the backline, and in the split push to actually force, hopefully, Steve out, or deal with the likes of Rawls in teamfights. And Rawls is forced to go for this infamous Triforce, Blade of the Ruin King build for Corki, so 2 items that don't synergize all that well.
30 seconds on this next Dragon, too. Roccat had been slowly building them up, but Gambit are the ones that are in a much better position to take this. You take a look at how the vision is shifted. Even if you cover the gold on your screen, you can go ahead and just see, hey, these guys are definitely the ones that are making the plays. In the early game, you wouldn't have been able to tell that.
And Gambit likes to just push out these waves and then group on a single tower, and so far it's been working. Now, without this Baron buff, the double wave clear from Roccat might be too much for them to do so, but they might just straight up go for a dive. But it's risky against so many tanky members.
Definitely is risky, and they're just being able to zone out time and time again. Diamond Prox, that Gragas barrel, keeping them from checking in.
And he wants to threaten the flank. He wants to tell Roccat, guys, don't defend your tower too aggressively, because you'll get a barrel behind you, get knocked into my team. But I feel it's very hard for Gambit to open up this defensive posture from Roccat.
It is definitely hard to crack this, but the problem is Gambit are the ones who are forcing Roccat to dance to their tune. They tried it in the early game, and it I don't know what to say other than failed miserably, but this time, now that they've gotten ahead, they can keep up the pressure, they can keep Roccat from really getting anything back on this map except a little bit of farm, and now they can move around the sides, they can continue to 3-2, 3-1, 4-1, everything.
Yeah, they want to lock Roccat up under a tower, peel off Cabochard, let him push his side lane, and then rotate in between the lanes.
And shock.
Hopefully catch somebody off guard, and you need complete vision control to do that. Now while they defend mid, then Gambit can go back to top lane because they can keep rotating in between these towers. Steve's, he's had enough.
Yeah, but Gosu Pepper is the one who's caught up, realizing he's tanky enough, though they turn their attention to Steve to the skies. Steve, he's going to be taunted under his own tower. The rest of Gambit trying to finish a fight off. Steve will not go down, however.
Ooh.
The order is given, and the fight is over. No one down just yet.
I would have liked to see Nukeduck flash in and turn that wall around.
Wait a minute. Oh! Wouldn't have killed it, I don't think. But
nope. Look fancy though. This is not Pepinero. This is Forgiven. Different kind of Ezreal.
Very different kind of Ezreal. Steve gonna be spinning his teleport. They're taking
round 2.
They want to go in and find Betsy. Twisted, advance onto him, keeping him locked up. Jankos will flash. Betsy will flash as well, and he will get away.
Sloppy, sloppy, sloppy from Roccat. I feel Steve should have opened with his Q, held the Twisted advance until the gate came out, and then Jankos, he flashes forward but doesn't connect with the knockup, allowing Betsy to escape.
They try for this Baron, but I don't think they can anywhere near finish that off. Gambit were already back in position. There's a wave pushing on the bottom. Roccat have not respected this side wave at all. teleport available on Shen. Does want to start using it. Shock Blast to keep them off it. They don't need to start this Baron, not at all. We've already seen what can happen. However, they do have the damage to get Rockat's attention. Diamond Prox is in the middle. He finds Steve. Twisted advance back onto Diamond now. Vander, Yankos, Rallis in the back. Goes to Pepper. Make sure they're knocked away from this one. Rallis, they find him, but he's going to be able to Valk his way away, or rather flash his way away. Steve, can he stay alive? Steve, Diamond Prox looking for him. Vander still hanging around. Amazingly, no one's down yet, but in comes the Emperor of Shurima, and that's going to be a double kill for him before being taken down. A double kill for the Azir. Shock Blast, another for the Jace. Nuke Duck, can he get away? It's a 4 for 2, but he's going to the wrong base.
Nuke Duck playing Summoner's Drift right here.
Jukes! He's now got no flash though. Oh! Pepper finishes the job.
Fancy footwork from Nuke Duck on Summoner's Drift, but it wasn't enough right here. Gambit eventually lock him down, close him out, have enough vision to do that.
Now they will
take an ever so slow Baron.
It's not about the damage.
Pepper, don't die.
It's about if you can do. No,
don't do it. Don't do it. You have so much to live for.
He's fine. Diamond still got his fight.
2 more seconds. Are they waiting? Okay, they waited for Shen and Forgiven to spawn. Incredibly important because you have that window, obviously. Yankos almost wasn't time to steal that. That would have been awkward.
Ooh, just a little bit. But all said and done, work. Five members got the Baron up.
Calculato.
They have even more to work with now. And importantly, they've extended the gold lead, even though Rocket, at first, that fight looked like they could have taken it. We'll see it again here. It turns sour pretty fast.
Yeah, Steve's gonna dodge another couple of abilities here with the Twisted Advance. But then Gambit realized they should just stop hitting the tank, and they focus their attention to Raw, as he is honestly not been able to do much because he has such a hard time getting to his front line. 4-man taunt here, again, by Cabo Shard. Fantastic play. He goes low. Nuke Duck, I like this move right here. He goes in, gets Cabo. Gets Forgiven. Tries to prevent Diamond Prox from getting to him, but then, yeah, he's stuck and his team's already died. They started fighting without him present because they had to. They did that Panic Baron. I feel that was a bit of a mistake. You can't do Barons without proper vision. Just ask SK Gaming. They know all about that one.
We did, however, learn Nuke Duck is one hell of a fancy driver. He can maybe save Rockat's bacon in this game. Beyond his 10,000 gold deficit for this team as they try to defend against the Baron of Gambit Gaming. Steve has found Cabo Shard, or is it the other way around? Taunting on him. Purple Blades as well. Now
rotation mid though.
Yep, they will be there. Goes to Pepper, headbutts into a minion. And they will be able to take down this tower. Stand united. The Shen's coming in. They're going all in on this inhibitor. They will be able to take it down. Steve couldn't even get into his own base there trying to flank.
Yeah, I like what Gambit's doing, whereas previously they were knocking on that tower too long and realizing they're fighting against too much wave clear. They just buy some time until Rocket actually buys into the story tale that Gambit's actually staying at the tower. Suddenly, 1 or 2 members show up in a different lane. Shen can ulti out, teleport.
Uh-oh, Steve, pinball, back and forth, the tree, they chop him down. Betsy will get a kill on that one. Vander goes down as well, double kill for the J. 7-1 and 6 on this game. Gambit Gaming looking to push in, maybe for the win here.
Yeah, and the Blade of the Ruin King coming here, in addition to the last Whisper, as we see Cabo Shard get knocked up there. That's the power spikes Gambits are looking for. To combine with that Baron, they can finally push down and poke down his members, but watch out for Nuke Duck. He still has a lot of damage.
Have to be careful now. Teleport down to the bottom. Cabo Shard is going to hit his side push on once again. Diamond Prox just tanking up this turret in the top. The split attention Rocket cannot react to. They don't have enough members up right now. They're going to lose one inhibitor turret, another inhibitor turret, another inhibitor, and maybe the last inhibitor. No one's responding to this Shen. Rocket, they can't stop it.
Yeah, their boat is sinking right now, and they just have all hands on deck, but it's not enough right now for Rocket. And honestly, this is the most efficient Gambit I've seen. I still recall that one game where they played against Copenhagen Wolves, and I believe the sides were mirrored. Gambit was the purple team back then. So inefficient at closing. Had no idea what they were doing, but this time...
very different.
Crisp. Good to see that. Sean's, great work.
Definitely giving the team something to be hopeful for here, and the rest of the team doing their work as well. 38 minutes in the game. Gambit have definitely pulled ahead. Didn't really matter that the early game they weren't able to get much done. It all started turning around, and Gambit have not let go of the lead ever since. All 3 inhibitors down in Rockat's base. And Rocket themselves are scrambling yet again to keep defending.
Yeah, now Gambit just need to use that last Whisper power spike while they can still penetrate enough armor. That Blade of the Ruined King here on Ezreal as well. Percent damage is what they need against these tanks. But then such a beefy front line. Locket of the Iron Solari on Diamond Prox, one of the few that we've seen, touched on it earlier. So efficient, and Rocket just has too little damage right now.
Just can't get it done. Steve is going to continue taking it up, but Gambit don't need to kill him. They just need to keep them busy while the minions come in. True Shot Barrage melts through Nuke Duck's health bar. The rest of the team still trying to finish off the tower. They will be able to take it down, and now only one Nexus turret remains between Gambit Gaming and this game, and the Nexus sitting there. Oh boy, this could be the end of it all for Rocket. The miraculous defense, can they hold in line? They may be able to, but Rocket, Jankos is going down. Steve, he's gonna try to stay alive, flashes back to his base. The last Nexus turret is down. Vander tries to distract, but there's just too much here, and Gambit Gaming will even the head-to-head in Summer.
Slow and steady wins the race. Slow and steady kills the base. Gambit Gaming come out on top, but honestly, handed over the victory a tiny bit by Rocket. Monumental screw up. They were in prime position in this game, but good tenacity from Gambit. Played from behind, and it's honestly, see this more and more and more in the European LCS. First few weeks were incredibly snowbally. Lead at 10 meant you win the game. Lead at 20, just so high chances that you are winning the game. But recently, we've seen people bite back as they've been put in the corner. Tenacious Gambit right here. Turn it around. Ace, Baron, 5 towers. Wait, Baron, 3 inhibitors. Wait, Nexus. Clean, crisp cut.
Something that we hadn't seen too much from those lower on the table teams, and this is what is going to separate them going forward, looking for playouts, looking to separate themselves from the rest of the teams. Gambit proved today they do have what it takes, and they do wrap up the week 2-0 against opponents in similar positions to them, and that's very, very good. You gotta be happy if you're Sean's right now. You can see him smiling as he gives some hugs and handshakes to the rest of Gambit Gaming.
Gambit Gaming, they had 15 kills, I believe. Betsy involved in all of them.
Every single one. He got more of them as well. 8, 1, and 7 on this chase.
Diamond Prox, 13 out of 15, so we saw a very group-heavy Gambit. Even though they had a bit of a split push with Cabochard, he was still present for 11 out of those 15 kills, so very, very teamwork-oriented Gambit. Also, it tells the story of the game, right? Nothing was happening in the early game. Very, passive Gambit, trying to look for an opening, didn't really get it. Good exploiting, honestly, by Jankos. He saw that Jace is very low mobility. Once he uses that gate, that's his escape tool. He doesn't have that gate anymore. You force his flash, and then you return gank him, try and get his tower, get a dragon. Rocket got ahead that way, but Gambit stopped the bleeding just in time.
Very, very true. We'll take a look at the lineups once again, refresh your guys' memory here. Very, very quick pickup on that Jace for Betsy, and that definitely was a big, big factor in their win.
Yeah, we kept talking about itemization, how Diamond Prox, honestly, with that Locket of the Iron Solari, he needed that, because if you look at Azir, if you look at Corki, Nautilus, Maokai, so much magic damage. And you help your teammates with that as well, because you allow them to build full-on offensively, especially when you're playing these lower threat compositions. Your carries can't afford to build magic resistance on their own merit, because they need all their gold for damage, because you're playing against so many tanks, it's incredibly hard. And later, we saw the damage manifest in Forgiven, for example. Once he got that last Whisper, and that Blade of the Ruined King completed, he could actually tear through Steve fairly well, and they started rolling, and obviously Baron Buff's help in that regard.
Yeah, he stayed, Forgiven not only stayed safe, but also was able to make big plays. And I mean, I called him the master of farm in game. He ended it with like 421 farm. Head and shoulders above everyone else, because he was first on it, but he still made sure he got in the action. He still made sure he made the plays. No, his true shots didn't hurt quite as much as Pepinero's have. Nonetheless, he did his job.
Yeah, and I'm taking a look here at the damage graphs. Betsy, by far the most damage. Excuse my accidental meme right here. And then Forgiven in second, 30k. Well ahead of still of Nukeduck, he was on 24k. So Rocket, just got out-damaged and they couldn't deal with it anymore. Their tanks had enough base damages on the Gragas, on the Shen to win this game. And then definitely, if we talk about Shen, we have to talk about Cabochard. 4-man taunt, 3-man taunt, flash in, teleport, ulti. He was the glue for me that tied this Gambit lineup together. And he facilitated those fights. Him and Diamond Prox definitely showed up. But overall, good team performance by Gambit.
Yeah, it took him a little bit. Definitely took him a little bit of time. But when they came together, they came together. It's kind of like the new Gragas barrels. You got to wait a little bit, but then when they blow, they do a lot more. So for now, though, we're going to send it Analyst Desk side to look into Gambit's 2-0 week.
Thank you very much, Pyrotechnics, for joining here by Cabochard and Gosu Pepper, although I still want to call you Edward. Welcome and congratulations on that 2-0 week. Looking at this game, though, the early game didn't go incredibly smooth. Maybe, Pepper, can you walk us through that? You guys were actually down about 3K gold at 20 minutes. What went wrong?
I don't feel like we were behind in game overall, but our plan overall was like we have Shen, global ultimate, so we wanted to do some dives bot lane. Like Diamond come from behind, ward, or Cabochard will Diamond, and we just 4v2 dive or 4v3. But it didn't happen because they were playing too passive, and we just did some fail ultimate, so it just was slow start.
You mentioned the Shen there. You guys, Cabochard especially, you seem to be very comfortable on split pushes. Fizz yesterday, Shen today. Spoken to a lot of top laners. What are your feelings of top lane now? Because we've seen a little bit of a fall on Maokai.
Yeah, exactly. Maokai is really falling off. The picks like Fizz, Karim, and Shen, for example, are coming stronger into there. I think it's more for like people adapting because Maokai is in the meta for a really long time now. And you will see with Shen, you can just TP, Maokai will follow with the TP, and then you have ult advantage, for example. So it's really easy to use that. Yeah, even if we didn't that game, it was pretty poor early game.
I wanted to ask you about that because initially Maokai was building for split push, but then he built more team fight oriented. How do you think you adapted as the game went on Shen?
So I went for 2 tanky items into Trinity Force because they had not that many damage actually. Like they had a lot of magic, and I didn't need to build Tormil or Renduin, so I went straight for Trinity Force.
Yeah, well, we want to take a look at one of the replays as it was a very big turning point for you guys in the game. This is where Rocket is about to take the dragon, but you guys turn up big. We can roll the clip. Maybe Cabochard can run us through this one.
So we knew we had to fight because I think it's the 3rd Drake and we don't want to give them the snowball. Like, Betsy pokes them pretty well. Mr. Rel is low on mana and HP. And we know at some point Forgiven just gonna ult. I ult on Diamond and I don't Mr. Rel, and then we just follow up. We managed to kill the Mr. Rel and we can just clean up everyone. And meanwhile Diamond got the Drake, so it's really nice.
Yeah, indeed.
Pretty clean-cut fight overall when you look at it. Even as a 4 versus 5, we were talking to you very briefly before we came on, Pepper, about just the significance of this fight. Certainly a big turning point in this game. And it seems like the supports had a bit of a turning point as well, Sharks, when we've had a couple of players up here maybe playing a couple of different champions.
Yeah.
Playing Braum.
I don't know where you're going. Oh,
yeah.
okay.
Sorry,
Okay.
that's
Sorry.
my bad completely.
That's okay. We actually have a tweet from someone at HillMcKenzie98 tweeted, with the power of Poke in Ezreal, Kog'Maw, Varus, and Jace, it looks like Braum should see lots of pick ban. Edward, I wanted to ask you about that because yesterday we saw Hylissang with a phenomenal Braum versus the Jace Poke. What's your opinion on it?
I don't think it works against all poke champions. It's just because against Jace because his cooldown is super long on the gate. So against Kog'Maw, Ezreal is not gonna work because they just, for example, Ezreal Mystic Shot, they have like 2 seconds. Like Kog'Maw spamming from like his ultimate, you can't even block that. So it's just against Jace, good pick.
So very situational. Maybe one final thing for Pepper. Yesterday we had Forgiven here on the desk saying, if we go down together as 5. Have you noticed that kind of change in his demeanor since you started working with him? Because that isn't necessarily the Forgiven we used to know.
Yeah, this is first Forgiven who play for the team, not for himself. He become a team player. That's the first time, and I respect a lot, and I appreciate that he's doing that.
All right, cool. Cabochard, how has it been just with Chons as well? It looks like your drafts are getting better. Forgiven is feeling really well. What are your general thoughts?
Yeah, I think we're improving quite well right now. We still have things to figure out, obviously, but all-in swipe is getting really strong. And yeah, as well, I really appreciate that Forgiven came from a long way. Like, he was only playing Graves, Lucian, and now he's like, yeah, guys, pick me, CV, I will support the team, so it's really nice.
Yeah, definitely. All of you guys stepping up. Congratulations, 2-0 week for Gambit. We need to take a quick break, but when we return, it is the Copenhagen Wolves as they turn to try and stop the undefeated Fnatic. We'll see you back here in 3.5.
Today, I want you guys to push to the max, you know?
Yeah.
Visualize the game and think about everything you're doing.
This is all Gambit right now. Steve, Nuke Duck, Emperor's Divide pushes them all back, but still, Betsy coming up with more. Can he stay alive? Steve, Diamond Prox looking for him. Vander still hanging around. Amazingly, no one's down yet, but in comes the Emperor of Shurima.
Going bot, guys.
Did you go for more?
I'm coming. Guys, take it. I'm going bot.
No, he's dead. He's fine. Guys, Nautilus here, Nautilus. Look at Nautilus.
I'm going from behind them.
Killed it dead!
The miraculous defense, can they hold in line? They may be able to, but Rocket Yankos is going down. Gambit Gaming will even the head-to-head in Summer.
we're not overconfident or anything. We're still very open-minded in scrims. We're trying a lot of stuff. So some of these days are actually tough because after all, we're all young and we are dropping a lot of scrims to teams we shouldn't be dropping games to. But I feel like we're still open-minded enough to be cool with dropping some games in scrims while we're testing some new champions or testing some new game styles. Because we all know once LCS comes around or once the big games comes around, we are all gonna be performing.
Welcome back to the European League Championship Series. After a close match yesterday versus Giants, Fnatic are going to be taking on the Copenhagen Wolves as they eye their 12th straight victory here in Summer. Let's focus in first on that Fnatic side, guys. That's going to be Huni in the top lane, Rainover in the jungle, Febiv in the mid, Reckless AD carry with Yellowstar support, and their coach, Daylor. This is a team that has gone record-breaking and then some. Of course, turning to the red side, we're going to go ahead and take a look at the Copenhagen Wolves. Their jungler, Shook, their mid lane, Soren, their AD carry, Freeze, the coach, Dentist, and of course, we got to talk about the new guys in the top and bottom. It's Lenny and Jesui Cass.
Yeah, and these two guys, they got the Steve treatment when they got to the LCS, completely shut out of the game because they were playing in a lane swap. And in a lane swap, the most important roles to watch in the early game are obviously the top laner and the support because it's so different for them to play this. So much moving around, double jungling, where do I go? And eventually the Wolves, they tried to get objectives, but they were sacrificing so much experience and honestly just completely got shut down after that.
Yeah, this is going to be such a rough match for not just them coming in new. I mean, talk about a trial by fire. The whole team now taking on Fnatic, top of the table versus bottom of the table. Doesn't get much more lopsided than that.
Yeah, and honestly, Fnatic yesterday, they were pretty far behind and they were close to losing that game, but we saw the versatility and just the tenacity that they had, and honestly, we have yet to see the Wolves close out a lead. We have yet to see the Wolves get a decent lead, and things are looking very, very grim. A very lopsided matchup right here.
Yeah, if there's one thing for the Wolves you can definitely give them credit for, the shining light at the end of the tunnel maybe, it's going to be Shook. He has participated in 3 out of 3 First Bloods so far. He's definitely been trying to get the team off to a flying start, but it just hasn't been enough.
Yeah, and Shook is a jungler that sometimes baffles me. Sometimes he plays so controlled with the aggression, and then we saw him have the perfect game at Worlds as well against the Koreans, and he honestly playing so damn well, especially on that Lee Sin. He can find those openings, but sometimes in his Wolves lineup, they don't seem to work together too much as of yet. Obviously, the lack of practice shows there, but he can definitely put a game on his back and carry, but he just has to be more consistent in doing so. Obviously, you've yet to see how these 2 new members come in. They lost their shot caller as well, and their captain in Youngbuck. Lenny is struggling. Jesui Cass as a support coming in from solo queue. It's incredibly hard because competitive meta game is so vastly different than just support a solo queue.
Absolutely, and that is another thing, aside from the standings, aside from the player situations, that I feel sets these teams so far apart. It's Fnatic, this cool, controlled, everybody calm down, we're going to take the objective, we'll take the fight, we'll take the game approach, even when they're still having crazy fights, versus we don't really know what's going on in the Wolves camp really at the moment.
Yeah, and this man right there on your screen, Daylor, he does the preparation for Fnatic. He gets them set up on the stage, gets fantastic drafts usually, makes sure that they have a plan, and then it moves to Yellowstar, the in-game captain. So preparation is solid. In-game shot calling is probably the best in the West right now with High stepping down. He might be back this weekend, we will see. So that's the only shot caller really to maybe challenge Yellowstar in that regard, because such a good veteran player. Over all the years, multiple roles, multiple meta games, consistently high performance, and he knows what it takes to dismantle a team like the Wolves.
Absolutely, that experience will come to play for certain here as we move into champion selection. Fnatic versus the Wolves. Fnatic on the blue side this time as they match up once again.
Now we saw Reckless in that little video before the game talk about how they were trying out new things in scrims. This could be a match for Fnatic, where they stray away from convention and try new things. The first time we saw Olaf, that was Fnatic trying something new in the LCS. Perhaps they have other picks prepared because they want to get more depth in the champion pools, at least on the stage. They probably have practiced way more champions than we've seen so far.
Oh yeah.
But they just want to keep expanding so they're ready for playoffs, can deal with curveballs, and then eventually in the road to Worlds, have a wealth of strategies.
This is something that you can afford to do when you've built yourself up such a buffer. I mean, it'd be nice to go 8-0, but the worst case scenario, you're still in awesome playoff contention. Look at this though, the Wolves are focusing on banning Huni again. We've already talked about how this is not usually the optimal strategy.
Yeah, I feel it might be better to try and pinpoint some other members on the Fnatic lineup. Obviously, you can't outban anybody, but you can maybe shut down some strategies, make it awkward for them to play, because I feel Huni, he will find an answer to every question you put them, especially just 3D bans and maybe not even a first pick. He will definitely have a champion to play.
And you can see Fnatic picking on the Copenhagen Wolves jungler there. Shook is having his Lee Sin taken away. Nidalee's off the table. The Draven, of course, against Freeze. They left up Kalista, though, with all of that. The Jace was banned, but sure, Reckless is like, all right, that's perfectly fine. Let's take us a top-tier pick.
Yeah, the carry, AD carry on Kalista could be traded for a Sivir, but we've seen the Copenhagen Wolves not the best strategic unit. So obviously, the one counter to Kalista that is left for the Wolves was Draven, but that's been banned out. Honestly, she has the strongest laning phase out of all champions after that. If the Wolves opt for the Sivir, they've shown to not really use that group potential too much. And then they put their one single carry that they have, Freeze, on a utility champion. Might actually be a good strategy from Fnatic here.
Might indeed. Taking their time about what they want to pick. I mean, let's take a look at what else is left open. There's not a lot of support spanned away. We don't know what Cass is really going to be going for. Lenny, I feel like they definitely have to give them more attention this time around, but do they then want to prioritize the jungle with two preferences from Shook taken away? They have the option to grab Rek'Sai. Alistar, Sivir are both up. They could do both of those in one swing.
That's usually what we see on this rotation, the Alistar, Sivir. One, because you don't want to give the Alistar to Fnatic because Alistar Kalista is such a strong lane. Goes by the Kalistar moniker. Same time, you want to find something that could deal well with the mid game. You know, super good AD carry right now. You don't really have any option because everything loses to Kalista anyway, so you might as well pick that Sivir. So very predictable draft in that regard. I imagine Fnatic will opt for likely the Janna again. It seems to be Bora's preference, or Yellow Star rather, because he has probably the, not even probably, he has the lowest damage percent of the entire region when it comes to supports. He only deals something like 4% of his team's damage because that's not his job. All he has to do is keep them alive and disengage.
And that's also reflected in his insanely high kill participation. Despite not dealing damage, he's there. Before even it was cool, Yellowstar was the one who was roaming around and making sure that he was able to help lanes and teams get ahead. Ooh. He gets some solid engage, though. I mean, Leona's been an old favorite. I wouldn't be surprised to see it here.
This might be Fnatic thinking out of the box, but I doubt it. I don't like Leona into Sivir Alistar too much.
But Huni does get Rumble.
Huni does get. I think they're waiting. I think Leona could be an alright pick if you wait to see what follows. And honestly, Huni, he can blind pick any matchup and play well, especially when Reignover gets the Rek'Sai, because he can gank the lanes, counter gank, shadow the lanes. He has so many options at his disposal.
And he does that quite effectively all across the way. This Rek'Sai will certainly help him out. He seems a lot more comfortable on it than the Gragas. In situations where they've had both up, he definitely tends to prefer that one, and really only picked it up when they had a lot of bans directed his way, which is rare.
Yeah, and you talk about Gragas, this is probably where the Copenhagen Wolves are going to pick that champion. Zir for Soren. Oh, try to vary it up. They're saving their jungler for last, even though the only tier 1 jungler remaining is Gragas, so Shook might say, like, guys, I don't think we'll find an opening with the Gragas. I want to see what they pick and maybe go for the Rengar again. I'm not sure if I like it too much.
I wanted to ask you if that was going to be the option, actually, because, you know, they have a run at you comp right now.
Yeah, they do have the kitty cat bounce with Sivir ulti, but let's see. And Fnatic, okay, Yellow Star. Do you want to think out of the box? Go Leona here. Decently hard to play. Hard to lock down at Azir, because obviously he can start that that dash animation and still get stunned midway, but he will still arrive as his target. That makes it incredibly hard to land that ulti, so I feel Janna would be nice here. Disengage against the Alistar, disengage against the Shen. Fight reset, keep the Kalista alive, peel, and we saw what Fnatic could do when they play around Reckless. Yesterday was the first time he really had to step up, and he did so. Continuously playing at the front line. He had the help from the Lulu. Now Thresh selected on Fnatic side. Really interesting lane.
That will be the first Thresh Yellowstar has played this split so far. The Thresh Kalista lane, though, is a lot of slingshot back and forth capabilities, and it's hard to predict what direction you're going to be going. Also, the Victor for Febiven versus Azir.
I believe this is the first time Fnatic plays Victor without having a Janna to back it up. I feel every time they've picked Victor so far, they've had Janna to reset the fight around him because he lacks mobility. So he has a very potent mid lane when it comes to, you know, they call him control mage, has a lot of zone, has a lot of damage. But once you close a gap on him, you can blow him up immediately. And usually when we saw people do that against Fnatic, Yellowstar would flash in Monsoon, Howling Gale, keep him alive, and just have these drawn-out team fights. Now they have the Thresh.
So the question then becomes, does this open the floodgates for Shook to take that Rengar and try to get the explosion? Or does he go for something a bit safer? It is the Vi. Okay.
I can see it. targeted lockdown on that low mobility mid laner in Victor. Targeted lockdown potentially on Kalista. Although you can do something fancy with Kalista, you can throw down the Lantern first, then press Fate's Call. The tether will not break. You can throw out the Thresh and then follow himself after you click the Lantern and get out of there. So a lot of escape potential with Kalista once she gets locked down.
This is gonna be a fun game, isn't it?
That's the hardest thing about focusing this lane, because if you focus Kalista, Thresh will just Lantern her out. But if you focus Thresh to prevent that Lantern, which you usually do against the Thresh lane, Kalista will Fate's Call her out anyway. So you need multiple people ganking from multiple angles.
And even that is not always enough. I mean, we saw, remember when Origin ran this, they were able to get out of like four-man dives and Fnatic is a team that is definitely on that level. I can't wait to see how this unfolds. I'm getting excited. He gets to take a Rumble as well. So we'll see if the Rumble in any of the lanes, how it does go, how they decide to start this game off, as the coaches will shake hands, walk off the stage there. So tough task ahead for these Wolves, but for Fnatic, will they be en route to 12 in a row, continuing the record setting? Why don't you tell us what you think if Fnatic will take that 12th win? Tweet at LOL Esports with the hashtag FNC win or CW win as we get ready to load up onto the Rift. This is going to be a very explosive matchup.
Yeah, and Lenny on Shen. What a daunting task. You come into the LCS, you face a lane swap, you get behind really far in that lane swap, you lose. It's okay, try again. But you lane against Huni. Not what you want.
No, he wants to try to find the victory here. It might be a taunting task. So far, he's gonna go for a very defensive start. It makes sense on Shen, of course, everyone. We've been seeing them all do it, the not often mentioned, but often utilized Doran's shield. Of course, Huni's doing the same thing too, so if they do take standard lanes here, as it looks like they might, fanning out in the line of scrimmage, we could be in for at least the first 10 or 20 minutes or so. A bit slow up in the top lane, but that's been fairly par for the course.
Now Febiven, he's putting a lot of respect on that taunt from Lenny. You see the stats on your screen right now. You saw just how hard Fnatic destroyed the Wolves last time. However, that game was relatively even. Let's not forget, when they went in standard lanes, Freeze was about 20-30 CS up against his counterpart Reckless. But then everything changed when Huni teleported. He was playing that Lulu, teleported to the mid lane, got 4 assists in that exchange, and then Young Bucks teleport was 6 seconds late. This was usually a symptom from the Copenhagen Wolves. Their teleports were very uncoordinated, very often too late. But I just want to touch on that cleanse real quickly from Febiven as Freeze takes down that ward. I'll allow one shear for Soul killing ward.
Right.
Okay, back to the cleanse now, finally. The only cleansable ability in this exchange for Copenhagen Wolves is the taunt from Lenny. So Febiven respecting that so much that he devotes an entire summoner spell to it, because you can't cleanse Viality and you can't cleanse knockups or knockbacks.
So he's definitely trying to make sure Lenny doesn't make any shenanigan plays on him. Febiven very conscious of how much threat he represents in the form of this Victor. However, if he does get focused, that means Reckless will have a lot more time to get himself in a happy situation. Of course, he should win that lane anyways to begin with, as we will have a 2v2 lane. And the 1v1 up in the top lane. The question then becomes, where do these junglers decide to focus their attention? We know Reignover is fantastic at shadowing Huni and getting him ahead early on this Rumble. Be a dangerous thing for the Wolves to contend with.
And both teams starting at camp, heading to a lane slightly earlier on Fnatic's side. Double range with Kalista advantage. That means you want to let that lane get pushed in as quick as you can. So as an Alistar, you want to avoid ever healing your own creeps, because it slows down the pushing power. As Fnatic, you only want to trade in synchronized trades. You want to hit both targets at the same time, because otherwise you draw creep aggro, and the trade is not worth the speed you use to push up the lane, if that makes sense somewhat. And Huni, he gets level 2 first, and
he does. And Lenny is finding out what it is like to lane against the Huni. Remember, he hadn't been allowed this Rumble for quite a while. Teams focused so heavily on shutting him down, and that was one of the key bans here. The Wolves let it through, even though they did focus their attention on him, and they're remembering why people started banning him in the first place.
Yeah. Huni's Rumble has been banned 8 times so far in the split. They are 11-0 right now. That's 8 out of 11. That's a lot of bans.
Oh,
Freeze dodges it. Right there. And now Shook, he has to make this gank work.
He does, going in. Vault Breaker on Lenny is buying some time, but Huni will immediately flash away. Do they have the damage left in the tank? Vorpal Blades flying. Huni's got the scrap shield on. It's going to fade away. And he lives.
Little communication error right there. If you see what happened is Lenny initiated a taunt, Shook was charging up his Vault Breaker, but he knew if he took one more step and then released the Vault Breaker, Huni would flash over it. So what Shook did was good. He flashed in, connected the Vault Breaker before the taunt duration ran off. However, this lost him an offensive gap closer that he could have waited using to chase Huni afterwards with the red buff. So I feel if Lenny taunted just a fraction of a second later, that would have been first blood on Huni. So it's very, very minute and it's very, very subtle, these changes, but you have to do it properly because if you give Huni half a second to survive, he will run out of there.
Staying alive once again. Finds himself a little bit pushed back, but he's more than happy to take Lenny on in a 1v1. Hasn't really needed too much help from Reignover, but let's take a look down bottom where we're seeing on camera right now. The big difference between these two, Reckless is CS. 11 advantage over Freeze. That early level 2 helped so much, and in a winning matchup, it's just insult to injury.
Yeah, they definitely just want to push that in, get that level 2 first, zone them off the wave, and then threaten them on their tower. Don't allow them to CS. Freeze usually is a good CSer in their tower, but losing Unlimited with Cass, the synergy might not be there.
Yeah, it's tough to test a new team against the likes of Reckless and Yellowstar. Two guys that have had quite a lot of synergy, quite a lot of history in the past. We'll have to see how that one keeps on going.
Reignover heading top. He wants to help out Huni now. Huni no flash.
No flash
Getting
this time.
Even CS. Lenny, he's low. Can he interrupt the dash?
Rayseeker's there. There will be the dash on to Reignover. Taunts him for just a second, so he will make his escape. Almost had flash back up.
Yeah, and that was taunt flash by Lenny.
Rather.
Because he knew if he just taunts really, just immediately, the auto knockup from Reignover will knock him out of the taunt, so he had to get to the other side somehow and survive. Good play by both parties, but we're looking at a potential dive here. Huni takes a tower shot. That might be enough to thwart the dive.
Yeah, I think that will be. Reignover was looking in his sights for something there, but he wasn't able to get in and find anything safe with Shook hanging about. Bot lane continues to just be 2v2 on its own right now. The CS lead is still pretty hefty in favor of Reckless.
Yeah, Fnatic bounced the wave to try and freeze it and deny some CS of the Copenhagen Wolves. They said, no, thank you. I'm going to keep pushing and poke you out. And that's obviously the hardest task. If you let the wave bounce backwards, then you're not only fighting the Copenhagen Wolves enemy lineup, you're fighting their creeps with it. Freeze took that trade. Now Yellowstar looks to go in. Oh, Spellshield is down. This could be brutal.
Boy, there goes the Ren. J-Sweet Cass gets caught up. Yellowstar, however, gets knocked up. There won't be anything else to save it but that. Fnatic continuing to just lane it out. Perfectly happy with this situation with the late game scaling they do have in the form of Febiven right there.
Yeah, this is an instance where Yellowstar could have flashed forward and inflated, but he values the safety of his own defensive summoner more than getting a kill. Controlled aggression, because Fnatic, they know that if they go even or slightly ahead or slightly behind or even a lot of goal behind, they will still end up winning the game.
Yeah, they're going to be okay. For the Wolves, though, I mean, it puts them in a situation where they have to act, they have to make plays. But you've got a timer against Fnatic, regardless of what they're playing. But in this particular situation as well, there's Febiven in the mid. We know Huni can be a beast with the teleports, a beast in mid-game fighting. And once it hits that point, the Wolves, they need to build themselves a buffer. And right now, they're down 500 gold.
Yeah, and usually that timer, that's Huni's teleport. If Fnatic goes even in the laning phase, one teleport from Huni opens up the map. In that sense, stylistically, I do like the Shen pick because you have two ways to catch up with him. Either teleport yourself or you stand united, which is slightly quicker even.
Oh, the interact Reckless back. He's going to have to go ahead and flash away for it. He's still fine though. But a nice move, faking out by moving to the left and then heading right back into the last moment.
Yeah, he flashed away from that pulverize. I would have actually liked to see Cass hold on to that pulv a little longer and then flash off the Reckless. Maybe could end up in kill. He still has his summoner heal though.
Huni looking to move down into this red buff with the help of Yellowstar on the roam. Shook realizes a little too late that he was there. That's first blood. And wait a minute, go secure the red buff.
Look at the map right now. Reignover's at the bottom. He's helping his AD carry. Copenhagen Wolves completely forget that Yellowstar based in normal games, normal movement patterns. Support, bases at 6 minutes 50 seconds. He runs back to the bot lane. No, Yellowstar, he bought Moby Boots immediately. He roamed in together with Huni on that level 6 spike, and now he goes into mid. Beautiful rotational play here.
Instantly on to Soren. He's going to dash his way away from the Chaos Storm and all the damage that Fnatic were putting out. Lenny spends his stand united. Nothing doing.
And this is what strategy is made of, in my opinion. Really good play by Fnatic. They're breaking the mold that is the early game. They're breaking the standard lanes by bringing up their support for a roam into the enemy jungle and have the jungle defend their bottom lane AD carry. They get the kill because their top laner roams in. Then they group up on the mid lane. You see all these, you know, pawns moving around on the chessboard, and Copenhagen Wolves are catching up. They have no idea what's going on. This is how you punish a team that's playing reactive, not proactive, because they're always one step behind. And honestly, fantastic early move by Yellowstar, buying those Moby boots and making them count.
I think you said it. When Fnatic plays a lot of teams, it's like a team playing chess versus checkers, but I think Copenhagen Wolves might be playing tic-tac-toe right now. However, they look to find Reckless. Assault and Battery is onto him. They look to arrest his momentum, but the Lantern denied. Hooney's in the picture. 2v3, and they're still taking this fight. Summoner heal spent. Cass is looking to go down, and he does.
Hooney wants to stake. Well done. Burns up just weak Cass. Comes in with the teleport, and honestly, Copenhagen Wolves tunnel vision. Oh, and that's brutal. To watch Reckless slowly walk towards that Lantern. Yeah, that is honestly that makes you tilt. Hashtag just tilting, boys.
That definitely can. Fnatic at insult to injury, they grab themselves a dragon now. Just before 10 minutes into the game, the lead getting close to about 2,000. That dragon, of course, giving gold, but the buff will certainly help. Copenhagen Wolves, once again, come up empty-handed.
And Fnatic playing with a lot of respect on Shook. They know that this Vi, if left untreated, can become a big problem because he can punish Feven in the lanes, can punish Hooney. Came out in the bot lane. Look at the spacing between Yellowstar. He's not gonna peel because he knows he can't get out. He goes to the left side so he doesn't get engaged on by Shook. Goes to Lantern. Kaz is like knock back, knock up. Slowly walks out, just enough, and then Hooney comes in. He realizes that Alistar's level 5 actually instead of 6. So he turns around. And yeah, Shook and Freeze have to run, and they use so many offensive summoners on that too.
So much blown, and they just couldn't secure it up. Fnatic, though, just playing on another level. So now we've got Reckless and Yellowstar swapped up to the top, trying to deny Lenny. He has been in the CS lead, but that doesn't really mean much when he's got 2 kills, mostly because he's just been roaming.
And most importantly, Hooney found a window where he could teleport down to the bottom lane, as he's roasting Freeze right here, where both teleports from Lenny were down. Summer spell teleport was down, his Stand United was down, and Hooney still somehow had his own teleport available to go bottom. This means good cooldown management by Fnatic, because imagine if Lenny came down, they could have punished Hooney for that. They could have maybe even killed 2 people, but they knew there was no potential counter teleport. Hooney came down, finished up that play. Another tower goes in Fnatic's favor. They're not afraid of mixing and matching these lanes, right? Because Kalista can still beat Sivir in this lane very easily. They say, no, Hooney, you defend that. We get a free tower on the top lane. We'll rotate mid later. They want to speed up this early game.
You know, we did mention that Fnatic can't afford to play fairly different if they want to try experimenting. I feel like their comp isn't all that different. It's just sort of something that they've not always been able to get their hands on. And their playstyle highly hasn't been different either. But apart from that 12 wins in a row, remember, Fnatic here, if they do manage to win this, they will have definitely guaranteed, the producers just told me, they'll definitely get themselves into the playoffs, at least 6th place, and that's so early out, but to guarantee that at this stage of the season, that's like the coolest buffer that you can even think of.
Honestly, in terms of entertainment value, I would like to see Fnatic drop 1 match, because then that, you know, long streak is broken. They can't go 18-0 anymore, and if you can't go 18-0, then it doesn't matter if you go 17-1 or 16-2 or 15-3, because you'll still finish first. And that might prompt more experimentation from Fnatic. But as long as that 18-0 is still on the board, we might see a little tempered experimentation, 1 pick at a time, not too many variables.
Just maybe. Copenhagen Wolves trying to set up a trap here as Yellowstar and Reckless are back in the bottom side. Tower pretty low. Could go for a dive if they get back to safety. Reckless is there. Is he gonna get closer? The trap. He's waiting. In comes the cow. In comes everyone else. Reckless. Assault and Battery. They will finally take him down. Heavy investment to do it.
But even then, there's no objective tied to the kill just yet. Gonna commit for this tower. All right, good move by the Wolves. I think this is a good opening. Hiding in plain sight.
That's for
sure. See if Fnatic can counter dive in the mid lane here.
Oh, Shuri the shuffle. Feb even knocked in to tower range, but because he didn't attack Soren, he didn't get tower aggro. Chaos Storm on, Rainover around the back, gets the Queen's Burrow rather, and the Queen's Wrath on. Gets the kill. Nicely done. Hook on to Kaz. Febivin. He can roast the cow as well.
Yeah, Yellowstar to slice off a bit of cheese right there with the hook. Alistair ulti is still available, so not too many threats. But yeah, this is Fnatic, right? You strike at one side, they'll strike you at the other. You kill the AD carry. Rainover says, okay, I will cross map you somewhere else. Take down your mid laner. Take down your middle tower. Thank you very much for that opportunity. Should calculate a team in Fnatic.
They are just this team that is so incredibly thoughtful about every move they make on the map, and you even hear it in their interviews, in their post games. They're always saying things like, yeah, we won, but we made this mistake here, we made this mistake here, we sat down, we thought about it. That's the kind of thing that most teams only do when they lose.
I mean, yeah, that's
one step ahead.
It's a team looking to go to Worlds, right?
Looking to compete at Worlds.
They're looking to deliver at Worlds. Fnatic as an organization have been top of the leagues multiple times across the seasons. Different lineup right now. The only rock still left is Yellowstar, but if you want to keep one player on your team, it's probably him. Fantastic captain, both in and out of game. I still remember a quote where he talks about, you know, I can't go out in the weekends. I don't want to go because I want the younger players to look up to me. I don't want them to ever think this guy doesn't practice enough. He doesn't put in his full merit. Sacrificing many hours of his life just for this game, just for this team. Earns the respect of, I think, everybody in the league.
Absolutely. I can't think of a single person who has anything negative to say about Yellowstar. In-game or out, for sure. Proving it time and time again. Let's see what they do on this bottom side. 3 members are not going to go deep into dangerous territory. Instead, they will take the safe route. Let's pull it back to where we are, though, really quick. 15 minutes on the clock. Still building that lead. 2 towers to 1. 3-1 kills. 24K to 20. Keeping it going. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, and it is pretty warm here in Berlin. Ideal barbecue weather, and Huni agrees. Look at that damage. Needlessly large rod. Both the penetration items finished. He can just turn on that flame spitter and grill everybody in the Copenhagen Wolves lineup.
He's even melting right through Lenny's Spirit Visage. At this point, it's getting dangerous. Freeze has to pop on the hunt defensively. Teleport coming in. Equalizer thrown down. Freeze is walking right through it. Huni says, let's just take the fight. Kaz knocks him away, but Rainover and Yellowstar are still here. He's going to have to burn Flash.
Yeah, Lenny canceled his TP, thinking his team was safe. Everyone looking to chase Sora now. Huni goes for the Dragon.
4 members of Fnatic able to easily take this one out. Lots of ward coverage in this jungle, something we haven't talked about as much this game. Fnatic not only do they calculate every move, but they have the vision to back it up. Another Dragon secured.
Yeah, and the Copenhagen Wolves, they have to use their offensive tool defensively. They use the honor hunt to get away out of the engage. They use the teleport, then cancel it. They get put on the back foot constantly. They haven't crossed the river at all. That wave in the top lane hasn't been pushed in quick enough either. Look at Huni. He's gonna walk up, pick up some more farm, get some more gold, get some more items, and good snowball here from Fnatic.
Keep the ball rolling is the plan for Fnatic. And they are perfectly happy to just let the Wolves try to react to them in every situation because they can't get anything for it.
And honestly, the difference between Fnatic right now and the Fnatic of Spring Split, they were decisive and they got ahead, but they took sometimes these fights that you really didn't want them to take. They ended up losing, overreaching, get their hands stuck in the cookie jar, and we've yet to see that in this split so far. Maybe a couple of times, maybe some mistakes, but they seem to learn from all of their mistakes, and they are very few.
Even in the games they've been the closest to losing, I would argue the Giants game yesterday was probably one of those among them. They
should have lost that.
They still found a way to get back time and time again, take advantage of even the smallest mistakes of the less disciplined teams. And this is what sets them apart. This is why they're 11 wins in a row and counting.
And they do it by having multiple people step up. This game, it is not a single player, it's just Fnatic as a whole, but sometimes you see Huni just carry the game. Yesterday it was Reckless.
Sometimes it's Febiven.
Sometimes it's Febiven. Very often overlooked. There's too many things to look at, really. And when people talk about MVPs, everybody's like, why does Bora or why does Yellowstar get so little recognition? Because he's playing with these star players and he's just supplementing them so well. One of those star players is caught, though.
Maybe a rare mistake from him as they triple team him. Equalizer thrown down. He is going to go down, but not before melting through so much of the health bars of the rest of Copenhagen Wolves. And with that investment, immediately Fnatic react on the bottom side. They will be able to secure a turret.
Yeah, not sure what Huni was doing, taking the scenic route to the Copenhagen Wolves' jungle alone when there's 3 people on the bottom side of the map. Everyone in the middle. Sloppy. Not used to that from Huni.
Yeah, but even so, Fnatic take advantage of the moment. They are able to force everyone away from the bottom side, still grab a tower. Trading Huni for a tower is definitely worth in this situation. And they're always calculating. They never just get caught.
They always counter trade. I'd still call it getting caught, but you can at least rely on your teammates to get something out of it on the other side of the map, because that was still the Copenhagen Wolves expending 4 resources to get Huni there, distracting them. That Rumble booty in the jungle.
All right. Let's take a look at this. 19 minutes in. They still grow the lead very slowly. Again, it hasn't been like Fnatic hugely pressuring everywhere. They've just been slowly moving into the jungle, being able to get a little bit of pressure, edging Copenhagen Wolves, trying to nudge them out from defending their own base. The Azir turret is up to try and keep them back at the moment. But Copenhagen Wolves aren't making a concerted play here. They're just trying to get picks. They're not looking as forward to objectives, and this is why we only see them sitting on 1 tower at 20 minutes in.
I mean, Fnatic close very controlled and with a lot of respect. You don't see too many people face checking for vision. Usually when Yellow Star moves in, it's always together with Reignover. They have a plan in mind, they take it slowly. They deny you farm here and there, some experience here and there. It's obviously very hard to close against an Azir who can, you know, make these makeshift turrets everywhere he wants, and then you have the Sivir wave clear at the other side. And Unbreakable was obviously very strong. Reignover zones out Soren right here, so now they can chip away at this tower.
Definitely starting to get it pretty low here. About 50% of its health. They back off as Cass, Shook, Soren, and Freeze are all in the area. Wolves are bunched up, and Fnatic will back away. Dragon comes up in or Baron rather comes up in another couple of seconds, but it'll still be a little bit of time before I think Fnatic will set their sights on that. They usually do it when they know the enemy's not looking.
Yeah, they're so good at finding these early Barons that are relatively uncontested. When we see other teams go for these risky early Barons, you're never sure how it's going to play out. Fnatic always have a good idea of how much time they have to do the Baron and how much time they need to finish it. Very controlled, especially with the Skillista. Very potent pick when it comes to securing objectives. However, as we saw in the SK game, not all the time.
Not if the Gragas knocks you away. That's not going to be the case with Shook's Vi. However, Fnatic back in the base, picking up some items, able to get themselves right back into it. And you just look at how well they've been able to control the vision. Again, I want to touch on this because there's so many Rek'Sai tunnels down in this bottom side they're focusing on. There's so much vision in this top side. The Wolves have no idea that there is a forest of wards in their own jungle.
I mean, they'll likely know. There's just not much they can do about it. This is the only thing that worries me from Fnatic as a team, because they're so dominant and they might get used to rolling over teams like this, because there's no pushback from Wolves. They're just letting it happen, slowly losing the game, no proactive plays, occasionally the very obvious, you know, pick in the jungle where you're camping 4-man on the brush, but there's no minion wave manipulation tied to that, no objectives tied to that, so you will never straight up win the game off that for the Wolves. So when they get used to teams doing this over and over and over, and when they hit later the playoff stages and Worlds eventually, and they might not be used enough, you know, to getting pushed back by your opponents, getting challenged.
Yeah.
But I'm sure the coaching staff is aware of that, and they'll scrim tremendously hard in the preparation for Worlds, which is relatively early to talk about.
We're getting a little bit ahead of ourselves, but back in this one though, I do want to talk on the other side of the spectrum because we really have focused a lot on Fnatic. For the Copenhagen Wolves, no, this is definitely not an easy task for them, and they're slowly getting edged out, not making proactive plays. However, I feel that with these new couple of members in such a sink or swim, do or die matchup as they go in onto Febivin, will they be able to take him down? They pinball him over. The Emperor's Divide may not have even been needed there as Lenny comes in after the fact. They can get a tower.
This is what they have to do. They have to group up, pop the Sivir ulti. The only thing Fnatic can't deal with is Chook's ultimate on Vi. There is no way to stop that from happening because he will chase you and lock you down. The only person that can dodge Vi ultimate is Yellow Star and Thresh. If he gets Fate called out, he becomes untargetable.
Dangerous Dragon.
Looking for a Dragon.
Rekkles will be able to take it down thanks to the Rend proc. Before the Wolves can show up, he snags it away. 3-2-0 on the Dragon score, even though they lost Febivin to do it.
The Copenhagen Wolves use so much on every single pick-off. They use the Vi ulti, Shen coming in, you know, on the hunt, and then there's two little reserves left in the bank, but they have to do it because they don't want to let Febivin escape, just like Rekkles escaped earlier in the bot lane. So it's a bit of a catch-22 for them.
Yeah, it's difficult, and this is the thing. And it goes back to what I wanted to say before Febivin got picked up there. Copenhagen Wolves definitely have a ways to go. They're not in a happy position in the LCS right now, being at the bottom of the table, but there's still a chance to avoid that automatic relegation. Fight it out for the promotion tournament, which they have historically been quite good at. Still very early on, but they've got to make every game count. And from this game, even though you're not expected to win, there's always a lot you can learn from watching a team like Fnatic and playing against a team like Fnatic, and it's all on the Wolves to be able to make the most of that.
Yeah, if anything, this is stage experience for the two new guys on the block. The Belgian kids, Josué, Cass, and Lenny, just want to get accustomed to how it feels to play on stage. How is that desk height? differ from the way you play at home. You know, how cold is it in the studio? Do I need to wear an extra jacket, something under my shirt? All these things that play in your mind. How do I deal with white noise in my headset? These are all so many variables you have such a hard time training on. So while this game is a big loss, it is expected to be so. So the Wolves are looking ahead. They're looking at next week. They want to challenge teams like SK Gaming that keep dropping the ball in the mid to late game and hopefully find their way up there, because they're in this position where MYM and Giants were last split, playing for auto relegation. Not good for team atmosphere, not good for pressure in the house.
It's definitely true. So we'll see if they are able to get themselves up some experience and time. Next week they'll, you know, they will be facing down SK. They will be facing down the Copenhagen Wolves, or excuse me, Unicorns of Love. And you know, if they can get their heads in the right places, if they can get into a good mindset as well as learn a lot from these games that they're facing off against these tough opponents, they may have a chance to challenge. We'll have to see if that's the case as we progress forward. But back into this game, again, it's just coming up on 25 minutes. The lead has been very gradually extending now. Cass is caught on a line. They've hooked the cheese. He's not going down just yet, but Freeze is going so low. The Chaos Storm now on Cass. It goes right through him. Rainover gets knocked away, but Reckless will stick the spears in and pull him right back out as Soren dashes away. That could have been worse, however, for the Wolves.
You know you're in trouble when an enemy team is focusing an Alistar with Unbreakable Will Up and kills him. That means you have no counter damage, no counter pressure. Look at Fnatic. Not coming in for the Baron. See, Wolves will fool you once. Let's see if we can fool you twice.
It's even named after them. This is the Fnatic brush, Lenny. You can't fall for that. He's going to be able to almost get away, but Rainover with the flank, make sure that doesn't happen.
Honestly, it's not even falling for him. Ferovan!
Oh!
A little greedy.
Oh, just a bit. Fnatic tried a little too many things at once. This time they can't take the Baron.
Copenhagen will simply have to face it. They can't afford the risk of Fnatic doing the Baron. They have to respect that. Enter the darkness. However, Ferovan with a slight mistake here, leaves off in the middle and exposed. Gives the Wolves some breathing room, and Shook, honestly, is the one shining light for the Copenhagen Wolves. 100% kill participation, taking none of those kills for himself. Exactly the way a jungler should be playing. Now in this meta game on the Vi. Honestly, I like it against Fnatic. It's targeted CC, suppression kind of, because you can't get rid of it.
Rainover looks for Cass again. They just want to keep fighting around this Baron. Establish your dominance. Fate's Call throws Yellowstar in.
And wants to
That's
play
two
yo-yo.
ultimates down there just to try and get a pick off on the cow. They can't get it.
Yeah, they just want to clear the Baron vision. Once they find this ward right here, everything goes dark. And the Baron pit is dark and full of terrors. Poorly placed ward there. You really want to place that around the edge. Copenhagen Wolves. And now they have the Rend execute. Shook's here. Decent at smite steals, but so hard to do it. And Fnatic, they can take it slow. They don't have to rush this Baron down at the end.
No, they can go ahead and peel for the fight. They found Koss, but Lenny and Shook, they're all coming in. It's a party in the Baron pit now. And who is going home with the prize? It's gonna be Rainover. Copenhagen Wolves to their best efforts to save the day, but it doesn't matter in the end. Double kill for the victor. Soren, Emperor's divides the rest of them away, but he's still burning low and forced to summoner heal, flashing into the Krugs. They've got full vision of him, and it looks like it's only gonna be a matter of time. Yellowstar's here, the hook, not quite connecting. Soren got nowhere to go. That's the ace, that's the Baron, that's Fnatic ringing the bells to try and finish this game off.
Yellowstar is cheating right there. He misses the hook, goes for the flame, says, okay, well, never mind, I'm just gonna ignite this guy and walk away. But yeah, good Baron from Fnatic, and they do what SK Gaming couldn't do. They synchronize their smite with their Rend. They set a number, likely in their voice comms. They say, okay, when this Baron hits 2.3k, we're both gonna press it, regardless who goes first or last. That exact frame, because you know the number they have in their head. There's all impossible for Shook to get a smite in between.
Copenhagen Wolves did what they had to do to jump in and stop that Baron, but you're right, Fnatic so much more coordinated, completely outplay them, outmaneuver them. Big wave pushing bot, Inhibitor taken down mid, Huni pushing down on the bottom side. The Wolves are in a world of hurt.
And the Copenhagen Wolves, they're about to go 2-10 in the European LCS. However, they're only one win away from SK Gaming. That's all they need. 2 wins away from Elements. Let's watch this again. Shook goes in a little early. Wildberger couldn't stop that. He uses ulti on Rainover. They want to kill him. But I would argue you're better off killing Reckless. Get rid of the Rend stacks and then go smite for smite, because obviously the Rend execute does way more. And synchronized damage output. A little miscommunication, misfocus there, but even if they got the Baron, they would have gotten roasted. So much damage on the side of Fnatic rather.
Yellowstar goes in a little solo actually on this dragon, but he's okay to do it just now.
He had the lantern in the red buff pit. Tried to go for the max distance range Lantern, but Reckless was too busy clearing that camp. He said, nope, not today. I'll ride the Thresh Express another time.
Yep. And Huni too. Definitely doing some serious work. You mentioned roasting and barbecues and all those good things. It's a good thing there's a holiday where I'm from, Crepo, that's going to be all about tomorrow, but Huni's ringing it in quite nicely. And it's already on. However, it looks like Lenny, or rather Rainover, is going down. However, the rest of Fnatic is already here. Lenny is going to have to Shadow Dash over the wall, but face call not even needed as Febivin lasers him down. Uni still toasting these minions on the bottom side. Waves still pouring in the mid, and soon to be the bottom. Copenhagen Wolves are running out of options.
Rainover trades himself for the top laner, Lenny. 4v4 right now. See how much damage they're doing on the turret. Yeah, this is not gonna survive too long, Pyra.
It's already down. Inhibitor now being taken out. Copenhagen Wolves trying to respond with a little bit of non-committal poke, but they're just rolling over here. Fnatic sitting pretty, 4 dragons. That Baron buff out, of course, but doing just so much work against these Wolves.
And honestly, that's what was expected from this game. Fnatic in true Fnatic fashion. Slow early game, one could argue. Fantastic teleports coming out.
I would say they definitely did do as you were saying and kind of temper it a little bit. If they really wanted to experiment and just do some crazy stuff and see for the hell of it if it worked out, they could have gotten away with it in a number of situations. Nonetheless, they play it smart, they keep going, and on par to be the first team here in Europe to guarantee themselves a playoff berth.
Yep, but at the same time, how value is experimentation against a 10th place team in the league? I mean, what conclusive data can you draw from it? I feel Fnatic as a team, they're so far ahead in terms of shot calling and communication that it doesn't matter what they play. They can vary it up all the way, and they would likely still win the game. Playing this game with a lot of respect, very meta picks.
When they can get their hands on him too. I mean, again, this is not a comp they've been fully able to run for a little while.
The only thing that I feel could be a weakness in this composition is that Victor is incredibly immobile. Or I can't use that word because Kobe gets mad at me. Low mobility, mid lane champion. He has the Lantern to get out, and that is the only weakness of this composition right here. So much damage on Fnatic's side.
They have been really just taking everything away from these Wolves. Huni in the mid, they've got the 4-1 on. Wolves have got to react, but there's no inhib mid, there's no inhibitor bot. The last one has its, or rather Fnatic has their sights set on it, and it seems like it's just going to be a matter of time before that too will fall. The Wolves can make a miracle play. They've managed to find a couple of picks, but not without huge cost to them. Now would be the time to try and keep it alive. And Cass is already down. Febivin lasers him. Shook trying to find Febivin, but Reckless is taken down. Soren, just like that, the damage is gone. A double kill as Shook will now fall. Lenny gets rended away, and Yellowstar picks up the kill. Huni just going for the end right now. He knew that was all about to happen. Might want to stat pad just a little bit. But there we go. Last inhibitor turret is falling down, and I don't think anyone expected anything different. But 32 minutes into the game, after the ace, Fnatic take down the Copenhagen Wolves and qualify for playoffs.
And Yellowstar, another game, 0 deaths. This guy doesn't die very often.
No, he doesn't.
Fantastic KDA reflects that score as well. I believe it was last week where he went like 2-1 and 28, or 26. He had a 28 KDA last week. Just a phenomenal performance as a support, and yeah, expected, but consistency and deliverancy is what Fnatic brings to the table.
Yeah,
and
12 games in a row.
They got taken to the ropes yesterday against Giants, but they showed what they do under pressure. A lot cleaner, a lot crisper win. And they're getting used to this walk. So far, no team has had to walk to Fnatic's side of the stage. They're always the one walking first.
Yes, indeed. They will shake hands once again for the 12th time this split, and with the fans. Such an awesome fan base Fnatic has as well. Always massive respect. The organization, even though they changed a lot of faces last year, they've gotten some more experience under their belts. And the team that surprised everybody by coming out ahead into the first have looked even stronger against every team now, and then some in this summer split.
Fnatic 12-0, the Wolves 2-10. Biggest difference in the league right now in terms of wins and losses. Fast difference showed on the Rift, honestly, too. There was almost nothing the Wolves could do. They tried. This guy right here on your screen, Shook, he tried.
shining light.
Yeah.
But there's still a lot of work to do for the Copenhagen Wolves, and we'll have to see, you know, how they develop. If they can make a challenge for keeping themselves out of that auto relegation, they definitely have a knack for it.
Yeah, all 5 kills that Fnatic gave up were at the hands of Shook. He was somehow involved in them. So 100% kill participation, but Copenhagen Hills, they will need a lot more kills to make that stat really worthwhile.
Yeah.
A decent draft overall. I like the Vibe pick. Maybe the Shen can work against other teams. But still, the fact that Huni can find an opening where he can teleport bot lane, while then his Stand United and his Summer Spell teleporter down, indicates that, yeah, there's just, Fnatic was just one step ahead all around.
Coordination, you know, they just do not give anything up. And this is what has set them apart so well. I mean, again, the Wolves, I think they had a pretty valiant effort, but it's not going to be enough against a team like Fnatic. Now, we're going to send it side stage. Repulse is going to have a word with Huni about that win.
Thank you, Pyra. I'm here joined with Huni, one of the players from Fnatic after his win and extending his win streak. Now, Huni, the crowd love you, but you now have the biggest win streak in European history. What does that mean for you?
It's really happy for me because it's first time my professional player and I got rookie as well, standard rookie. And second time we new record of Europe LCS, like 2.0. I don't know, it's gonna be like 18-0 or everything. So I'm really happy, glad about new record.
Well, it's looking like an 18-0 so far, Huni. So you're obviously a very strong top laner, but who do you rank as the top 3 in Europe in terms of top laners?
In Europe, top 3. I think I'm not really sure, but for even me?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Top 1. Obviously, I'm first, and second, I think it's Cabo Chart. Third is Odomne, I think, because Cabo Chart raining phase is really strong, and Odomne is how to play. It's like TP and roam as well. So, but they can follow me.
And they've been trying to follow you, Huni. Like, we've seen a lot of Rumble picks now coming out. How does a person become so good at Rumble like you?
Sorry, it was so loud, so I can...
Oh yeah, sure. So how do you become such a good Rumble player? What makes a good Rumble?
Can you, sorry, can you say again?
So Rumble is a very difficult champion, and you're very good at Rumble. How do people become as good as you on Rumble?
It's really hard to champion in Rumble, but it's really most important thing is you keep it passive. It's obviously it's like for me it's really easy to play champion because I play already like 1K game. So just I think you have to play 1K game.
Well, practice makes perfect. Once again, congratulations on your win, Huni. We're going to shoot it over to the analysts to close out that game.
All you have to do is play 1K games on whatever champion. Oh, very interesting. You said top 3 top laners: Huni, Cabochard, Odoamne. Next week in the Fnatic OG rematch, Soaz will have something extra to prove in that one. Always a pleasure to listen to Huni. Very confident, and I feel like this is one of the times that I think it is absolutely justified for a team to do so.
Yeah, I completely agree. And I think when we look at Huni and how well he plays on Rumble, it's actually been banned away in 9 of Fnatic's 12 games this split. It was first picked once, and obviously it was picked up today. So out of the 12 games, only one time has Rumble not been picked up or played by Huni and Fnatic. And I think if you see how effectively Huni uses the equalizer to push towers to get those teleport ganks off, it is a major, major threat at all stages of the game.
Yeah, definitely.
And it's a really weird thing because when you watch Fnatic, when you watch Huni as well, he's always having great games, but seems to sometimes be outshone by Forbidden, sometimes by Reckless. Maybe not always stamping maximum authority. This time, we kind of felt Forbidden was having a quiet game. Not a bad game, just a quieter game than usual. So Huni, back on Rumble, manages to just stamp his authority.
And I want to expand on that just a moment. I think if you look at yesterday and today's games, I think Forbidden is a little out of his element. Yesterday on Azir, I really did not particularly enjoy some of his engages. I felt like he was out of position several times. Leading up to the Baron in today's game against the Wolves, he got caught out twice. There was one particular instance where Forbidden just got basically zoned and jumped on by Soren with flash, with cleanse available. and it's not something I'm used to seeing from Febiven. So a little bit of an off week for him particularly, but the rest of the team picked up the slack.
Certainly, and so much of the consistency is coming from the bottom lane for Fnatic. I think Reckless, you can just see it in the game, but Crepo was talking about it during the game, how just unsung Yellowstar can be. His week 5 stats, 1-1 and 26. Week 6 stats, 3-2 and 29. And especially when you consider that he went up against a rookie here in the LCS in Je suis Cass. Certainly, Bora was saying, Je suis Cass, bienvenue à la LCS.
That's actually quite a good pronunciation from a Welshman. That's impressive.
Normally, we just have a lot of vowels. So
I just have a lot of vowels. Okay, well, I think that's about it for Fnatic. Fantastic performance. A shame, of course, for the Copenhagen Wolves, but they are still trying to find their groove with their new players. But Fnatic, they seem well on their way to a 18-0. Let's check in with you guys at home, because earlier we asked you, who is your must-pick ban champion on 5.12? And at Type Dreamlol says, Rek'Sai, an extremely good early game jungler with strong map pressure moving into the late game. Actually, when I was writing down picks and bans, instead of writing Rek'Sai, I wrote Reignover for Fnatic. So
I don't blame you at all. When you look at Reignover and Rek'Sai and the impact he's had throughout the split, it's been phenomenal. Spring split as well. What I really like, though, is last week Reignover went, Rek'Sai's available, don't need him. Gonna play Olaf these times, gonna let the Ragnarok, gonna let the scaling work in his favor. But it's good to see Reignover back on a signature champion, and I particularly like watching the tunnels. I love seeing where the tunnels are placed on the map because it tells you exactly who the jungler is trying to assist the most by having multiple options for that farm along.
Yeah, but pool party Rek'Sai, please, next time, Reignover. Our second tweet is from @Emerwin11. I think Kalista, she is a lane bully, doesn't decay in the mid game, and is an unstoppable force late. Reckless showed it against Giants today as well, but yesterday, he actually single-handedly made, not single-handedly, okay, the team did something, whatever, but Reckless definitely stepped up and made that game in favor of Fnatic at the end.
He certainly did. Impressive performance yesterday, solid performance today, Fnatic prioritizing it. Every team is prioritizing Kalista so very highly. So, yeah, I couldn't agree more with that.
Definitely. Well, that's all that we said. It's time to step away as we gear up for our next match. But when we return, Elements will face Origin after losing to Xpeke and his team just 2 weeks ago. We'll be back with all the action after this.
I agree.
Nordic.
What is Nordic?
From the North Polar bears, you know, and penguins. We have penguins and polar bears.
Really?
No, we don't.
Oh.
Battery is onto him. He'll to arrest his momentum, but the deny. Pooney's in the picture. It's gonna be Reignover. Copenhagen Wolves do their best efforts to save the day, but it doesn't matter in the end. Cass is already down. Febiven lasers him. Shook trying to find Febiven, but Reckless has taken down Soren. Just like that, the damage has got a double kill. Fnatic take down the Copenhagen Wolves and qualify for playoffs.
Welcome back, everybody. All cheering for Fnatic. I thought Huni was missing for a second, but there he was after that great performance. For now, though, we are going to gear up for our next game between the 4 and 7 Elements and the second place Origin. Let's take a look at the lineups, starting with Elements on the blue side. JWoww, Dexter, Froggen, Tabs, Nif, and Martin Mogensen, their coach. Definitely looking for a victory after that performance yesterday versus H2K up against Origin within the top lane. Soaz, then amazing Expeke, Niels, Mithy, and our coach, Leduc. So, both have something to prove because both coming off of a loss yesterday, Origin versus the Unicorns of Love, Elements after their loss to H2K, and where we saw a lot of poke and double poke coming out yesterday in the meta, that wasn't the case for neither of these teams.
Yeah, Origin with an incredibly sloppy draft. Really, really not used to them from them, and their playstyle didn't play to their strengths either. I'm fine with them playing off-meta picks, but they lacked the identity, and they didn't know what they were playing for in that game. They should have played a lot more 1-3-1, but they didn't do that, and then they got behind. But he even said it on social media, on Twitter, you know, bad game, bad prep, bad draft.
Who said?
Next game will be better. I believe it was Soaz that came out with that tweet. So definitely looking forward to see if Origin changed up. And if not, this could be the prime opening for Elements, because coming into this week, they had H2K and they had facing against Origin, and tough week, but this might be the opening they need to go 1-1.
And honestly, I don't think that they had a terrible game versus H2K yesterday, Elements. There were good things in there, but Nif had a worse game than he had last week coming in for his second week at Sport.
Yeah, tough game for Nif when you look at it. He played the Nautilus. Stats really not so great. 0, 6, and 4 on that Nautilus overall. And, you know, we saw Nif have a decent week in his first week. This one, I think, won't sit too well with him. I feel like he's the kind of person that's going to come in here with something to prove.
And yeah, we expected so much more from Nif when it comes to shot calling, and that is honestly the problem that has plagued Elements as a whole. Spring Split, and now, you know, they got rid of Nif, they brought in that guy Crepo, didn't fix the shot call, and then they went back to Promiscue, didn't fix the shot calling, went back to Nif, shot calling still subpar, and overall with the meta shifting constantly, by the time they've caught up to what it was, it's shifting away from them. They're continuously one step behind, and they're trying to make things happen, but it's just getting rough.
You're so self-deprecating all the time. We're so happy to have you.
If I don't do it, somebody else will, so I'd rather take the honor for myself.
I see how it is.
It's really interesting that we talk about shot calling, though, because I think with Origin, it felt really rough yesterday. Yeah. A little bit uncharacteristic for themselves. Even harkens back to something we saw once or twice in Challenger a very long time ago, where Origin were kind of floundering with what to do, went to Baron a couple of times and just could never really take it against the Unicorns. And it was very weird to see Origin just not quite have the head in their right place when it comes to shot calling.
Yeah, panic Barons usually are a symptom of a poor macro-oriented team, because they just don't think far enough ahead, and they're like, oh, Baron here, let's try it. And then like, oh, we can't do that. And that's actually the way I felt about Origin yesterday, and I haven't felt about that since you said like Challenger. That's the last time I really felt Origin. They still have things to work on, and we wondered, what are they going to do coming into the LCS? And they took us by a surprise. You know, phenomenal performance leading up to that Fnatic game where eventually they fell short. So we had so much expectations, and now we're kind of seeing them struggle. But it's okay. They have the buffer in the standings to redefine themselves. Obviously, they're looking for that second place spot against H2K, who are, to be honest, also looking shaky. So things are still all right for Origin.
Yeah, definitely, because on the same token, we were saying if you get so much ahead in the early game all the time and you don't get to that decision-making point, now at least they got some practice out of it, so we'll see what happens. Finally, maybe for OG, Niels is their new strength in there. He'd also had a little bit of tunnel vision, as you called it yesterday, but it's definitely everything they can learn from.
Yeah, so minute vein spotting, as we say online, but that was about it. Honestly, this is not the Niels we usually see, so he's so controlled in his aggression and defensive play, together with Miffy, great synergy, but it felt like Origin accepted that the game was lost, and they just tried to make something happen too hard, too badly, and it didn't work, but they just accelerated the loss that was impending anyways.
Well, both teams something to prove, Elements and Origin, and the stage is set, so we're going to kick it off to the casters to load into the Rift.
Thank you very much, Analyst Desk and Sharks. Deficio and I have tag-teamed over to the caster desk. We're about to jump into this matchup. Of course, Elements taking on Origin. Both teams looking to bounce back from yesterday. Both teams with some questionable decision-making in the mid to late game.
Yeah, I think that's for sure. I mean, Elements, did we really expect a whole lot in the game yesterday against H2K? Hard to at least expect them to win the game. Origin, very disappointing performance. Honestly, Analyst Desk talked about it, how drafting was weird. Felt like they got counterpicked a little bit, especially their Braum into the Jace was super effective from Hylissang. And then just never really playing the comp they had.
Well, talking about the comps, we are about to jump into picks and bans. Let's touch on Elements for a moment. I know we were talking about how they seem to prioritize their champions. Froggen looking for those scalable late game carries. Tabs seems to be relegated to wave clear duty. Are we expecting more of the same?
I think we should expect that, and also because the first ban from Elements is Kalista, and they do this because either Origin then bans the Sivir, which is the standard you will do if you don't want to give over that as a first pick, and then Elements can just go for the Corki, and then they have this wave clear component, they have some mid game, which is what they've been aiming for. We keep talking about Elements and often refer to like late game scaling, but the last few weeks have gone more towards these Trinity Force power spikes on taps, on JWoww, so it's more mid game focused, and they're setting up for it again because now Sivir is banned. And then most teams consider Corki to be the best AD carry choice. Question is, will Elements first pick it? Now that the banned are Gragas, they might set up for Rek'Sai first pick as well. So there are different options for Elements here.
Rek'Sai or Corki, that's what we're looking for Elements. On the side of Origin, we see Master Yi targeted towards Elements. I think that's the second time this week that Elements have had that.
Yeah, Frank was apparently spamming it in solo queue. Like a lot.
We've seen FLICKR doing it.
Yeah.
Leading or following, we'll have to see. Either way, it's not available. You can see Mithy much more focused than Nif as far as player cams are concerned. Final ban being Rise. So Rek'Sai is up if you want to take that top tier jungler for Dexter, and she, the queen of the Xerxai, has been locked in.
Yeah, and just fairly smart bans then, in the way Elements decides to ban with the Kalista first, and then kind of forcing Origin to ban that Sivir, because teams have now realized you don't really want to give it away too often. It's just so powerful. These two AD carries really stand out above the rest in the league. But we also talked about the Corki as the other option, and of course Origin will then lock it in instantly. One of the teams on the analyst desk, Niels, last week talking about how in scrims they've been, trying to play without Sivir, without Kalista, because you have to be able to have other AD carries ready, and therefore Corki, for a lot of the teams, comes in as the next one.
So let's see whether or not Origin can actually make use of their timing windows and whether they can take advantage of their Triforce spikes, because yesterday both Origin and Elements didn't seem to be on the same page. Nif was a little disconnected from tabs. Elements were not really in sync, and they had their Echo jungle. We see them out of page, and they're similar with Origin, those Desperation Baron players that Crepo's highlighted. We need to see which team can focus their resolve in their playstyles.
Yeah, when you play against these poke compositions, and if you don't run straight up hard engage, you need good coordination to make it work, and we simply didn't see that from the teams. Often Elements would have one guy jump in, then the next guy would follow after, or he would miss his stunner, and everything fell apart. Froggen never got to do too much on his Vladimir he had in the team fights, even though he had a good game. But yeah, Elements, Alistar of course left open because Origin said we need Echo as well. It's a flex pick for them. Top and jungle is the expected roles. And then funny enough with Pekka and Froggen here, they somewhat share the same champion pool. Vladimir, Azir, they're in there. We might see a Vladimir pick coming in from Froggen, just saying I challenge you to pick the Azir because I'm gonna beat you then later on in the game, even though Azir of course has fantastic scaling as well. But it's what he did last time these two teams faced each other.
And of course for Origin, Pekka had the option to run poke. Varus was up. Jace has made it all the way through untouched thus far, which has really been one of the power picks on 5-12.
Yeah, and with this Rumble pick here, and of course the Corki AD carry, I think Origin really is setting up for either Jace or Varus in the mid lane. You want that physical, long-range poke, and that's also why Rumble is such a good pick, why we've seen Rise often in top lane, Echo top lane as well, because you need some magic damage. Cannot go too heavy into the physical one. It tends to go fairly wrong in the late game when teams are stacking armor against you. So Origin really setting up for Jace Varus. I would assume Jace if it's left open as the last pick for Pekka.
So a couple of picks left for Elements to go with. JWoww will get his hands on that Gnar. I'm hoping he's going to build a little bit more DPS focus, much like we see Odawamne doing, tending to favor that Black Cleaver and going a little more aggressive. Can go full tank if he needs to or wants to. Couple seconds left for Elements. What will they prioritize as their last two? It looks like Cog and Vlad for the moment.
Elements needs to be careful. They don't run with too little engage. Again, for them, it's a bit like yesterday. You have Rek'Sai and Gnar, two champions that prefer to be like the second engage coming in. So only Alistar is going to be the one where you pop that Righteous Glory and you might be able to flash combo someone, and that's how you can start. Then follow it up with the Mega Gnar, follow up with Rek'Sai and knock up, and that can work. But Origin have a very good combo in terms of kiting back. You got long range on the Corki. We are expecting Jace Varus as the pick in the mid lane as well for Pekka. And then you have this disengage of Rumble Thresh together. So I feel like Origin have a good setup to run a poke comp where it's going to rely on coordination, which is what Elements have been lacking, for them to start proper fights. Because otherwise, Froggen is going to stand too far back and he never gets in range. Orianna's different taste, but it's Kite. It's, hey, you're never going to get in range with your Vladimir to deal all this massive AoE damage, and therefore we try and shut you down that way.
I don't know about this one. We'll see if it works out for Origin, but either way, both teams settling down on a team composition that wants to go for those team comps.
Too.
And as we were expecting, it will be that AD poke. Now, when FLICKR ran Varus last time, it was against the Copenhagen Wolves, and he dealt more damage than the entire Wolves team combined. This was last week, of course, and it was the first time we saw FLICKR on the champion. And we'll keep an eye on those piercing arrows and how accurate he can be. The one thing it does signal for Elements is that's going to buy time for this Vladimir to farm up, to get himself some items. Fairly even-ish lane.
Right, yeah. I mean, it's going to be a bit of a farm lane in the start, but of course, around these 15-20 minutes, it's where Origin is going to spike super hard, and it's what they like to play around. This is much more an Origin composition compared to the one we saw yesterday. Fantastic mid-game for them. It's always where they get this massive goal lead. I mean, their team, first 10 minutes, they're like 200-300 goal ahead on average, and then coming towards the 20-minute mark, we saw like 2K goal leads suddenly for them. Like, they explode in that way. So, running Varus Corki, fantastic mid-game Rumble, of course, as well. So, Elements will not be allowed, if Origin plays is correct, to scale to 30 minutes, 35 minutes. And even if they do, we need to see proper coordination in the way they engage through the Gnar, the Alistar, and the Rek'Sai to enable Froggen to deal damage. Otherwise, it's going to be the same as yesterday.
Coordination.
Coordination, coordination, coordination.
It's not worked out. When we've seen Elements playing, we were talking about the Echo in particular, because when Froggen was running Echo a couple of weeks back, and we saw Promiscu, if memory serves, on the Bard, it didn't work out. Yesterday, when Dexter was running Echo, that too did not work out. So there are your team compositions, ladies and gentlemen. Jump on Twitter for the second last time here in Europe in Week 6. Hashtag ELWin or hashtag OGWin. We want to know who you think will be picking up the victory. FLICKR's got a little bit of numbers on his side. Varus has a 6-win, 2-loss ratio here in Europe. Pretty good odds. One of those wins was with FLICKR himself.
I want to talk a little bit about this bot lane. Tabs and Nif, of course, reunited. The lane that won their summer split, Season 4, went to Worlds, then Kaboom happened. Now we're here. But
that's a very abridged history.
That's how it goes, man. That's the story. This lane for them, early on, they're gonna just try and turn it into a complete farm lane. Like, they don't want anything to happen. Honestly, it's 280 carries who really wants to hit level 6 before they become really powerful. But Tabs can honestly out-trade a Corki after level 6. You want the few 80 carries who can do it. Obviously, depends on the first back. But I want to see how he plays it, and if that is the main reason for him picking it. Obviously, again, it's super late game, so Elements have gone slightly away from the mid game, the Trinity Force spikes we have seen on 2 carries, both JWoww and Taps, and now we way more late game focus, at least with the 2 carries.
Could still go Triforce on that Kog'Maw. Could still
of course you are.
damage
Yeah.
on Gnar.
So,
and of course, the last time these teams met, hang on, because this abridged history you gave last time didn't include the most recent matchup, which Origin did, of course, win relatively handily. Pretty convincing team fights. Look at that aspect of the dragon. I actually think it was the first time it was picked up as well, if memory serves.
And I guess, I mean, of course, as you said, Taps is going Trinity Force. It's just not the same power when he hits that item as a Corki. You know, you don't have to necessarily group in that mid game and really use it because you have that fantastic late game scaling, which is what he's aiming for. Typically, you want more than just one item for Taps on a hyper carry.
The longer the game goes, the happier Corki will be. Kog'Maw. Damn it.
Yeah, see?
You just messed me all up. Right, let's reset ourselves. No lane swap, no shenanigans. We did catch a glimpse of Niels and Mithy doing Gromp. Tabs and Nif hit the Krugs. We'll see who's going to race to level 2. Nif with the Relic Shield. And we do catch a glimpse in the middle lane as Froggen is transfusing the Heart Seeker Varus of FLICKR.
I need to see Nif sell this Relic Shield later on. He has to go for Talisman. We need Elements to have ways of starting fights. Rek'Sai is normally not building a Righteous Glory. Gnar is not building a Righteous Glory, so it has to come from Nif in terms of doing ability. So unless he's going like face of the mountain, Righteous Glory, but that's fairly expensive build for support, and that relies then Elements to get towers down to get global gold for him. So I'm not sure I'm going to like that. We're going to have to see if Nif sells it later. That's what I'm going to expect from him. But yeah, we talked about it. The 2v2 lane is going to be super farm fest in the start from Element side. They want to hit level 6, and then we might start seeing them trade a little bit. But you're against a double range comp, so you're not going to do a whole lot in the start.
And you can see that Tabs and Nip have been pushed in. FLICKR is shoving into this mid lane as well. Froggen's going to have some fighting to do. And of course, Froggen versus FLICKR, this used to be one of the headline matchups. FLICKR going to get zoned away by Dexter. Ghost has already been used. So Summoner Spell advantage actually traded Froggen and FLICKR, using their respective abilities.
Dexter didn't want to flash and trade it with FLICKR. That's normally worth it against an immobile mid laner. If your jungler trades flash, low mobility, that's very true. Because he can walk, after all.
He's not a turret, though many people think Varus is off. Just standing there spamming away with that piercing arrow. We did see FLICKR start to flask in pots, so going to be trying to hold out and spamming those piercing arrows as quickly as possible. Tabs eats a death sentence. Niels will just land an auto attack before peeling backwards.
Yeah, we didn't get to see too much of the level 1 trading between these two bottom lanes here, but very clearly Origin, of course, again, as we mentioned, with the double range, have been winning the war, got early level 2, zoned away Tabs and Nif. Big difference already at the 10 CS, but you're still just waiting at least for level 6 and then further on. More than just the Trinity Force as well, compared to the Corki.
Well, a little bit of that CS is made up in the top lane, as JWoww is pushing Soaz into the tower, trying to use that mini-Gnar harass to the best of his ability. Soaz will be doing just fine. We've seen Rumble shut down really hard in the summer split. Soaz uncontested thus far.
Yeah, Gnar is normally a good matchup into Gnar because you can, sorry, into Rumble, not into Gnar. Because JWoww, what he can do is just gonna go for an early Hexdrinker, and then it's gonna be very tough for Source to trade properly with him. And then what we have seen, at least, Hexdrinker is full tank on that Gnar, but now we see Black Clavers, we see Frozen Mallets and so on. So JWoww likes to often go a bit more DPS, Hexdrinker, Black Cleaver potentially for him, and just be a bit of a split pushing threat.
I'd like to see that because, in my opinion, the strongest Gnar is Oda Wonders. We do see a flash from FLICKR. Dexter does not follow once again. Rinse and repeat.
Except that the first time he didn't get the flash blown from FLICKR, so this time he had the flash to get away. Still, that's fine for Dexter if he can then return to this mid lane and get a kill on FLICKR here. If you need Froggen to get rolling, because he's going to be such a massive force in the late game against double AD carries who's going to have so few defensive stats. Froggen is going to eat them if he gets in there.
That's going to be the trick. Not a lot of initiation. Tabs is going to eat a death sentence. Double flay. Tabs responds with the defensive flash. The Lantern is going to pull Niels forward, looking for first blood. Valkyrie defensively. Teleports coming down from Soaz as first blood is secured. The dead butterfly does not blow up the earth. And teleports cancelled from both top laners. OG, Sokolf, your place.
Both Mythi and Tabs, you know, they know each other really well. Back in Season 3. Used to play together on Lemon Dogs and was such a good 2v2 lane. Mythi didn't join the first one.
So there's no flash here for FLICKR. Dexter and Froggen at least pushing back. It looks like the minion wave is pushing towards FLICKR, so he should have some additional safety. Trading very well with Froggen. Both of these top laners without teleport have also returned to lane. Makings of that Hexdrinker that you were talking about, Deficio. And an early Seeker's Arm Guard for Soaz's Rumble.
No surprises in the top lane. Still, the fact that Elements have been giving up a kill down in that bottom lane is a big problem. Let's see what else is on the map. Dexter's trying this mid lane again and again and again. We haven't seen anything from Amazing yet. Just been farming, but once again, I mean, Dexter, return to the mid lane. You forced that flash. You have your own still. That should be such an easy kill for Elements.
Should be, but has not become one. And Origin have got themselves roughly 1,000 gold lead. We can see Niels with that Sheen, Boots, and Ruby Crystal equaled with Tabs' Sheen. But as you pointed out many times, Deficio,
yeah,
Tabs' Cogmore is looking for more than just Triforce. Triforce, Blade.
It's a good start, though.
Let's see who can pick that up. Where are we looking in terms of Dragon for these respective teams? Obviously, the Rumble's always going to give you an advantage. especially if Niels and Myth can keep pressing home their advantage in the 2v2.
Very true. I mean, it's kind of funny because Pokecoms, they like to take dragons early on because of the fact that the stats are great for them, but also they like to get ganked in the mid lane.
Well, Pekka is going to throw out that chain of corruption. It did actually connect, and Dexter ate so many tower shots. Reply kill for Froggen. Looked a little scary, but he got the kill.
Yeah, Dexter needed more than the 2 steps. There was like the first gank, nothing happened. Second gank, you got the flash. Third gank, nothing. Fourth gank, we finally get the kill onto Pekka. We talked about it so often. He goes down. Poor Taps. He's left alone in this bottom lane here. But yeah, the dragons, it's going to be important for Elements to use dragons to force fights, because that's what you can do against these Pokecoms here. If you force them to move down into the river, you get multiple ways to engage, especially with Anar. Amazing, he's taking quite some damage.
He's been knocked up. The Lantern for defense, and Niels was hammering away on the tower. Froggen may be catching Amazing out. Preyseeker's going to connect, and Froggen's going to transfuse. Time Winder will apply the slow, and we see that's a flash engage there from Nif, and Amazing will be able to just phase dive away, I think that was. And at the end of it, Amazing gets out clean. A little bit of a wasted engage on Nif's flash.
That's safe to say. He was roaming to mid before as well, so they've really been sacrificing Taps quite a bit here in the early game. Dexter putting all his focus on the mid lane. Nif also roamed in himself. Mythy trying to predict the juke. Didn't happen for him, and now let's start trading. Now here we get to level 6 on both AD carries, so let's start following the trades. If Tap uses his full rotation, gets of course that Sheen proc off, it can be tough for Nils then to just standard trade unless he has the big rocket ready.
There's no flash for Nif, so this initiation is going to be a little more difficult. And the Fisher, I'm going to go back to picks and bans. We were mentioning Tabs in recent games has been one of the wave clear players. Less so on this Cogmore. Up top, no Hex Drinker yet for JWoww. Takes a very heavy trade. Equalizer is available for Soaz if he wants to all in.
And I think overall, for Origin, just being even 10 minutes in is more than fine. Because again, they're waiting for that 15 to 20 minute spike. As you just highlighted yourself, Taps normally is one of the main wave clears. This case here, there's no instant wave clear from him. Froggen has to stand in the middle of the lanes. No instant wave clear. Same for JWoww. So Elements doesn't have a safe way and a fast way of stopping Origin once they start grouping with Varus and Corki. So as long as Origin doesn't do anything stupid for the next 5-6 minutes, gets a Trinity Force, they can group, and there will be very little room or for Elements to make anything, honestly, unless they can get a TP in and force a team fight.
Yeah, one of the terms that Crepo likes to use is the comeback mechanic. Elements are lacking one. JWoww forced a flash after the equalizer sub-optimally used. Nevertheless, it will get a lot of damage on the tower as well as the summoner spell. Mythy and Niels looking for a caterpillar. Not going to find one this time.
As long as Origin as well doesn't get baited into some objective where they get engaged on. Let's see what happens mid though, because Amazing he's the guy engaging on Froggen.
And not going to connect. There's 2 Qs for the QQ on Froggen. A little bit of damage, but no CC. Summoner spells up for both Pekka and Froggen. Even on CS, they both backed, and Amazing's going to at least tag this dragon out. So, Elements not around to respond. Remember, Tabs backed a moment ago. Not available, and Origin have started this off.
Yeah, simply because Tabs was running from base, they knew they could start it. Worst case, they can always just back away. They have a lot of members around it. TP is ready, but Source already moved down, so you can always just TP back to the top lane from Origin. Maybe bait one out from JWoww himself. He's coming in now. And there is the disengage instantly.
Not going to work out. Dragon's been interrupted. Elements will be securing the crab as they peel away. But Origin, I think crucially, get JWoww's teleport. So if Origin want to set up a play in the next few minutes, Soaz will have his equalizer and have the option to respond.
And we just talked about this, how the way for Elements to stop Origin from grouping or to stop the siege if Origin is already standing there hitting the tower or poking away is by teleporting in from the flank, teleporting in behind. That's how you can try and start the fights here. Nif still delaying his talisman a lot if he's even going to build it. Dexter is going to be the guy then jumping in with him at first, while JWoww has to run down or stand with the team, because again he has no TP for the next few minutes. So Origin is simply just baiting it out. Very risk-free play, because as you can see, as soon as the teleport was there, they just backed out. Went back to stand on lane, said, okay, you have no TP now.
Dexter looking for the knock-up, not going to find it, but he does get the chain of corruption. Pekka's landing a couple of auto attacks with that blighted quiver. and actually used his Ghost as well, just to put even more distance. The back was interrupted, and when we look at the items, JWoww appears to be going for a little bit more of a damage build. Components of Phage. Mithy, batter, swing and a miss. Not a miss, a dodge, maybe. Tabs flashed. Not really sure if that would have connected. Better safe than sorry.
A bit of a panic one for him. But yeah, obviously didn't want to get caught. Even on his own turret. Nif was nearby as well. Tabs plays it very, very safe. It's what he's been doing, honestly. He's been a very safe AD carry for Elements, and often he just stays in his lane for a long time. Even when he's hitting certain power spikes, he likes to just continue farming. And it has been a bit of the mentality for Elements all split long. The whole team is like, just one more wave, then I'll go back, and then we can group just one more wave. And while it can net you some quite nice farm, it can also end up just hurting you because you're so slow.
Yeah, the problem is that one more wave mentality doesn't help when you're losing almost every time. Tabs is down 6 CS on average at 10 minutes and down 14 CS on average at 20 minutes. And if you look down, he's even further behind now at 14.
Tricky for him, the fact that they were against this Thresh as well with his own Alistar, so bit of a disadvantage support-wise in terms of the applying pressure in the lane. And then he lost the fight for the level 2 early on and already got denied about 10 CS from the start, also ends up dying one. So not been an easy laning phase for Tabs. Nif is going in though.
So Nif is going to get caught by that death sentence. Unbreakable will to break the chains. And we do see the Lantern to get Niels to safety. The rest of Origin are coming and they're looking for a diving party, but Dexter is going to scream. And Void Rush as well. 3v3 if anything were to break out. Teleport for Soaz, nothing for JWoww. Soaz calling the bluff. Look, he's in the jungle in the top half.
It's all part of the build-up. Soaz doesn't even have to join because he has teleport ready, so Elements are just saying, okay, we're just going to give it up. Because we know if we try and contest it with 4 members, Soaz is going to join and we won't be able to do it. Only reason for them to maybe try and force his own teleport was so JWoww could take the top tower down. Instead, they decided to back away. Bot lane had been pushed down already. Origin has been setting up this play for a few minutes. And they are just taking it super slow. No reason to take any chances, just wait for your spikes, then you can start making a plays.
I think it's amazing about Origin though, is in the 12 games they've played, they've secured 10 of the first Dragons. That is fantastic objective control, and they've done it again. Amazing is now dived in for the dive. Chrono Break out to safety. A little bit awkward. A lot of damage has been placed on that tower. Some really weird engages around this bottom lane over the last couple of minutes.
I don't think Origin had any vision on where Dexter was. So in case he wasn't in the bottom lane there, you had a 3v2 dive being set up against Tabs with no flash because you used it before. But as soon as they saw Dexter, it's like, okay, I'm playing Echo anyway, just dash back out to your ulti and you're safe. Once again, we'll have a Lantern as well for Mithy. It's about setting up potential plays and always having a way out. Always having a safety plan or an escape plan for Origin. And it's been the same when they start Dragon. They're like, okay, if you're moving down, we just disengage, we take the next one. This dive here, takes us here, back out. And as you can see, Element's not been able to really punish them for some of these plays.
Mithy's going to look to punish Elements. He's got those Moby Boots roamed up top. Niels, Trinity Force completed. Man immune for FLICKR for a little while. And almost a Haunting guys as well as level 11 for Soaz. So Origin are effectively enabled now. The Go switch has been flicked on.
Yep.
And it's just a matter of finding the right objective. Origin, again, talking about stats, picked up the first tower in 9 out of their 12 games. We'll see if they can do it again.
And they should be getting this bot lane tower very, very soon. Once Mithy returns down to the bottom lane, there's a double ward being set up top for Elements. That one in the bush and then one outside. Where we saw the pink ward from Origin. You can see Amazing also being spotted by the same one. That's what's going to happen if you expect them to pink defensively. You just take it outside the bush around the corner. But Origin, this bot lane tower is super low. You have a spike on your Corki. You can push that one in very safely and just take down the tower on your own. And then you can start grouping and landing this poke here. Dexter has to start pulling off some plays. Otherwise, Origin can just keep controlling the pace of the game.
Tremor sense. Dexter knows Amazing is there. Equalizer is up for Soaz. We're going to engage. JWoww is going to throw down the knob, but Amazing Chrono Break dodged it. Equalizer's not Amazing as Dexter and JWoww are in retreat. Parallel Convergence comes down. That's going to stun Dexter. The burnout is coming down, and Amazing gets the kill. The second one in the game for Origin.
Really well played by Amazing. As soon as he saw Nard jump in, he pops his ulti. As you said, he dodges it. 2 towers going down because both the lanes have been pushed down over and over and over. Elements suddenly fall really far behind in goal. Playing the top lane, 2 lanes winning on the bottom side of the map. Origin, nice goal lead in the mid game. And it's not going to be a lot easier for Elements the next 10 minutes. Varus is only going to get stronger and stronger at this point here, up until we reach like 4 items on him.
Elements full well knew that was happening. Dexter had the tremor sense, but just the reaction time from Amazing was incredible. Dodging the stun. So Origin, 2,500 gold up. Needlessly large rod now picked up for Soaz thanks to the assist and the global gold of 2 towers. Why go haunting, guys, when you can just get flat AP? Mithy's looking for a death sentence. JWoww is getting chunked down. Niels, he feels he's got the damage. Hex Drink is gonna pop. Niels is diving. Easy, easy. 3rd kill, lemon squeezy.
Yeah, standard swap here from Origin after they got the bot lane tower. Mithy is very aggressive from the start, knowing he could chase the kill down with. Niels, of course, there's gonna be another tower in the top lane then for Elements, unless, oh sorry, from Origin. Unless Dexter and Frog can do anything to defend it.
And to Fisher, we're gonna go back to the lack of wave clear on Element's side if they're in trouble. But Froggen should be able to nom Niels with the help of Dexter. Emo Plague's out. Niels will trade his life for the tower. I think fair trade, but maybe not needed.
Tower would have gone down anyway. Clearly just not expecting Froggen to roam up with Dexter here and kill them. But yeah, as we highlighted, as you just mentioned, so slow composition from Elements with so few answers to a poke comp. And Origin has been setting up for this from the start. They took the Corki in the first rotation and the Echo. We see a lot of teams really liking the Echo jungle in these poke comps because he's so good at, you know, kiting backwards. He has the slows, and then there's always this threat of him jumping back to his shadow and getting into the back line. He used his W to zone as well. So Origin showed it in the start. And Elements still win for this comp here with so little wave clear.
Elements will secure the first tower of the game. It is up top, thanks to that roam from Froggen. We're still going to be keeping an eye on the itemization from Nef. He's picked himself up that Forbidden Idol. Still holding on to the Relic Shield. See whether or not he opts to change that. And then a slight change in the build path for Blade of the Rune King. Tab's gone for the recurve bow, thanks to the percentage damage built into his W, whereas Niels has got the Cutlass.
Yeah, you just have to get that talisman. You need that mobility. It's so important for you to start these fights. How on earth is Froggen ever going to get in and hit the backline of Origin if there's no extra mobility or someone to start the fight for him?
I agree, and I like the fact that Dexter's working his way towards the lockets as well. Against all the burst that can come down on the side of Origin. Froggen's gonna eat a death sentence and a chain of corruption. It's Chain City from Origin. Gonna get burned away through the ignite. Hemo Plague simply not enough, and Mithy's looking for more. Boyus comes down, a flash into Piercing Arrow. Peke needs to burn through 250 HP. One more auto is enough, and Peke gets another.
Origin have full control of the bottom side of the map here. They've already been setting up for this dragon. They got the first one. Elements feeling like we have to move in. We have to try and stop them, see if we can get a team fight maybe around an objective. Just simply getting caught out, no vision. You have lost the map. You're at the point where Origin is so strong in the mid game, both as a team, but also with the composition they're running. And they're looking very strong.
This is something that we didn't really see from Origin yesterday. In their loss to the Unicorns of Lab, some questionable decisions in the mid to late game. Origin with a very clear game plan. Got themselves 4 towers, got themselves a second dragon. Because if he's going to snipe that before Amazing can smite it. And here's this play again. Look at the chains into chains.
It's simply just Elements have barely any vision down this river here. The ward was placed after it already got caught out. So you just walk in, and it's so easy for Varus from a Thresh to just land these skill shots when nobody's obviously dodging them because they don't really know they're coming. Origin then secures the second kill, secures the dragon.
Oh, I love the slow-mo dramatic zoom in.
And Pokemon still love these dragon stats here because, like, more damage to minions, better wave clear, movement speed from the third one. That's going to be crucial because, of course, you want to be able to kite back all the time, faster rotating between the lanes. tower damage from the fourth. Like, all of them really benefit the Pokemon really well.
Technically, minion damage from the fourth.
Is it?
Changed a little while ago.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
it's all right. It's all right.
Nobody ever cares about those normally.
I do. You just said it. I care.
Yeah, but because now Pokemon's are being played, so they care. But before that, it was like, team fight, yeah, kills, yeah,
digging.
dragon, don't care about dragon.
Keep digging. I can give you a shovel.
Good old dragon.
I asked a question about dragon. We've got a clear answer so far. Origin in a power spike, in a composition spike, and they have rumble. Origin
wouldn't that fit into the composition spike?
Theoretically, yeah, it would. Whew, so snippy today. Origin could also look towards Baron in a few minutes' time. They're not quite Fnatic, but if they want to pull elements towards them, you're going to have that option and, you know, pretty early Barons on average for Origin as a team.
Yeah. When you're running Pokecoms, though, you don't really have to go towards Baron before all the outer turrets are gone. The tier... Oh, sorry, the...
Inner turrets.
Inner turrets.
There's only 2 remaining.
Yeah. Get those 2 down, and then you get to the point where the base can be a little bit tougher because you don't really want to dive. You want to sit and poke, but then there's not very far back to the base to heal up with your element, so it's a bit easier for them to defend and maybe potentially set up a flank. That's where Origin can start baiting around this Baron here, get the Baron buff, and then, of course, use that to push down against elements and just be even stronger. But it's also the problem for Pokecoms is that you don't want to fight around these objectives because you don't want to be stuck, grouped up in a position where you can't really poke. No. So yeah, it's kind of funny. They want the Baron, but they don't really want to fight around the Baron.
Luckily, Rumble and Echo will help them out just a little bit.
A lot.
If elements do decide to commit, Dexter's now been caught out. Death Sentence comes in. Nif has got the Pulverize down, and that equalizes better. Nif is being burned through that Unbreakable Will, but he's tanky for days. Death Sentence connects, and that's not going to be enough. Will get burned down by Soaz. Mythy's looking for more. Death Sentence will be up in a moment or two, and Tabs is on the wrong side. Dexter's come in for the knockup, and the Hemoplague's caught. Another Death Sentence connects. Froggen is down. Dexter, Tabs follow, and Origin find 4, as well as the inner turrets.
And Origin saying, we don't want that Baron right now. We don't want to start baiting right. No, we can just keep grouping. There's no wave clear from elements. There's no real wave for them to engage onto us. So let's just sit here and poke. Slowly, we just pick out one target. We have this Varus to lock down one. We have, of course, the Thresh. Apparently yesterday I keep talking about Varus ulti being a stun. It is a snare, Trevor. Today you learned. So he's snaring a target.
Okay.
And then they kill him.
I know that. Did I say
I know you know that. I said it was a stun.
Damn.
Yeah.
Dexter just gets caught out. Despite a good knockup from Nif, Origin just too much damage, too focused.
Not even here, all the members. FLICKR right now is zoning 2 guys up here. Just slowing them. Look at that snare. Missing. Sadly. Doesn't even matter at this point for Origin. Just keep poking in. Mythy's looking. Someone ends up getting the ulti from Froggen, but Element's still only stuck 3 guys. JWoww hasn't even been able to join yet. He's still on the other side of the wall.
And Amazing gets a double stun with the parallel convergence. Really good mastery. What Amazing is doing with Echo today, Dexter did not do with Echo yesterday.
Difference as well. Amazing is more focused on hiding back and having targets run towards him, like run into it. Dexter yesterday had to be the guy engaging the fights, and that's obviously where people are running away. So it becomes a little bit harder to land it for himself. But yeah, Origin definitely looking strong, and suddenly only one outer turret is left, or inner turret.
Look at all of these Aegises. Dexter's got one, Mythy's got one.
He's gonna go ban up command.
Even a Locket finished for Amazing. And we just see the Talisman of Ascension picked up for Nif. 27 minutes in, when your team is 8,000 gold down. Might be too late.
Yeah, to be fair, he hasn't really been getting any gold. 1 tower for his team. That's about it. And then you got like 25 CS on the Relic, and that's
just not enough at the moment.
No, it's tough being a support in this case. You know you really need that item, but there's just really no way for you to get it faster. And yeah, gonna get ban off command on Mythy. Better pushing. JWoww is still, I mean, if he's in a one-on-one, we talk about his Black Cleaver, this Hexdrinker, he's gonna beat Soaz, he's gonna be able to take down towers. So it's up to Origin to say, we're not gonna allow you to sit here and just be a split pushing threat. Instead, we're gonna take over the top side, because then we have the Baron control, and we go for this last top turret here for Origin. So they're dancing around it. For now, Elements has done a very good job reading the situation and pre-warded everything. Let's see if they can use it.
Problem is, despite all the strength JWoww has, with his CS advantage, with the damage, it's just not equal. Tabs still hasn't completed that Blade of the Ruined King. 3 deaths to his name versus Niels. Blade of the Ruined King, BF Sword, Sork Shoot, and a Triforce. It is just such a disparity in damage between these two carries. But now, I guess, the pressure is on. Origin, 29 minutes with a Pocom. Pocoms have extended our average game length this week. It was 44 minutes yesterday. And we might be a little while away from closing this one out, if all things stay statistically the same.
Even though these Pokecoms often spike in the mid-game, closing out the game is just so much harder. Again, you don't have this massive dive. You can just roll over people if you have that goal lead. No, you need to keep landing that poke. You need to set it up properly. And even if you're 10,000 gold ahead and when you have like Varus Corki, you still have to respect the fact that the enemy team can get to your carries and kill them very easily. Again, Froggen, at this point, yeah, 2.5 items completed. If he gets to sit one-on-one with Pekka, he will kill him. So you always have to like properly set up your pushes here. You have to ward your flanks. You have to start setting up Baron at this point because there's no other towers you can really go for. And that's also, again, a slow process because you don't want to risk being caught in the middle of this Baron pit and then forced into a team fight where you didn't land any poke before.
And it's something that I think we undersell Froggen a little bit, I think, because of the team struggles. But Froggen traditionally has done well this split. He's farmed effectively. He's put a lot of damage down. He is roaming. But it's just not feeling like it's an impact at the moment. And, you know, the stand-up performance in my mind, when you think of Elements versus Roccat, where Froggen was on Vladimir, he was allowed 30 minutes to go uncontested, and then he basically just won the game. It's going to be so much more difficult as we hit 30 minutes. And Elements are down in every single stat in this game.
I would just like to see Elements go back to easy engage. Prepper's gonna hate me for saying this. The likes of Maokai. It's super simple in terms of how to start the fight. Just as an example, of course. We might also have to see Froggen change up the champions he's playing. Maybe he shouldn't be sitting on these scaling teamfight mages because the rest of his team and like him together, obviously like as a team together, they're not very good at setting up these fights properly. Maybe he needs to play Varus, Jace, these poke champions instead. But it's not about finding the right engages. Dexter, he's going in on amazing though.
So 4 members are caught. Chrono Breakout, Lantern to safety. So as it's teleported in, and Dexter's going to get roasted alive. Now Tabs is the focus. He's peeling away. Nif is in the river with Unbreakable Will, and Froggen is simply not in the fight. Pekka burns through him. Tabs now may get caught by the parallel convergence. We've actually changed targets up top. Niels has recalled his, it seems like
dramatic.
Tabs and Soaz are picking up kills elsewhere. Mithy, I think, got Soaz out once again. And what looked like amazing getting caught results in 3 Elements dead.
Just buying so much time, building full tank, can always jump back to his ult and get a bit of HP. And you don't really want to invest every single cooldown into killing this Echo jungle, so enough time for Origin to move in. They're going for JWoww. All planned.
Little miss from Mithy. He went for the flash play. JWoww said not today. Origin, however, still in complete control.
You still see it. Origin don't want to start the Baron, they just want to keep baiting around it. We get a fight then, and the whole thing resets. Origin wins the fight, but it buys more time for Elements. Obviously makes the game go a bit long. Let's see it again. So they're jumping on Amazing in. You don't want to invest everything into this tank Echo. So Amazing can buy enough time. You can also jump back to Zolti, he'll have to stun on Dexter. TP comes in, nice Lantern, and now Origin saying we are enough members, we can turn it around. Great counter engage, started by the hook, and of course Soaz joining. And now Dexter, again, taking a lot of damage.
Niels almost able to find the kill. Not super tanky yet for Dexter. Cinderhulk, Locket, and Tabby. It's really all he's got to play with. And as we said, Niels well on his way to the Infinity Edge. Niels' Vayne yesterday, not particularly impressive, looking a lot more comfortable on Corki. JWoww, I think he's going down. Gonna get a 3-man Gnar, but there's no one from Elements to back him up. And JWoww teleported in just to get taken out.
Yeah, Elements saw Origin start the Baron. Felt like they had to react instantly. Origin just quickly turned around and picks up another kill for themselves. Still no Baron, still alive. We haven't seen a push quite a while. It's just been dancing around it. Also 3 dragons for Origin, so they can also just go back in a minute and a half and get that one. Now there is a flank being set up, but Elements only have 4 members. And Froggen and Nif Getting jumped.
This is not good. The Hemo play comes out. Froggen's going to Sanguine pull, but he was rooted for a few seconds. Kill for Mythy, kill for FLICKR. And with a 5v2, Origin heal backwards for Baron. It's just going from bad to worse for Elements.
And Origin just always have wards on the flank, so they see everything. Now I also realized Elements have been putting wards outside the Baron pit, just around the corner where the pink ward inside couldn't see it. Double pink started. 3 members alive from Elements side, but they're all being zoned away. The scary Mythy is not FLICKR here, it's Mythy doing the work.
2-0
smacking that ward as well.
Mythy's got massive impact in this game. Empowered recalls. Origin.
And now they got the Baron. And now the poke comp is going to be like, we are super strong.
Now, only now.
Oh, no, okay. We are even stronger than before. And now we have this Baron. We buff up these minions here. We have no TP, sadly, for Source, but they can still take 2 lanes at least next to each other. And Elements should not have a chance of clearing. And also, the Banner of Command has been completed. Banner of Command, and I believe you buy an Elixir of Iron. I was reading this on Reddit. Something like if you buff up that cannon minion, it only needs like a few seconds to almost destroy a tower. Don't remember the exact math on it, but
Dexter's
trust me.
in so much trouble. Equalizer comes out. Chain of Corruption spreads, and they snipe Tabs down. Take a look at Nif in the middle of the team. He's going to be the next to fall. Death Sentence connects once more from Mythy. That can aimbot this game. Double kill for Niels. Soaz continues to use that Flame Spitter, and Dexter forced to run away. Queen of the Xur side, tail between
the
the
cannon
legs.
minion. Boom.
And Origin break open the base, crack down the inhibitor, and set their sights on the Nexus. 15 seconds before Tabs is up. With that Baron buffed Siege minion.
Clearly the MVP.
Baron of Command. Origin with a dominant victory over Elements.
And this game here, if you look at team composition, the way Origin played it, that's the team we know. You know, it's mid-game focused, great setup from the start. They saw, well, they honestly showed the poke combo in the pick and ban phase already from the first rotation, and yet Elements didn't seem to have an answer to it. And Origin just were in full control. We were talking about how they just had to avoid doing something bad in the first 15 minutes, and they could start grouping, take down these towers here. Slowly, everything just fell apart for Elements, and they fell too far behind.
If memory serves, it was at 17 minutes that Origin got the kill top lane. They got the mid tower and the bottom tower.
Yeah, exactly.
And then were just ruthless. Like we said, the poke comps have an average game win time of around 44 minutes, or rather, because of poke, we've had average game times around 44 minutes. That was closed out in 36. Origin, relentless. They found towers, they found the kills, and Elements just no wave play, no comeback mechanic.
Yeah, simply no way of stopping the poke, except if you could get like a fantastic TP flank when JR was just about to hit Mega Knight, but he's playing Nard. It's so hard to coordinate that properly. There was no easy way for them to engage, other than maybe Nif flashing in. But that becomes very predictable as well when you can see him. Origin had great wards on the flanks all the time, and it just made it nearly impossible for Elements. And all Origin were waiting for was just, okay, either we go for 5 dragons, or we just need that Baron secured, so we buff up these minions here, and then we know we can go for the push. Notice how they never grouped for the inhibitor turrets before they had Baron.
Yeah.
Just walk down once, so like, okay, we don't even need to do this, we can just force a fight, go back to Baron, 10 minutes, dance around it, get a few kills here and there, secure the Baron, and then you close out the game. That's what you do with these poke comps here, and that's why you have to play so safe, because you don't want to risk being engaged on, because you know these carries are going to die, like Varus, Corki, dead instantly if they do get caught.
If they get caught, but they never got caught.
Exactly.
It was always on Origin's terms, and I think Mythy on that Thresh, it was the second rotation pickup. Corki and Echo was number 1 and number 2 for Origin. Played flawlessly, but I really think the decision-making and the shot calling was why Origin won this game. It also helped that Mythy hit so many crucial death sentences. Every time they were setting up for an objective, Mythy found someone.
Yeah, again, this is the playstyle Origin likes to use. Focus on the mid game. That's where you're strong. Don't have to go full late game. Don't focus on having to snowball completely from the early game. Like we saw yesterday when they ran this 1-3-1 setup that didn't work for them. Also just, I mean, we talked about Froggen a few times. This Vladimir pick, It looks great if he gets in there and deals all this AoE damage, but it's the same as yesterday. He never got to do it. He never got to be the carry. He was never enabled. And it's just, Elements have to go back and figure out, okay, is FLICKR playing the right champions, like for us as a team, so we can we use him this way? Or do we need to change up something because we cannot find reliable engages, so we need to play something different?
I also want to step back and look at Elements from Spring and Alliance from Summer last year. One of the things that stood out to me in terms of how those two versions functioned was they had a very clear checklist: magic damage, physical damage, wave clear, tankiness, engage. And whenever we spoke to them in interviews, the pick and ban questions always get answered with that checklist. I feel like that checklist is very wonky in Summer because there's always some glaring weaknesses. At the beginning of the split, it was hyper late game that never got there. Now it's lack of wave clear or lack of initiation. There's always a giant checkbox that there's simply no answer for. And you can make up for those with itemization, but a 27-minute Talisman of Ascension in a game where you're behind is not enough.
Yeah, and you've fallen behind because you didn't have any answer in the mid game. So they definitely need to go back and look at how they build these comps, because a single pick, it might look awesome for that one player, but it needs to fit, of course, in the entire team composition, and that's where it goes wrong for Elements at the moment.
So unfortunate for Elements down at the bottom of the table, but congratulations to Origin, clearly holding on to second for the time being. We're going to head over to the analyst desk where a couple of those victorious members are standing by.
Thank you so much, guys. We're joined here by FLICKR and Mithy to form a Spanish-Belgo desk.
Yes. Exactly. Let's actually talk about the game real quickly here. And I just wanted to talk to you guys about the draft. We saw you guys come out with what's very meta composition compared to yesterday, where some people raised some questions about the draft, and we typically went in a different direction. And Elements, they played a typical Elements composition. Did you guys expect that?
Yeah, I think we did. It was especially like the comp. Well, not the AD maybe. Kog'Maw is always weird to see, but everything else was kind of like, yeah, we thought they could pick this. Yeah, we thought they could pick this, but there were not the best picks we were expecting for a team comp. Yeah.
I kind of didn't really pay too much attention to drafting this week, so I just wanted to play Thresh pretty much.
You could say that kind of showed yesterday, but this one we really wanted to play Thresh. FLICKR, you going for Varus once again? Last week, I think, after your game, you tweeted, are you ready to see some more poke in the mid lane? You've been through a meta or 2-3. What do you think of this one? How does it suit you?
Well, it's the most boring one. All I do is wave clear for 30 minutes, then I have the most damage somehow done in the team. And I don't even know how. Like, I was 0-1-0, and I was dealing like half HP of the squeezes with Qs. And, well, it's fun because I don't have to do much, but at the same time it's boring. I liked it more when I could kill people and play LeBlanc and everything like that.
At least there was some action in the start of the game, mostly in the bot lane though, and we have a replay of that. We can get that on your screen right now. And don't necessarily want to talk through, but I just wanted to highlight how, and if we can roll the clip right now, Mithy, it seems that you and Niels, you guys have a good synergy so far, and we saw multiple times in the game you had that aggressive lantern, and here just that play. It just seems that everything's working out for you guys.
I hit a pretty good hook, and from there on we just know we have to all in. I actually didn't expect so much damage. Niels was forced to flash.
Yep, but what I like the most is the fact that he actually uses, he gets in with the lantern, then goes out with the Valkyrie, so calculated plays, and it seems like you guys were just outsmarting Elements' bot lane.
Yeah, we have played Thresh a lot, and every time there's like a 2v2 where I hit a hook, it was like he flashes in, then my lantern is there for no reason, and so now he knows that whenever I hit a hook and I go in and he's like pushed back, I will lantern him back in.
And
so
then
even if
flash,
if the guy flashes out, like sometimes we don't even need to use flash to kill.
Because even later in the game, I think you guys chased down JWoww, when I was looking at the screen, I was like, why the hell is Mithy flashing forward here? And then I saw the lantern, then Niels procs like Triforce, then another flash, and eventually you guys got him down. So it seems that you guys are on the same page when it comes to engaging.
Yeah, I mean, that was not so good to do. I think it was unnecessary, but I thought that we would kill him without Niels having to burn his flash, so it was my bad.
Yeah, we might almost forget that Niels is a rookie in the LCS, totally coming into you guys' lineup. Yesterday, he had the unfortunate incident with Baron. How has it been working with them and the communication around that? Do you guys then hold his hand and say, Niels, don't do that again? Or how does that work?
What incident around Baron?
He kind of went full vein spotting and doubled it.
Oh,
but the game was kind of lost already at that point.
Yeah, it was lost, but it's not like he doesn't have any problems from being rookie or anything. It's just like the Bane pick didn't fit that much with our team comp or against that team comp yesterday. So it's easier once the game is over. But after the game, we were like, yeah, you cannot do anything with Vayne, because how is he going to get to hit anyone with that front line they had with Thornmails and so much tankiness? He can never get to the squeezes. So if he wants to get to the squeezes, he has to do Vayne spotting pretty much. So, which is what he tried when he saw the game was over. He's like, I'm going to try to do something. And yeah.
So yesterday you guys had, in my opinion, a bit of issues when it came to shot calling and playing to your strengths. Obviously hard with that composition. This game it was a lot cleaner, a lot crisper, and you definitely embraced the meta game. Who's doing the shot calling in the early game and the mid game? Is it Miffy? Because everybody assumes it is, but is that true?
I think it's everyone. Sometimes I have a good game, so I talk more. Another time, someone else will have a good game and they will talk more. So I think it's kind of that. But usually it's mostly me and Amazing talking, but that doesn't mean that the other people don't talk at all.
Yeah.
All right, well, finally, you guys are up against Fnatic for the rematch of Fnatic OG next week. Last time around, you had no losses under your belt going into that one. How do you feel geared up for that matchup in this instance? Okay.
Well, the good thing about it is that eventually they have to lose one game. So if they don't lose any game until that game, we have a really, really high chance of winning just by the numbers.
How does that work? How do the numbers work like that?
That everything has to lose at some point.
Nice math.
So,
nice math.
so the less they lose, the more they can lose the game.
How about you, Miffy?
I don't see my chances too high, but I would really like to go and shake hands with them instead of them having to shake hands with us.
Yeah. All right. Well, hey, the numbers say you're going to win. There's nothing to argue with that. Congratulations, guys. Thank you guys very much. Now, after the break, it is time for the H2K versus the Unicorns of Love and our final match of the week. Don't go anywhere. There's more European LCS right after this.
Nice stuff.
Elements taking on Origin. As Dexter and JWoww are in retreat. Parallel convergence comes down. That's gonna stun Dexter. The burnout is coming down.
Cog mono flash, Cog mono flash.
Vlad no pull, Vlad no
Get
pull.
the Cog, get the... Okay, care for Vlad.
Zone now,
He has no pull.
I'm Sun there. Vlad. Yeah, he has no pull. I'm coming, I'm ghosting him.
Good job. Care for the Cogma passive.
Take a look at Nif in the middle of the team. He's going to be the next to fall. Death Sentence connects once more from Miffy. I can aimbot this game. Origin with a dominant victory over Elements.
The only time I see them struggling is when these game plans don't work out and it becomes a bit chaotic. Then their old style comes back and they do a lot of mistakes and get out of position so many times that enemy team can just punish them. So if I can see ourselves winning is at this position where we can just surprise them with something, get them off guard and make it a bit more chaotic. So their game plans won't work out as good as they intend to.
Well, it doesn't happen often, but Chachi thinks he can get H2K out of position and surprise them. H2K are setting up to do battle with the Unicorns of Love. So let's get straight to the lineups. Wearing their home colors on the blue side of the map, it will be H2K. They actually beat the Unicorns of Love all the way back in week 3. Odo1 there, Lulex, Ryu, Hyun, and Kasing. Prolly, the imported coach. And I want to jump straight to Hyun. H2K, one of the few teams that are still playing around an AD carry as a primary carry.
Yeah, he's really the main carry for H2K. Highest damage percent for the team. Yesterday, the build this combo was just basically protecting him on the Jinx, and he got 15 kills. He died twice. I mean, pretty great game overall for him.
Yeah, always performing on that.
I guess that was over 3 games, but he got a lot of kills anyway.
Yes, he did indeed. Ended up being a victory. H2K looked good, but they didn't look as great as they were in their previous winning streaks.
True.
Their opponents, UOL, looked better yesterday than they have in many weeks. They took down Origin. It is, of course, Chachi, the man we just heard from, Kikis, Power of Evil, Vardags, Hylissang, and Sheepy. And I think one of the things that stands out for me about yesterday's upset win over Origin is how good they played against Poke and how impressive Hylissang was on Brown.
So you have to remember, it was one Poke champion. Jace was early picked by Origin, so we saw Hylissang pick this Brahmi, and this is the reason he could block close to every single shock blast. He built cooldown reduction early on, and overall he just had a fantastic game. He said after as well, this was picked purely into this Jace because I can basically nullify his Poke. If you're against multiple Poke champs, let's say Varus Corki, Braum might not have the same effect, but this was a great counter pick.
And it's also a comfort pick. Hylissang has run Braum multiple times. He ran it in the spring split when teams were targeting UOL's champion pool and targeting him particularly, especially with the Morgana bans. He turned to Braum a couple of times. I think I remember seeing it in the spring finals as well.
And I think overall this meta here, in terms of Poke, that should really fit Unicorns of Love. It's what they used in the spring split to get to the final.
Yesterday was the first time that Power of Evil went back to Varus.
It was.
We were saying in the analyst desk, I was yelling, do it, do it, do it. He did it, and they won in pretty convincing fashion.
This meta should fit them so well. Because, if they pick champions like Corki as well, that should give them a better mid-game. It's where they struggle now. Early to mid-game is where Unicorns are super weak. Pick champions that excel in that mid-game. That should really give you such a big boost. And we know late game they can play really well, where H2K has been the opposite. They've been fantastic in the early to mid game. Highest goal leads, at 10 and 20 minutes. Been almost rolling over people in lane swaps. But then whenever we go late game, it's where other teams have been able to at least go even with them. So let's see what Unicorns decide to run. I will expect some Poke from them.
Let's take a look at the picks and bans. Morgana against Hylissang, no surprise. Kog'Maw against Power of Evil, less of a surprise. Lulu and Kalista as well taken off the table. Ryu's run Lulu a couple times before, plays it like an assassin. The last time these teams met, the game was heavily in favor of H2K. Based on the last 2 weeks of games, you have to feel things are a lot closer. To run up bans, Sivir and Rise.
Yeah.
We'll see if it's going to be that Corki.
Well, when we have seen these double AD carry bans, and also Vardax played Corki yesterday, and H2K like to run Corki as well for their mid-game spike. If they don't take it, we normally see them then go for the likes of Jinx on Yanin and say, okay, if you want to run these Poke comps, we're going to build a comp that protects our AD carry. So once we get in these 5-on-5 team fights, there's nothing you can do to win because you can never kill him. He's just getting so many shields. He has so much mobility because we have a lot of speed-ups coming in. But H2K has been in this situation before against SK Gaming, exactly the same bans, at least the 2 AD carries, that is. And Corki was the first pick for them. Otherwise, all the junglers are available at the moment. Obviously with Ryze being banned away. Jace could also be a potential first pick. Instead though, focus on Hylissang.
Interestingly, the 2 games that Corki has been played by Hyonan have both been losses. Every other champion that Hyonan has played has been victorious. It's a Thresh first pick for Kasing. We've seen how good he can be on that champion. Corki and Rek'Sai.
Here's the thing though. Alistar is still open for Hylissang. He has shown he doesn't need Morgana and Thresh to be a carry. He's roams together with Kikis on Alistar has been great. He showed Braum into, of course, the Jace yesterday. And even Janna can be a strong pick in these poke comps here. I don't agree with first picking a Thresh for H2K, unless it's because they also want to see the first 2 picks come in for Unicorns and then decide, do we want to run this protect the AD carry comp again? And then we just need enough engage to force fights on the poke.
And it's difficult. If H2K are even considering the Jace, they need way more poke to get through Braum. Hylissang did it yesterday. Who's to say he can't do it again?
Of course. If you blind pick it now, you can lock it in for sure. Even though it's not an easy lane for him against the Thresh. Alistar into Braum is a lot harder to play because Braum is very good against melee champions. That's going to be, of course, a little bit tricky for him, but we can see H2K saving the mid lane pick for now. Going back to what we've seen time and time again, Rumble top lane for Odoamne, fantastic strong mid game. Lulix is going to get his Gragas as well.
And the makings of a similar flavor team composition to what Fnatic ran earlier. Odoamne's most played champion this split has been the Rumble. That will now be his 6th game. He's got 4 wins and 1 loss.
And the smart thing as well, by taking a Rumble, you already banned the Ryze, and the 2 standard AP picks we see in top lane very often is like Ryze and Rumble. And that's needed if you want to run Jace or if you want to run Varus in the mid lane. You don't want to risk stacking too much physical damage, even though Corki adds quite a lot of magic damage himself. Maybe Annie could make up for that as well if Unicorns want to run a tank in the top lane. We haven't seen Echo top being played from Chachi yet, so that's why I'm not considering that one as an option. And I think also we see Unicorns step away a little bit and say, okay, what else can we run? We still have the mid game of the Corki, but it's going to be a lot more team fight focused for them. And then we get this Rumble-Gnar matchup, which is going to be in favor of Visichachi once he gets that Hexdrinker. And he's becoming a bit of a split push threat. Always the problem for Rumble. Fantastic team fight. Can't really stand toe-to-toe later on in the game against a lot of top lanes in the one-on-one. So he's forced into these fights over and over. Could add a threat for Unicorns in terms of split pushing them.
And knowing the way H2K play, that it wanted to get later on. With a Thresh, a Gragas, a Rumble, H2K will be looking to accelerate in the mid-game and prevent Unicorns of Love getting their Orianna and Gnar charged up. So Ryu has to decide what he wants to run in the middle lane. We've seen Ryu play a whole bunch of champions. Fizz, Ori, Lulu, TF, Kassadin, LeBlanc, I mean, you name it, and Ryu's played it. And I wonder if he's going to say, we dare you to play Braum. There's a big target on Unicorn's back.
And that's the thing. If you want to run the Braum, you have to respect the fact that, as I talked about earlier, it's not a safe or easy lane into a Thresh. So Unicorns could go for some hard engage if they want to get to Yan and get to Kasing. There's not the same, get to Jace. There's not the same kind of appeal for H2K as we saw yesterday in the Protector, the AD carry composition. So Annie could be a lock-in for them in terms of just diving onto H2K every single time they have the chance. Otherwise, Alistar is always a great pick in these team fighting comps. Not the strongest laning phase for Unicorns then, but fantastic roaming and fantastic teamfight potential.
Unicorns going back to a style that they did not do very well with at the beginning of the split. Some scaling issues.
You might be doing it.
Weaker lanes looking to hold even and then accelerate ahead. H2K also have a great range assassination potential.
I feel like this was a bait from H2K.
If Jace can get the poke with an equalizer, Mega Death Rocket will assassinate someone from UOL.
I feel like Unicorns had to get some sort of engage from their support. Braum engage is so hard to pull off properly. He's way better as a disengage tool unless he can literally jump in on the Rek'Sai and then lock down a target and maybe Q flash onto Yan and onto Ryu on this chase. But H2K have a very, very strong backline and very limited options for Unicorns to get there. We talked about this in the Elements game just before, how Rek'Sai and Gnar, they prefer more to be the second engage coming in. They don't really want to be the main engage because then you got to time this Mega Gnar teleport coming in, or the Rek'Sai has to flash forward and knock up targets, and then all the CC is going to have to follow that. Requires very high coordination, can be tricky to pull off, and things like flashes really stops it being very effective in that case. So by taking this Jace, HJ must have, of course, expected Braum as a potential counter pick for it, but it really limits the way Unicorns Love can play because they have the Corki as the poke. Orianna's a little bit too low range. So Jinx Jace might stay very safe in the backline. That could be super hard for Unicorns to deal with in these team fights.
And on top of all the laning problems and the scaling that you've touched on, H2K are one of, if not, the best lane swap team. With the exception of Fnatic shutting down Odoamne's Rumble last week, H2K traditionally have massive gold advantages at 10 and 20 minutes if they want to go that route, if they want to. Because with the exception of Nara and Rumble, they're pretty good in the mid and duo.
Yeah.
I really want to see how H2K plays around this Braum and how they handle the early game decisions, because it feels like all of the cards are for H2K to play.
Definitely have to see Unicorns of Love show some fantastic team fights to pull this one off. He always going to rely on how Hillis and Kikis and Jit and Visichachi together can combine their powers and get a proper engage in. Because H2K has a lot of members here who wants to kite backwards and just single out targets with a very, very, very high amount of damage for them. So Gragas as well fits in so well in these comps where you just want to single out like one target because of the fact he can like blow one target back into the open hands of Ryu and Yanin and just blow them up. So I really want to see how Unicorns is going to play the team fights. For now, if they do get standard lanes, it's going to be tricky for Vardex and Hillsang. That's why they're swapping to the top lane as well. Simply saying we don't want to risk this one. Let's see if Hillsang can roam. Braum's fantastic roamer in the early game.
A lot of pressure on Hillsang's shoulders once again. H2K saw the strategy yesterday, but take a look at those stats the last time these two teams met. H2K wiped the floor with UOL. As they did most teams at the beginning of the split.
True.
Up until Fnatic took them down a few pegs. So lane swap, it has been initiated by UOL, too late to transfer. Krugs being done by both duos. And as we said, in terms of lane swaps, H2K usually do very, very well. They get more first towers than any other team in the league. They usually get more first bloods as well. They're tied with Fnatic, so a lot of pressure on UOL to avoid that.
Yeah, UOL haven't shown yet in the lanes. So Ram is going to find them now. So small change for H2K in the way they do it. Normally, Yanin and Lulix will always double jungle, and then they will walk down to the lane, where we have, of course, two guys. Ryu got an early level 2. There's a lot of damage on Power of Evil already.
That hurt. Captain Obvious. As we did see Power of Evil, he started with the Flash Cleanse. And we're looking to get out of any CC that Yanin with the Chompers or Kissing with the Death Sentence can put down. Early advantage for Ryu in this middle lane. Until Braum can defend Power of Evil, he's going to be at risk of those all-ins from the Hammer Time.
Yeah, he's just going to again try and turn it into a farm lane, as we so often see with Orianna. Once she gets an Athene, she can start pushing fairly effectively. Obviously, Ryu, he wants to use his poke on the Orianna and not necessarily the minion wave, so in that sense, pushing it back out can be a little bit annoying. But for now, it is fine, and Hillsang is still fighting with this Rift Scuttler on his own. It takes a bit of time for Braum to take it down, but now the 4v0 for H2K.
Oh, he was just setting it up for Kikis.
Honestly, Hillsang, you should have taken it. I mean, you deserved that one. That was yours.
Right, lane swap, Deficio. H2K have pushed beyond the first tower, trying to deny the minion wave. We see Chachi moving up top. Look in the middle. Kikis is set up potentially to go on Ryu.
And what we very often see now for H2K is they keep Odo Amne in the lane where they kill the tower. So once tower goes down, he stays and gets the lane for himself, and then they swap Yanin around, simply to make sure that Odo Amne can always be relevant in the mid game. Lulix is going to find Kikis. Ryu is there too.
Oh, the body slam barrel down means that Kikis needs to flash away to stay alive. But tower should be secured, it looks like. Odo Amne gets the last hit and the local gold. It will be evened out by UOL up top.
And this is what you do if you want to make sure your top laner stays relevant. You're not sacrificing him, you're not telling him, okay, you can leave the lane now, you have to swap top lane, where this wave is going to be bounced back by Unicorns as well. Chachi's then going to have this small advantage, and this Rumble is just left on his own. He can barely do anything. No. You keep him in the lane where you kill the tower. He now sits with a wave, he's getting some free farm for himself. 80 carries at once, who has to move around instead. Pickaxe being picked up for Yanin. He's now going to look to push in that tower. And we can see how Unicorns, well, they're saying, we know you're going to send Jinx to the top side, and we want that 2v2 now. We don't want to allow you to push the second tower very fast.
Let's see what this does to Chachi, because he's already down a little bit, even in levels. And of course, does have that teleport available, as does Odo Amne. Odo Amne, who was rated 3rd by Huni, if memory serves, as top laner. Gonna stick around up top, still hanging out, and a lot of unicorns moving to Hyonin. Hyonen's got flash and heal. This is gonna be so close to Fishio. The hop comes in, Chachi's charging up for Megadol. Flame Chompers catches two! Hyonen's gonna flash away, dodges past the concussive bite, and Kasing, he's even looking forward for more. Summoner spells used, Lulix goes for the flash body slam. First blood to Hyonin!
Kasing was only level 2, that's why there was no lantern, but H2K, as soon as they saw so many guys from Unicorns on the top side, knew something was going on. Lulix started moving. H2K and Hyonin, bought enough time. Kikis already used his flash earlier. Simply caught out of position, the perfect member to get the first spot as well on Hyonin here, and it backfires for H2K, for Unicorns, because down the bottom lane, well, there's a frozen wave. This Rumble here, 26 CS for himself. Chachi got denied because he was there trying to set up that gank. And H2K, once again, is getting a lead in these lane swaps.
Very well played. The fact that Hyonin got those Flame Chompers down so early, buying him time. So power trough for both mid laners as they've gone tier each. See how long it takes them to stack those.
Power Evil does all the time.
He really likes his tier. Power Evil's got the same itemization playbook, unlike every champion.
It's very slow scaling for Moriana. Is already a very passive mage in the early to mid game. Then he goes tier into Morello Nomicon. Then he upgrades the tier obviously into Seraph. And then, yes, he will be strong once those two items are completed. But it's also going to delay his death cap, which then delays his Void Staff. So he's kind of delaying his core build by going for tier, but he wants that extra mana regen clearly, and he wants that extra late game once he has these 4 or 5 items for himself. But it can be tricky getting there, especially when Rio is on this Jace, who's gonna spike so hard in the mid game himself, and we know Jinx is so strong at taking down towers. So if you can force Unicorns off them, Hyonin's gonna move in and say thank you very much, take down another objective.
Remember, it was in the mid game that Unicorns stepped up yesterday against Origin, finding ways to punish the Jace with that Braum. Hylissang's had some target practice. We do see Hylissang and Chachi down in the bottom lane. Varlax is left alone. Odoamne doesn't have access to Equalizer yet, but he's picking a fight in this minion wave. Maybe he doesn't want this one. Gonna start overheating. There's flash available. He's flashed in. Gonna be in trouble now again. No Equalizer. Chachi, he's used teleport to come down. There is some support from Lulix. 2 of those Electro Harpoons connect. Flame Spitters coming out. Odoamne is gonna get hopped on.
Whoa!
Rocket sniped!
Out of nowhere!
From way downtown. Vardag's forced to flash defensively.
Not even sure why was Vardax pushing that top lane on his own. Again, they're giving so much farm and XP over to Odoamne, and poor little Chachi is the guy there sitting around saying, you know what, you're on your own, you just try and find farm somewhere. Then he had to TP in to try and save Vardax, ends up dying for it, gets a rocket smacked in his face. So he's even further behind now. We can just see a difference in mentality here for H2K and Unicorns of Love. One team is saying we want our top laner to be strong. Another team is saying we want our AD carry to get extra farm and extra experience. And it's completely backfiring for them because Vardax couldn't really do a whole lot. He was sitting there, he had to like flash away in the one-on-one. Really a poor decision for Unicorns and punished by H2K.
2,000 gold, 2 kills for Hyonin. Level disparity, farm disparity between the top laners. Quite a big one, in fact. Roughly 20 CS. Odoamne, if he starts a fight shortly, will have the advantage.
And also we have to go all the way back to when the towers died in the lane swap. We mentioned how Unicorns were sending Vardax and Hylissang back to the top lane because they wanted to stop the fast push coming in from a Jinx, but that meant that Chachi had nowhere to go because the wave in the bot lane was frozen. He was already falling slightly behind, and it would be very risky for him to overextend down there with no tower to back him up. Lulix could just gank him super easily, so he had to stay top and like be part of this gank that ended up backfiring for the Unicorns of Love. It's just very tricky for Chachi to find anything on the map. That's why we normally see teams send the bottom lane down and just push out the wave against that top laner and then reset the whole thing.
And to Fisher, now that we do see the duos coming toe-to-toe, in our pre-game, we mentioned how Hyonin is still the sort of penultimate carry. He's responsible for more of his team's damage in the AD carry role than any other player. Vardax is the complete opposite. He is currently ranked 11th out of all ADCs for team damage. because it is more about Power of Evil. It's more about Chachi, or has been in recent weeks. And Vardex is not off to the start he'd want against this very, very late scaling Jinx.
Yeah, too early kills from him. He's currently sitting on only 700 gold because he went for that average blade. So he's basically saying now, okay, I'm going to be a little bit weaker, but then I'm going to get faster to my 2 and 3 item spike. Lulex is back top lane. Chachi, my friend.
Flash body slam, or rather the body slam flash connects. Electro Harpoon's going to get flashed away from. The slow from Boomerang should keep him alive. A follow-up body slam.
Where's the shock blast?
Ryu, accelerated shock blast! For the goal. Kasing will be going down in the background though. Death Sentence flashed past as Kikis dives in. Teleport comes up from Odawamne. This may be hurting. Hyanin is all throwing down the rockets for the AoE. Switches to minigun. The Super Mega Death Rocket goes out and connects with Hylissang. It won't be enough for a kill, but Ryu's going to look for more. He does have that blue buff available. Cooldown's up, accelerated, blocked by Hylissang. As long as there's vision, Hilly knows it's coming.
Yeah.
And he can play catch all day long.
Only one Ryu doesn't want to hit is Hylissang, of course. Blocked it, but again, Chachi, you see what happens. Again, he's pushing up the lane. He's just trying and reset it, trying to get it down to that tier 2 tower. But then he overextends so much because of it, and he's all alone. There's no help for him. Another gank happens. He ends up dying. Again, Ryu picks up the kill this time. Urano then had to TP down bottom lane with the fight. I think he could have just canceled that one after Kasing went down, and just being happy that there was a massive wave for him top to take. But in the end, H2K is still in the goal lead. Started Dragon. UOL is nowhere near to contest this one. Chachi back top lane. Vardex pushed down to his own tier 2 tower. So easy Dragon for H2K. And
you know, Dragons is not something that H2K prioritizes particularly. You can see by the stats.
Well, if you don't have to do anything for it,
UOL have taken 29 Dragons up to this point. That is the 21st one that H2K have taken. But H2K tends to just accelerate through kills and through towers. They win without the neutral objectives. Whereas for a lot of the other teams like SK, for example, they try to win through Dragon, and unfortunately it doesn't always work out.
Dragon is a slow snowball. You gotta reach those 5 stacks before anything really happens here. But I'm taking a lot of damage. Now Kikis is coming to help Chachi.
Odawamne is in trouble. He does have flash, gonna start overheating, and will flash away. Equalizer not the greatest, but summon spell down.
But we see a quick change here. Unicorn's realizing, okay, last time Chachi tried to push out the wave, he got ganked and killed. Now this time, Kikis is moving in here to help him get the flash. Chachi gets to push it into the tower, and now Hylissang as well. So he's finally getting some farm. And then H2K either has to make a decision. Do we want to move multiple members to this lane and then force Unicorns back and maybe get a fight? Or do we want to try and take something elsewhere on the map? Mid lane is being pushed in at the moment. And this tower, it's going to be fairly easy to take down once you move into Jinx. But for now, H2K is just playing it safe. Moving into the lane that was just pushed down.
Yeah, both of those mid laners with a lot of gold to spend. We'll expand on that in a second. Kasing and Hyanin. This is about to be a part.
Oh, Kasing's on face check.
2v3. Face check isn't going to work out. The AoE's coming out, and that's a dead Kasing. The hop comes out from Chachi. Winter's Bite. Is it ready? Flash forward for the auto attack. Lulex will try to save the day, but it won't be enough. The barrel's going to apply a small slow, and 2 kills for Unicorn. Sheepy will be happy with a small comeback. Unicorns adjusting on the fly and making it work.
I really like that from the Unicorns of Love. After being burned so many times around the lanes where Chachi was, this time they were the ones waiting. H2K clearly did not expect that. Just started pushing up, they thought they could push it out and then maybe rotate to mid lane. Lulis is still staying around.
Oops, this might not work out. Kikis is in trouble. The barrel knocks him backwards. Lulex is going to survive. Then Super Mega Death Rocket comes by. Kasing does have Ignite. No death sentence comes out though, and H2K get 1 back to not lose a tower. I quickly want to highlight that both of these mid laners are backing with around 3,000 gold each. Early Archangels, wow. Brutalizer, Ionian Boots, and Manamune completed. Big, big jumps in itemization.
You got a BF Sword on your Jinx as well, so H2K have to be able to use this massive spike, especially because, yes, you upgraded your tier from Power Wheel, but it's not fully stacked. You have 0 cooldown reduction at this point as well. Morel Nomicon normally coming in second for him. So he's not very strong. He's just looking to farm. That's it. H2K needs to be able to play around that. This mid tower is already fairly low. You still have a massive advantage in the top lane. So just reset your whole mindset now. Unicorns had some few good moves here. They got a few kills. But now you go back and you play it safe. You aim towards this fast pushing and the poke from the Jace.
So Deficio, 15 minutes in. 2,000 gold advantage for H2K still. Dragon will be up shortly. Trinity Force also picked up for Vardag, so he's going to have the option to get involved. Slow on the draw that time, Hylissang. And Chachi desperately trying to defend up top. Only got a Hex Drinker, Ninja Tabi, but he's got the support. Here comes Kikis and Vardags. We'll quickly look middle as Ryu's in trouble, but he's got the support of Lulex. 2v2, Shockwave catches Lulex, and it's simply not enough. The cast throws Power of Evil against the wall, and Ryu shock blasts for one more. It looks like Hyanan and Kasing got out alive as well, at the cost of a Kasing flash. But H2K are everywhere.
Yeah, after a few good moves for Unicorns, this was not the correct one. You're using your support and your extremely weak mid laner who's currently just sitting on a lot of mana and a very low amount of AP. We saw the Shockwave, barely did any damage onto Lulex, and then suddenly you instantly lose that 2v2. That's your mid tower. Next one is going to take a lot of damage for it as well. And the Unicorns, after making some good moves, set themselves really far behind.
Looks like there's a rumble in the jungle as Lulex and Kikis find one another. The knock up onto that big body barrel. Ryu's coming to back up Lulex, and the shock blast was held onto. Kasing not going to connect to the death sentence this time round, and I think that was a small fan vote in favor of UOL, if I read that correctly. But H2K just as per usual, really. Accelerating between 10 and 20 minutes.
A few, hard to call them mistakes, but they got surprised a few times in the early game. We saw a good adaptation for Unicorns of Love. Kasing face checked it. Odame's TP down the bottom lane wasn't necessary either, but it's been the small ones for H2K. They're still in full control of the game. They have this massive power spike compared to Unicorns because of certain items being built. Vardag's not been able to have much of an impact yet. He's going to get his boots upgraded now, but there's not a whole lot he can do. He cannot match the poke of the Jace at this point. You want to get more cooldown reduction in Hylissang as well, because you need the cooldown down on this shield. For him, currently it's like 14 seconds, where the gate for Ryu is about 9 seconds. So you can't really follow every single one, but you can block a lot of them. Obviously, he's maxing his shield second as well. So simply try and be as annoying as possible against Ryu.
Ryu trying to do the same thing as all Jace players want to do. Odoamne's a couple minions away from level 11. Chachi's trying to trade aggressively. Made up quite a lot of that CS. He was down around 40 a few minutes ago. Now it's only 25. And UOL trying to get some vision control. Look at the mini-map. A lot of tunnels and wards on the top half of the map for UOL. Not necessarily the greatest around Dragon, but they're in the river already.
They have to be very careful around this Dragon here, because again, your Orianna is so weak, and you're against a Rumble, you're against an Jace who just picked up a BF sword because there's very low amount of armor on the side of Unicorns, and also gives him just more all-in potential for it, delaying his last Whisper a little bit, but he had enough gold for it. We got a vintage on Hyanan, sorry, so Unicorns are starting it. H2K, if they want to fight for it, they have to move down now.
Doesn't look to be the case.
They want to try and trade it for top tower instead, but that's not going to work.
Slow to react.
Yeah, they could have fought for this one for sure.
Level 11 on Rumble. Item advantages all over and just not work out. So Chachi's going to crunch. Flash Star! Flashed away! Whew! That was quick.
Trading flash for flash at least. H2K back pushing the mid lane. Lulex is not nearby. He's down the bottom lane. He's very far. It's only 3 guys from H2K. They're going to have to force or back away from this one. Maybe try and get this top tower down. Very surprised though about this Dragon. How you just gave that one up so easily for the Unicorns of Love.
For H2K though, Dragon, again, not one of their biggest. As we said, they've secured 21, they've given up 24.
Well, again,
so
what they normally do...
priority when it's Dragon number 1.
What they normally do is they then trade it and say, okay, you go Dragon, fine, we go top, and we take the tier 1 tower as a trade then. But Chachi had TP ready to go up and defend it, so that was not really an option. Obviously, pushing it in now, they are still so much stronger. Kikis is the only guy trying to help Vardax. We're just stuck on this tower, poor guy. And now they will get down this tower. Anyway, so all the autos are gone. Time to deep ward.
A little later than you were expecting, Deficio, but H2K eventually get their target. After Power of Evil took that massive shock blast to the face, his Seraphs got completed as well. So that's not too bad on timing. But a mix and match of itemization. Seeker's Arm Guard. Follows that Forbidden Idol. Gonna be a while before PoE is really relevant in this matchup.
We're talking good 10, 15 minutes before we're really gonna see anything for him. Currently he's sitting on about 240 AP, obviously, with the Seraph fully stacked out, so that is fine. Fairly low amount of cooldown reduction though, coming in. And obviously with 20 minutes in, so honestly it's not that great. And the problem is you just spend all your gold, so your large rod is gonna be very delayed. Obviously you're looking towards this Hourglass now as well. So Deathcap Void Staff is gonna be pushed back even further. Let's see if he gets to that late game point.
H2K, they've cracked open the outer towers. Game did start in that lane swap that UOL initiated, and it's H2K again that came out ahead. We said this a while ago. But now it's up to UOL to defend. They do have relatively good wave clear with Orianna and Corki. On the assumption they don't get poked out.
As long as Hylissang is there to block the poke from Ryu, Unicorn should be able to sit and wave clear. But there's very little poke they can send back. It's only Vardax on his own to try and poke down H2K. That's gonna be not enough, honestly, just Corki on his own, because Power Viva's gonna focus on clearing the waves. And then it's gonna be more about how can Hylissang, Chachi, and Kikis engage together. That's what we talked about. They need to find a way to reach the backline of H2K when they start the fight. Otherwise, H2K has too much damage to simply just kite it back a little bit and then blow up one target with this BF Sword Jace or the rocket coming in from Yanan. So UOL needs to find a flank or need to have the flashes ready. We're gonna have to see like a flash ulti from Hylissang, a flash knockup from Kikis to get onto H2K.
Look at how aggressive H2K were taking the tower down. Death Sentence connects onto Hylissang. The Flame Chompers separates out UOL. First kill secured for Hyanan as he's going to look to run down. Flash away from Vardax to dodge the Super Mega Death Rocket. Equalizer's going to burn up Unicorns of Love as Power of Evil Shockwave really didn't do a lot. And I like the way Hyanan used that acceleration gate in the mid lane to dash in and out to get the tower. And Unicorn's just face-checking the jungle.
So what you can do, you also have the Lantern for Kasing. If someone is out of position, you just pull them back again. Unicorn's losing another tower. We saw it, Hylissang try to move in. Be like, okay, is there any chance I can start a fight here? Everyone has flashes ready on the side of H2K, so the Braum ulti is near impossible to land onto them. Chachi will get a bot lane tower at least, but let's see. Hylissang is going in at this point, but there's no way for Unicorns to reach Ryu and Yana in the back. And now they can just get the kill, start clearing it up. Ulti from how we would use this to disengage. And just very, very difficult when you run these kind of comps against some poke, against some backline, or the threats in the backlines. It requires so much coordination, and often it's just impossible to pull off.
5,000 gold down, 3 towers down. What an uphill battle. And you know, at the forefront of all of it for H2K has been Lulex. Every time somebody from the Unicorns has been punished, Lulex has been there to lend a helping hand and a friendly drink. 106, 100% kill participation. Definitely an unsung hero of H2K. I think in recent weeks we've been trying to just tell a little bit more of his story because you've got so many carries from every other role, but Lulex is, in my opinion, an underrated jungler for how good he actually performs.
And just what him and Kasing together can do in terms of vision control, always aiming for these side stones. You have double side stones set up, placing so many wards and playing them out, and just setting up your carries. That's your job right now. If you are Lulex, it's making the other guys look great. And the fact that they are looking great means Lulex is doing his job. Same goes for Kasing, but then steals the spotlight a few times here and there. Gets a lot of praise as well, both guys, from the rest of the team.
Deservedly so, Officio. H2K, Dragon's going to be up in 10 seconds. They gave away the previous one, uncontested. However, H2K are much stronger than they were. Crab control as well. Power of Evil, still no noticeable increase in power. And as we said, H2K this time around, not going to give it up. No other easy objectives to fight for. Take the safe.
Yeah, one outer turret, or sorry, tier 1 turret left in the bottom lane for H2K to take down. Once they do that, I mean, what you can do with this comp they're running as well, if Rumble is grouped with you, lay down that ulti behind the tower, and you simply just force them away. That buys so much time for Yanin to go in and just melt the tower at this point here. Again, Unicorns, you're gonna have to try and find a way to engage onto them, but there's no wards behind them to jump to at the moment. And Hylissang has no flash to jump in with either.
And the last time H2K sieged up mid in a turret, Ryu put that acceleration gate just a little out of range, and Yanin dashed forward, put a rocket down, backed away. Dashed forward, put a rocket down.
Look at this, Meganar pops, everyone backs away. Odanme is still sitting in the mid lane, he's gonna join his team very soon. He has no TP yet, but it's very quick for him to move.
There's a Shockwave! Shockwave catches him out, and he's down! Vortex gets the kill! H2K in full retreat. Boomerang's gonna slow Lulex, but the explosive cast will knock UOL away. And a momentary lapse of judgment. Yanin goes down.
Even flash used, nice shockwave from Power of Evil. But really, for H2K, that was the only thing they were looking for was a random shockwave or something where we suddenly, the own AD carries out of position. Not sure what Yanin was doing, but this is very important for Unicorns of Love. If they can get more from this, could be a way back in the game.
Despite all of the talk about Power of Evil not having power, he finds the crucial ability. Yanin's respawned. Odoamne has no teleport. He's recalling from top lane. I think Unicorns are aware of that. Righteous Glory, I believe, was popped there by Lulex. He's going to be unable to find a target. So the tower's left standing and UOL get a kill.
Yeah, bought them a little bit of time. Got a very important kill as well for the drop. Didn't really even have to use anything. Just popped the shockwave and then 80 carries left alone. Yanin's gonna have to be a bit more careful next time. And H2K, at this point, they can also just start setting up Baron and bait around it, force Unicorns to come in and take a fight, or force them to be in a situation where you can land the shock blast so easy from Ryu. Start warding up this jungle. You obviously need multiple layers to spot them coming in. It's always so annoying when you play against a team on purple side, because it's so easy for them to sneak in a ward on the Baron and then kind of stop you in your tracks. But if you're H2K, you might just look to force that team fight because you know you're strong.
So Baron, pretty even between these two teams this split, but H2K with the gold advantage. Arguably the team fight advantage thanks to
for sure,
the range and the poke that they have in their favor. Yanin takes 2 big hits. Face the mountain to block that last one. And we did see the small defense of the invade there from UOL, looking to set something up, but unfortunately not able to make it happen.
Bot lane right now is gonna very slowly push for H2K. You can see how the next wave is gonna meet the current waves a lot faster on the side of H2K, so it's gonna start pushing towards Unicorns of Love. But it's gonna take a lot of time to build that one up. So it's a lot of time H2K has to start setting up here, keep playing out the wards and dance around the Baron, and Unicorns even have a TP to go down and clear it, so it shouldn't have too much of an effect.
Fischio, the next time we see Power of Evil back, should finish off that hour.
How much gold?
Sitting on 2,300 gold. Finally get a good spike. Little puppy there, scared of the camera. Cameraman, let him go, man, let him go! Equalizer onto Power of Evil, he's in trouble. Glacial Fisher comes out to split up the teams. It's Hylissang's Braum, the manliest of men, that's down. And for his life, Unicorns have managed to pick up 2. They're trading even thus far. Yanin's looking for more. Chachi's in Mega Gnar. He's eaten a house and a command attack. Kick is unable to sink the fangs down as Ryu gets himself a few. Accelerated shock blast for the snipe. Will it connect? No, because Power of Evil's far enough away.
And finally H2K, they get that one team fight they were looking for. This was why they were dancing around that Baron for so long. Nice ulti and then the flash body slam from Lulex to get Power of Evil. Looked good in the start for Unicorns. They got the front line down, but that was because Ryu and Yanin were chasing around for some of these squishes. Look at this here. Nice engage on the Power of Evil. So now he's forced to use his ulti as well on just the 2 guys in the front line. That is okay for Unicorns at this point. The problem is, you still haven't been able to reach the back line. Ryu, full HP, chases down Vardex, takes him down easily. And now both Yanin and him can clean up the rest. Yanin takes a lot of damage for it. But this is what we talk about. There's just so few ways for Unicorns to get to Ryu, get to Yanin. And they are the guys you need to shut down.
Unicorns of Love falling further and further behind. 30 minutes down. Baron bait is a very real thing if H2K want to use it. And it's going to be even more difficult for the next few minutes for Unicorns of Love to defend or engage, because they have no flashes.
Yeah, that's very key. Highlighted it a few times. So Chachi trying to like flash in and stun Yanin. See if they can take him down. Does have TP, so it's hitting bot lane, but H2K just
Look at
back
Lulex,
here.
he doesn't even care. Maybe a little less than he should. But there's the Baron. Ward's being cleared out. If H2K want to start this.
Yeah, Chachi just lost his Mega Gnar. And H2K feeling very confident they can move in, because even if Chachi teleports in, he's no threat at all in Mini Gnar, so they can just bully Unicorns out of the jungle, place the wards here, and if they can fire from out of vision, it becomes hard for Hylissang to block the shock by just pure reflex from him, and they're just starting the Baron instantly. Again, Chachi, he's building up his barn now. Don't think he can even do anything in time.
It might be too late. H2K have secured Baron before Unicorns can even respond. Chachi still pushing down the bottom wave. He's already transformed into Mega Gnar. Odoamne eats a lot. He throws down the Equalizer. Look for a Super Mega Death Rocket if anyone goes low enough. Fiona holds on to the cooldown for now. Let's look bottom lane. Chachi, can he get the tower? There's your picture-in-picture. Down in the bottom left. Odoamne gonna recall. We can see Ryu moving in to match. There is a teleport for Odoamne, but no real wards to jump into.
Lulex is coming down though. They might just try and catch Chachi and then take a dragon after.
Let's take a look. Dragon is live. Chachi's throwing the boomerangs for his life. Righteous Glory comes out. Lulex is gonna find this slow. Is gonna get the body slam and the explosive. And Ryu just knocks him out the air. It is the 4th of July tomorrow, and Ryu wants to play some baseball. Unfortunately, it's a Mini Gnar that he's using to knock around the rift.
And now we can see H2K just saying, Dragon, nah, let's go for more.
Death Sentence, gonna go wide. Hyanin and Kasing flashed for that one. Zap's gonna miss as well. Come on, H2K, hit the skill shot. Flay doesn't connect. Kasing's gonna give up his life for missing all those skill shots. Odoamne now turns over to Vardax. Hyanin's got the kill credit. And H2K, a tad over-eager.
Not the most flashy play from Kasing. Do secure another one. Vardax gets a kill for himself. It's been hard for him to do anything. He knows he can't really try and trade against Ryu in terms of poke. And Unicorns a lot have had very few team fights where someone like Vardax can even hit someone, because Rum is just gonna put down his ulti and then pop that hourglass, and he's not really gonna do anything against Vardax. And if he ever moves too close, Hyanin and Ryu is just gonna switch to him instantly and just almost one-shot him. We've seen the damage from Ryu Infinity Edge. When he jumps in and he pops his W, man, he's just destroying people.
Yes, he is. Kikis is in trouble. Equalizer's available, but Odoamne was overheated, so gonna hold on to it. Dragon survived a few seconds longer than maybe he expected to. That's number 3, and the movement speed. H2K will be happy to secure. Lex is going to avoid a little bit of pressure from the Unicorns, and the last inner turret standing is the target for H2K.
Yeah, last time they tried to push it in, we saw Hyanin randomly getting caught out. He has no flash this time around, but Unicorn's not really in any position to defend. You got the Baron buff as well for them, and with super minis coming in the mid lane, H2K being so strong, as long as they don't have one of these mistakes with Ryu and Hyanin, they should be able to just poke this one out and keep getting so much damage down.
Death Sentence connects onto Hylissang, jumps onto Chachi, stand behind me. And give some additional stats. Kasing's Death Sentence goes wide once more, but look at that Baron-empowered minions. Hammering away on the Nexus turrets.
Oh, it's just a small useless minion now.
By a banner of command. Death Sentence again connects on Hylissang. They're gonna flay them back towards the wall. Equalizer burns through Hylissang's brow. Lolix is trying to find another target as Odoamne is overheated. Look at how far Vardax got knocked down the lane. He's gonna find one. Flash for Lulix. And dramatic pause. I agree, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry, I'm not in position yet.
There we go.
Hyanin was able to get a kill while Vardax did the same.
2 for 2 so far.
So far.
H2K get a hook on to Hylissang, and they're like, he's the support. Let's all pile together. There's only this thing called Shockwave, and then let's try and take him down. Ryu ends up getting almost one shot at this time. Definitely being, again, a little bit greedy, and Unicorns punish him for it.
Just an update, I have heard that it was Kikis that started the pause. We will get more information on as to why. We are in the midst of an incredibly dramatic team fight, but take a look at the items and gold. Only 8,000 gold the difference. finally some power items on a Power of Evil. Morella, Nomicon, Hourglass, it has taken 30 minutes.
Yeah, very, very late for him on the Morel Normicon. Third item, not even sure if it's worth it at this point to complete it, because again, you're sitting and missing the 2 key items as an AP carry, Death Cap and Void Staff. And it's all just been so delayed for him. We see now, he has decent damage. He can one-shot Ryu if he gets, you know...
Close enough.
Close enough, because Ryu, for some reason, is jumping the Braum, and it's like, here I am, one-shot me.
Ryu with his standard expression, but for Chachi,
it's
a
focus.
lot of concern. A lot of concern.
It's been a tough game for Unicorns.
During the pauses, players are not allowed to talk, but look at this, Odoamne as well. Just for the record, Chachi and Odoamne are both down. They have both been taken out this team fight. Very, very serious looks. I'm still waiting to hear exactly what the reason for the pause is. But as you said, Unicorns have in fact struggled. They got bullied despite finding some picks. It was H2K that dictated the tempo, decided where the focus was going to be.
And it really just started in this lane swap here where, as we mentioned a few times, we saw a difference in which lane do you want to get fed or which lane do you want to secure farm on, because H2K said, okay, Odoamne, we need you to have a strong mid game. We need to make sure you're not getting denied too much from this lane swap. So he was the guy who stayed in the bottom lane when they killed the tower. He got a frozen wave. It bounced back towards him, pushed down towards his tower, and he was fine. While Chachi was sitting top, AD carries came up there. Both AD carries were like, okay, we're just going to try and find each other here. So Chachi had no lane to farm. They tried a gank. It didn't work, and he was super far behind. And once he finally returned to a lane, he just got ganked and killed. So Chachi got denied by his own team, by H2K as well. He's done a good job getting back in the game. We always talk about how Gnar, with this Black Cleaver, is very strong in the one-on-ones. Problem is, obviously, again, it makes you a little bit weak in team fights because you lack some extra tanky stats. And he's not been able to have much of an impact.
Coming up against the tank of Lulex, 1-1-13, involved in 14 out of 15 kills. Again, phenomenal performance, always where H2K need him to be. When we had that period of play where the top lane had all the action, where, you know, Vardags was pushing down, then he got killed, and then we saw Hyanin coming up, and they got ganked multiple times. Lulex was around. Lulex backed them up. Lulex came for the counters. Lulex is sort of leading the way. I actually think he may have killed Odoamne there this fight, because I'm quite confident Lulex threw the explosive cask, which knocked Vardags closer. Hopefully we'll get a replay of that to review once we resume the game. But overall, a very impactful performance. Hyanin, 5-2-4 on that Jinx. Again, relied on by the rest of the team to carry.
But we still see H2K do so many things super well, and then there's like these small mistakes they tend to do. This last team fight, it's not a small, that's a big mistake now. Ryu getting one shot, Hyanin before that being caught up by the shockwave. So they're not doing themselves any favors, and that's a difference compared to the H2K we saw in the first few weeks before they faced Fnatic. It seems like there's been some changes to the team, and they a bit more shaky in the way they play. Got caught out a few times in the early game as well. We heard Chachi talk about it in the feature before, how if we can manage to go even at least in the early to mid game, we might be able to catch them out of position. And they have been able to a few times. Even with H2K being so far ahead, it's not been the cleanest game. And
not.
We get to see now what can happen late game.
And, you know, maybe those losses last week, the 0-2, first time that's happened since Kissing joined H2K, shook the team more than anticipated. I am getting an update, guys, from our production and our referee team. And I believe my initial assessment was incorrect. I believe it is Hyanin and Kissing who actually created the pause. There is some discussion around some interactions with Thresh, which everybody is investigating and taking a closer look. Once I get more information, I will give you another update. But as we say, it's H2K in a strong lead for the time being. H2K find themselves right near the top of the table with Origin.
Yeah.
Only 8-3.
Both teams
vying for second place.
Been fighting against each other, and they keep it very even. Both teams had a bit of have had a few losses here and there, but then H2K won yesterday. Obviously, where Origin lost.
Yep.
So if they take the win here, should be able to just sit as the second place for now.
That's actually important to note, because we're getting now into the next, like the last 3 weeks of games. H2K lost the first time they came up against Origin. And if H2K lose the next time they meet head-to-head, that head-to-head could determine tiebreaker seeding. That head-to-head could determine who gets the number 2 seed behind Fnatic and who has to play in a quarterfinal to make it to semis.
And it is so important to get the number 2 spot because, first of all, you get a bye. Of course, you get straight into the semifinal, which also means you dodge around Fnatic, who's in the other one, so you can't face them before the final itself, which is very important because obviously for H2K, they got 3rd place in the spring split, so have quite a lot of championship points, get 2nd place, and you should be guaranteed a spot then at Worlds because you're going to have so many points built up.
If not in the regional qualifiers, at the very least.
At the very least. So that's obviously what they're aiming for. And for Origin, the fact they're sitting on 0 points, they have to earn enough to get at least into the regionals as well. So if they go to the quarterfinals and lose, they might not even be able to have a chance of making it to Worlds.
Then you look at the other side of this matchup, Unicorns of Love. 5 wins, 6 losses. They play 2nd in spring, so they have even more championship points than H2K. However, Unicorns at the moment are looking closer to a 4th through 6th. I'm going to go 4th through 6th. I don't think they can place 3rd. But they're battling for a shot in the playoffs to make it to quarters, to make it to semis. And we keep saying, best of 5 team, best of 5 team. I do not think this version of UOL in summer is the same strength as the version in spring.
Agree.
I'm not seeing the same highs. I'm not seeing the same level of team fight, the same individuals stepping up. I have more doubts than I did earlier in the year.
But is that because H2K as a team is improving? Is it because Origin is now in the league, obviously as a stronger team than Medium Makers, who got auto-relegated last time here? They've obviously pushed down quite a few teams as well. So there's more competition for Unicorns of Love. And then also just the meta we played the first few weeks of the ULCS clearly didn't favor them because they were so weak in the early to mid game and we had so many one-sided games that got snowballed in that mid game. Teams would get a quick advantage, like a lot of tower dives going on and a lot of hard engage to just force fights over and over. And it didn't favor them. They want to play more, the late game style. Power of Evil really likes these late game champions. We haven't seen him do well on Syndra in a long... Okay, he had the one great game, I guess, but that's been about it for him. He's played it once, this split. So he no longer has these early game mid laners.
Great game this split. It's not something I'd call his Syndra, if I'm going to be honest.
He had a good start to the game.
Okay, that's better.
And then he got caught out and died.
Yeah, his positioning. That was against Giants when they ran Wukong and Shyvana. We can see there's an update being provided to Visit Chachi. I'm hearing from production we are hoping to get back in the game relatively shortly. And we've touched on the league, we've touched on overall. We're going to give everybody a reminder at home. We are getting closer and closer to playoffs. The 3 ways to make it to the World Championships here in a 2015 season: win the summer split, prove to be the best team in summer, have the highest amount of championship points, prove to be the best team throughout the year, or win the regional qualifier, which is to prove to be the best team on the current patch. So if you're on a current hot streak, those are the 3 ways. Unicorns and H2K could do it through winning the split, or on championship points. That's a little more likely.
I think that most teams will not be looking at beating Fnatic at the moment.
Every team should be.
You should.
Yes.
That's what you're aiming for. And that's the funny thing also when you have these clear difference between the top teams and so on. Every other team is looking towards them. They're looking to say, okay, how do they play? What can we do to catch up? And that's why we sometimes see them drop games here and there. And Yanin, he's going crazy with that inhibitor.
He's getting excited and getting away. And right, let's get back into it. 34 minutes on the clock. Unicorns of Love trade 2 for 2 in the team fight, but lose their inhibitor in the middle lane. Hopefully we can get a replay of that fight to jolt everybody's memories, including my own.
You really have to look at Rio in that fight because he has so much damage. You can see with his build as well in Vintage, he wants to get in there because he knows he can almost one-shot or one combo nearly every single target of these squishy members from the Unicorns of Love. However, it just means there's a chance for Power of Evil then to shockwave him because we keep mentioning how it's Unicorns who's not able to catch H2K's backline, and that's why they have such a hard time winning the fights. But if the backline is jumping forward anyway, it's going to be fairly easy that way for Unicorns of Love. No real objectives on the map either. Baron is down, Dragon is down, so just the base left for H2K.
We'll find out if they can crack it open, take down those turrets. Did get another update. Here's the team fight happened just before the pause.
So let's look at Hillsang. He's getting caught by the hook from Kesing, and then notice how Rio is standing so close because he wants to deal damage to him. That allows Power Weaver to get the shockwave. Yanin as well was coming from the mid lane, so there's not really a whole lot of damage being dealt. They're not standing together to back down of H2K to try and kite back. Instead, Unicorns will get some kills, very important for them. Just really showing the Odoamne here. Going down, highlighting
You
it anyway.
died.
He died.
It's your fault, Odoamne. To close out the reason for that pause, by the way, guys, I did get it confirmed. There was a issue related to attack move. We did see it was Chachi being spoken to there by our referees, and after having a look at the footage, believe that there was nothing further to investigate. So that's why we've come back into the game, and we do see Chachi and Odoamne going toe-to-toe. Equalizer used from Odoamne, so that's a pretty big cooldown. Not available if H2K want to continue that siege.
Yeah, we might just see H2K wait for another Baron. Tell Unicorns Love, if you want to move out of your base, away from these towers here, then you have to fight us out in the open. We have proven time and time again that we are stronger. We have the Righteous Glory on Lulix, and Odoamne's ulti should be ready in time. So they are just going to wait for this Baron. Start setting up again. They're doing such a good job, always establishing so much vision control around it at first, playing it very safe in that way. Because they know Unicorns of Love needs a proper flank, or maybe a flash engage. Helsing has his ready. Kickers as well very soon.
And of course, it will be Baron number 2 of this game. H2K picked one up a little earlier in the matchup. Take a look at the itemization. Last Whisper, completed Muramana, Eye Edge, and Ghostblade for Ryu. Looks like he'll get himself a Bloodthirster to round out his 6-item full AD Jace. You don't need no defensive stats. On the assumption, he doesn't jump in with Hammer Time.
There is a ward just behind where H2K is standing now. I'm not sure if it just disappeared from the lane itself. That could be an opening for Chachi. Once he builds up this Mega now, you can see the ward in your minimap just where the minions are coming in. And Unicorns will have to fight. They cannot defend the tower forever. And if they can get that proper flank, that might be the best shot for them.
Take a look at this. Tower has been secured and Kikis is being focused down. Rocket after rocket. Shockwave is available for Power of Evil. Let's see where it's going to hit. The ward in the lane is available and Chachi's got a third of a Mega Gnar bar. He's going to hold on to his TP for now.
Yeah, so H2K is saying, you know what, we didn't even have to wait for this Baron. We just kind of reset it a little bit, then we went back to this lane that was already so low. Unicorns didn't get to pull the trigger. And now they're going to have to do it at Baron. So every single fight for them is what we should assume is going to be the last one in case they lose it, but also the only way for Unicorns to get back in the game.
Kikis used that Void Rush to go up towards the top lane, get closer to Baron to maybe challenge, maybe get some warding down. Super's in 2 lanes. So we can expect once somebody from Unicorns goes to defend, H2K can play the Baron game.
Yeah, we're just going to see the same game where Chachi is sitting and defending, and H2K are just looking at him all the time, and where is he in terms of his Mega Gnar? If it's pop for him, okay, they just back away slightly. Once he's sitting in Mini Gnar, they can go back and start the Baron, and then force a fight with Chachi not being able to do anything. Kikis and Lurix trading here. Oh, Kikis might be caught out.
He's flashed in his tunnel to get to safety. Lulix is continuing to chase with that barrel. Kasing looking for more. We do see Lulix is now the man that's overextended, but look at the equalizer. Glacial Fish is going to make H2K slow to get into the fight. Hellisang's low, Vardags is low. Death Sentence doesn't connect, and Odoamne comes out of being golden. Super Mega Death Rocket didn't get a kill, but Power of Evil did. Trades his life for Vardags, and that's a 1-for-1 you'll take any day.
Yeah, we saw so many members from Unicorns very low. Hourglass was used from Power of Evil to stop the Jinx, or to avoid the Jinx Rocket as well. They stayed alive, live to fight another day, and Chachi is coming straight in just to stop the Baron. H2K missing the AD carry, that's very key.
Teleport used from Visit Chachi, which means Odoamne has his available. But need to wait 25 seconds before Hyanin is up and alive. 40 minutes as the game is slowing down.
So this all starts with the 2 junglers just fighting each other here. They're both trying to find a way to start it. Lulix, of course, if they force a flash from Kikis, it's not much of a threat in the fight, so that's smart enough to start it. And now it's just H2K looking for a target. It's a beautiful equalizer coming from Odoamne. Lulix taking all the damage as well. And look how low Unicorns are. Power View with a nice Hourglass, he stays alive, even gets a kill on Hyanin, that's the key one, to therefore stop the Baron coming in. Yeah, you got decent damage now.
Yeah.
Onto the squishies.
Late enough in the game, and a needlessly large rod. Equalizer goes out to split up UOL, and H2K get Dragon number 4. There's that minion and monster damage we get from the 4th Dragon buff. H2K have a Baron to play with. Supers in the bottom lane. And we're 41 minutes into this game. I wonder if Hyanin had fired that Death Rocket towards the rest of the team. 3 low health targets, how that fight could have gone different. Coulda, shoulda, woulda. Baron secured by H2K. That's number 2. Lulex goes for the body slam flash. Explosive cask used and Lantern taken out. And H2K will look to peel away, set up the siege. Baron number 2.
2 open inhibitors. Bottom lane 1 should respawn fairly soon. Simply just rushing it down. Again, the Unicorns didn't even give Kickers a chance to go in and try and steal it. Shows the damage of H2K, and they've been playing it a bit safe in the end. Trying to like secure, okay, let's back away here. We don't want to risk another team fight where Power of Evil can maybe get off a good shockwave. So instead, let's just take these objectives. And then we move back into the base. Inhibitor here. People notice how Unicorns were positioned, so they could maybe flank in behind, but quickly spotted out by Kasing.
Oh, a lot of damage onto Hyanin. Trying to put the rockets down onto the inhib. They don't manage to secure it, but they do have Baron, so Minion's going to help out.
Death cap is completed now for Power of Evil. He's there, ready to kill the squishies for himself.
He's found Hyanin in 2 very important fights. Kickers gets chunked down. That wall shield of his will be breaking if he has to sustain for long enough. Inhibitor still standing. Remember, no flash for Kickers. He needed to use it to save his life a little earlier.
And notice where Power of Evil is putting the ball. He's basically telling Yana, you can never auto-attack this inhibitor because then you're in the range of my shockwave. So Yana has to always dance around it. Now instead, H2K is saying, let's go in.
Righteous Glory comes out. The box was used from Kasing. The explosive cask was good, and the equalizer even better. Shockwave catches Hyana, but face of the mountain shield keeps him alive for a few seconds longer. Vizichachi's got 2 before he needs to peel away. Hillisang's the only member of Unicorns until that moment to go down as Kickers follows suit. It's now a 3v3. Super Minions in the middle lane. Bottom inhibitor, think we'll be respawning in a moment or 2. H2K, messy team fights, but they get the inhibitor, which is what they wanted.
They do, but again, they're trying to just simply move forward, but the ball from Power of Evil and the fact there's a threat of maybe a Meganar coming in as well makes it very difficult for H2K to clean up the last few fights here. They're playing very greedy as well for it. Yanin going down. 4 times he's been dying now on this Jinx. Rio, on the other hand, only the 1 down the bottom lane.
And this is what we talked about. Despite H2K winning the game yesterday, we felt it was a little messier. And when you look at this particular matchup, H2K find themselves over 10 minutes longer than their average win time. H2K have the tools to win the game, but they're picking questionable engagers. Hyanin's eating more damage and giving up more than he should. It's not what we're used to seeing from the clean and the calculated H2K. Initial Fisher comes out. Oduwamne is taking a lot of burst, but he wants to get onto Hillisang, and he does. The overheat comes out, and Kickers isn't able to find more. Death Sentence connects onto Kickers, predicting the flash. Oduwamne is just gonna burn him down. 2 kills for UOL. And this time around, Hillisang's positive play backfires.
Yeah, they tried to set up a little trap here because Yana was coming from base, but instead H2K quickly react, get a few kills. Now 2 guys down, all members alive. We got super minions. This should be it now for H2K.
Big defense needs to happen. Oduwamne is teleported in with full HP. Chachi's got Mega Gnar. The first Nexus turret is down, and Chachi is going to get chomped by the Flamers on the ground. The Gnar's just going to be to buy time as Ryu hammers down for a double kill. The Mega Death Rocket for the 3rd of the fight. The Ace and H2K solidly hold 2nd place. Looks of relief there for Oduwamne and Lulex.
Big fan of this man here on Jace. Great game so far for Ryu. And he's a guy who tends to relax a little bit the first few weeks, and then when we get closer to the playoffs, he steps up and becomes a massive carry for H2K. Normally the guy who's more sacrificing himself to get the enemy carries down. This one here, 13 kills on the Jace. But yeah, I mean, H2K, apart from giving up those few kills in the early game where Unicorns were trying to trap them a little bit, it felt like they were in control pretty much all the time. They got on all these towers here. They had a very, very strong mid game just through the Jace Rumble. And then, of course, Yana got quite a lot of farm and towers to speed him towards items where he could start dealing a lot of damage. And yet, the last few team fights, it felt like Unicorns always had a chance at least to win the fight, or at least go even.
How different the game could have been if UOL did not fall so far behind in the opening 20 to 25 minutes.
But that's why it's credit to H2K, just for playing it so well. And also, we talked about it a few times, I'm really not a fan of this tier into Maril Nomicon, normally Orianna, because it's just so slow in scaling up, and we are in a meta now where so many of the champions spike hard in the mid game because there's a lot of these poke champions here. They need to farm for like the first 15-20 minutes. Then they get some cooldown reduction and they get some armor penetration, and it's on. Like, that's where we start fighting. And the Orianna build is just too slow for that to really keep up. We saw so many shockwaves in the start of the game doing nothing from it. But then late game, once he got his 3-4 items, we could see him almost one-shot the carries. It just took way too long for Power Evil to get there.
So unfortunate for Power of Evil and the Unicorns of Love. They drop another game here, 5-7 in their opening 6 weeks. This is a team that was inconsistent at best during the regular week's play. In spring, we're not seeing some growth. Let's look at H2K. They went 0-2 last week. They're now 2-0 this week. Not the cleanest of wins, but confidence-building wins. That's what Kasing said yesterday on the analyst desk, how they found some confidence back. We'll see if we can keep that one up. And we're actually going to head onto the stage where we'll find out from Kasing's partner, Hyonin, what he thought of the week.
Thank you, Quickshot. I'm joined here by Hyonin, the AD carry from H2K after his win. I kind of wanted to get your thoughts on the current meta, though. With a lot of poke now coming through, has that influenced your bottom lane picks as AD carry?
I think Cork is pretty good, but if you can get Thresh, especially for me, I like to play Jinx with it, but we got caught a lot of times in the lane, and in my team fight in this game was really bad as well. Like, I was not really super focused about the Orianna, and one time bot lane, I didn't see his ulti in the brush, so I just ended up getting one-shotted by the Orianna, which was just really bad because they bought him like 2-3 minutes in the game. And then in the team fights mid, I flash for Orianna before she ults, which is really bad. I don't know what I was doing in team fights. Yeah, really bad game for me.
Oh, it's interesting you talk about the Jinx because, I mean, you did very well at the end of that game. You seem to be one of the only AD carries who's still sticking to that Jinx pick. Why is that?
I think Jinx is still pretty good. If is Kalista and Sivir is banned, people usually go just Corki. And then if Jinx is open as well, then I think Jinx is stronger than Corki later on in the game. That's the main reason right now. But otherwise, I don't really like Vayne too much into Corki as well. Because if they have like this game, Rek'Sai and Gnar, who both will go for mail, you won't kill them super quick either way with the Vayne. And they have a lot of poke then, and you have to go all in, and I don't know. I just like the Jinx pick more, at the moment at least.
Yeah, well, it looked very impressive in that game, at least, Hyonin. I do want to take a step back and look at your kind of predictions for playoffs, because you guys are now 9-3 after that win. You're looking very strong to go into playoffs. What are your hopes and dreams to go into playoffs? What are you looking for?
Yeah, it's obviously like the hopes is to win, but I don't honestly didn't think about it like last split yet. We try to just take every game after every game as usual and see how it goes.
Okay, just keeping it close to the chest. Thank you very much for the interview, Hyonin, and congratulations once again on the win. We're going to send it over to the analyst desk to break down the game and close out the day.
Thank you so much, Pulse. Nice to hear from here. And he had a lot to say this time around, though it felt a little bit tricky, especially with that Orianna. The Fischio, if you have to play 10 solo queue games now, and you have to play Orianna, tier Orianna or teleport Orianna, you get to pick.
Teleport.
Teleport still? Oh, after that Giants gets okay. Well.
I just think in this current meta where so many champions are so strong in the mid game and with so many games are decided from how fast you can snowball there, if you can get that advantage by taking down some turrets as well. The tier Orianna, yes, you can sit and wave clear for days, but that's about it. I mean, I really feel like the scaling is way too slow. I'm not sure what your opinion is. I mean, you're CLG EU members, so maybe that's the style to play.
Well, to be fair, after seeing the Fischio play, I think the correct option is whoever's in his team dodge. It doesn't matter if he plays at Orianna tier or TP, he's still going to lose the game. But yeah, overall, it's too slow, as you said, and I think that was the one opening in the early game for H2K. The pressure that Ryu was exerting on that lane, it doesn't matter about gold or CS, and even if you just have the opportunity to like whittle the tower down or make the first move, and H2K completely took control of that game. One decent pickoff in the top left corner of the map from Unicorns, but that was all they brought to the table. And then later in the game, yeah, some tricky shockwaves, and Hyonin, he was a little critical of himself there. I like that. But his early game Jinx was still phenomenal. And for me, he's the only AD carry in Europe that makes the Jinx work well.
Yeah, and we still also just see H2K. Despite, okay, there was some maybe tricky team fights where Yana got caught out and so on. When it comes to pushing that lead they have, they know what to do. The way they set up the vision around Barons and so on, the way they push down these towers is very, very effective. And they are still, even though they lost 2 games last week, even though there's been maybe a few mistakes here and there, they are still a fantastic team to watch.
Yeah, definitely are. So on the side of the Unicorns of Love, the Braum again as the counter for the Jace. But in a game like this, you're almost going to have 100% accuracy of dodging those for your team. So in the long run, I don't think it, well, just in general for the Unicorns of Love, it was too tall of a mountain to climb.
Yeah, at the same time, Braum, obviously, the surprise factor is gone. H2K obviously watched that game yesterday, so they knew it was coming. But they played too slow. I think their composition could have maybe worked if Power Evil exerted a little more pressure, but yesterday we were saying, are the Unicorns back? And the answer is obviously no. Again, that same thing, they play so proactive one game, and now they play so passive, so far back. They let themselves get manhandled by H2K almost, and it puts you in an awkward position.
Yeah, it seems like just a few key plays really determines how Unicorns play the game. If they manage to pull off the first few ganks they have and so on, they get super hypey and then they start really rolling and do well. But then in this game as well, it's like Hylissang and Power Velo with the tier together, try and 2v2 Ludex and Ryu.
Yep.
Obviously get destroyed, lose the mid tower, almost lost the next tower as well. And that's where everything just kind of falls flat then for Unicorns.
Yeah, for the Unicorns of Love, I think we are also back to, we don't know what they're going to do, if they're going to make an amazing playoff run again if they get there. We will see. We're going to pull up the standings because there's only 3 weeks left until the summer playoffs. And as the Fnatic still undefeated, we're going to say it. Well, maybe it stops next week. We don't know. Then they're up against Origin. Origin and H2K, they're in the top 3. And we talked a lot about maybe the gap widening. Then OG today putting up a fantastic performance and H2K bouncing back as well. So what are your thoughts after these 2 days?
I mean, it was good to see that Origin was embracing the metagame right now with Poke, and we saw Expected jokingly say how boring he found to sit wave clear and Poke and still do the most damage in the game. But they've embraced it. H2K showed us last week already that they embraced the meta, so these top tier teams seem to be in sync. There's a bit of a gap widening near the bottom of the table as we see Trevor trying to distract me. We'll get to you later, Trevor. You can stop dancing right now. Bottom table of the team. The bottom tier teams kind of further apart away, and then at the top, Fnatic is obviously miles ahead, but then 2 and 3 are still very locked in right now. So it's those bottom 3 spots in playoffs is what we're playing for, 4, 5, and 6.
Yeah, and then just middle of the table here, Gambit looking pretty good this week. Giants as well coming in. Had a great game versus Fnatic. They managed to win the game as well here. So it's very fun to follow these 2 teams in the middle and who can really pull out. Because now Rocket got the hopes up and then they lost the game.
It's not gone.
It's not gone.
No.
Top 6 is what they're aiming for.
Well, we'll see what happens. For now, though, we're going to head over to Quick Shot and Stress for a look at this week's Power Players.
Thank you very much, Shocks and Analyst Desk. It is my favorite time of the day to find out who's making a statement in the Fantasy League. And I hope you guys have H2K's Ryu on your roster, because he racked up 13 kills and a whole ton of points.
Whew, that is a lot of points. Right at the end of the day, he snags himself that MVP. I think the performance we just saw speaks for itself for Ryu. Great performance on Jace this week.
Definitely the case. Coming into it, we actually thought it was going to be Pepe Nero, but as we said, it was Ryu that snuck it. So points are fine and all, but in the big leagues, it's play that matters. And we've chosen 5 OP pros that we wanted to highlight as this week's. Let's kick it off with the man who almost won Fantasy. It is Pepe Nero. He dealt 51% of his team's damage over the 2 games as Ezreal, and that Runeglaive worked out.
Yeah, it worked out really well for the Giants. They were the only team to run it this week. That was one of the biggest surprises for us, expecting after all of the buzz on social media and solo queue, Pepe Nero the only one gutsy enough, perhaps you would say. Long time scaling on the game and on that Ezreal.
Whopper, that hurts. Next up, the man who did just pick up a win playing a lot of Jinx, it's Hyanin. 13, 5, and 12, playing Jinx, and strong words from Crepo saying he feels he's probably the only AD carry that's making Jinx work with the help of the team.
Well, it's basically the truth, pretty much. When you look at H2K's play, the ability for them to shred through the Baron, shred through turrets in the game that we just saw. Absolutely insane performance by Hyanin, and whoop, here we go, gets it all the way across the map. Great snipes there from Hyanin.
Definitely the case. Somebody else who was also laying up some snipes was Betsy, 2-0 as Jace, stepping up on ranged poke champions. We not really see him do particularly into his style, 89% kill participation.
And this is the 2nd week running we've had Betsy up on this screen for the OP5. So a really good setup here for Betsy. Looks to be improving week on week. as the Gambit lineup seem to, be improving themselves. We had Forgiven talking. They'll get better as a unit, they'll fall as a unit, and they certainly seem to be going from strength to strength.
Of all the teams in the bottom 7, it's Gambit you feel the ones performing, and this is another man as to why. According to Hooney, the number 2 top laner in Europe, an average CS difference at 10 of plus 13 this week. Cabochard is truly one of the top lane carries.
Truly, and one of the, I would say, best split-pushing top laners as well. Hooney had a lot of praise for Cabochard, and there's a lot to be said about that CS difference. He'll take it whether it's in a 1v1 in lane, whether he's split-pushing, or in some tricky situations as 1v2 as
Certainly the case. He gets the help of Diamond procs in certain situations, helps him get rolling when he plays Fizz, but well played. Now, the next man who did go 1-1 this week, he had an unbreakable shield most of the time, was of course Hylissang. He played Braum, broke him out to try and counter the Jace poke. 689 damage taken per minute. That is the highest of all supports. That's a pretty beefy dude.
I wish we had a counter for just how many shock blasts he intercepted, because I guess with Independence Day tomorrow, he had to, partake in the great American tradition of baseball, standing out over in the field, just catching Peke his attempts at home runs.
Yeah, he's going to have to call in Will Smith and see if he can stop the alien invasion. Now, across the entire week, there is one player that stood out even more than the 5 we've just listed, dealing the most damage per minute of all AD carries. It is, of course, Fnatic's Reckless. He is our Week 6 MVP. And is there a better Kalista?
Right now in Europe, I would say no. Honestly, I have to say that Fnatic yesterday, their win was so much to do with Reckless digging deep, and just, I honestly think it's maybe the first time this split we've seen Reckless playing to how much hype Reckless had coming into this. Really impressive performance when you look at it. 15, 4, and 12, 6.75 KDA in week 6. Absolutely great performance from Reckless.
When he needs to carry, he can. And that's something that Fnatic needed. Anyways, Week 6 MVP, that's it wrapped up. We're going to head back over to our analysts, as well as Shocks to wrap up the day.
Hey, I can do a little bit of analyzing sometimes. For instance, best Kalista, but it's banned all the time, so maybe there's some there hiding in the bushes that might be better. But Reckless completely deserved, and a lot of times people, when he was coming back in Fnatic, said, how aggressive will he be in some games? Yesterday, he just carried it.
To be fair, if your coach gets his hands on Kalista 2 times in a row, he deserves the MVP for the week, in my opinion.
That's true.
It's the thing when you play against Fnatic, though. I mean, yeah, Kalista is one ban you need to consider. There's like 10, 12 other picks as well.
For Hooney?
For Hooney alone. So, I mean, yeah, you might have to ban away the Kalista, but then we just talk about how Hooney gets MVP on Echo or something, and it's the same deal.
Yeah, definitely also nice hearing from Netter after that win. Well, while the European LCS is going on cooldown for now, we'll be back next Thursday at 6 p.m. Central European Time, 9 a.m. Pacific, as the Copenhagen Wolves line up against the Unicorns of Love. We there have also Rocket versus Elements and Origin versus Giants. And of course, on Friday, we'll have our game of the week between Fnatic and Origin in a preview of what could be our marquee matchup, and maybe in playoffs as well. We have Fnatic H2K on Thursday as well to warm us up for all of that. So things are really, well, getting into a prime position for the biggest matchups here.
I think next week we'll completely confirm whether Fnatic is going 18-0 this split or not.
Yeah.
And also if Origin and H2K learned anything from the last time they played, because a lot of action in the early game, but it felt like Fnatic were in control both games. We're going to have to see what they can do now. Origin looked good today. I mean,
looked better.
Meta. H2K got a 2-0 as well, but there's no room for mistakes when you face Fnatic.
Yeah, Pekka also said, it's in the numbers. If they haven't lost until then, statistically, they have to lose.
Yeah, I actually checked with our stats guy Spellsy, and Pekka was wrong. I'm sorry, all Origin fans out there, but that doesn't mean it's true.
Maybe it will work out that way. We will see. Well, until then, you'll have to get your LCS fix over in North America as the NALCS picks up with a clash between Team Impulse and Enemy Esports. The full TDK roster will face Team Solo Mid, and Cloud9 will take a game off Team Liquid. Super interesting matchup anyway, but now especially with the change coming in.
Such a big change. Media's, of course, not playing. Highs coming in out of retirement. Former mid lane. I mean, he's a former jungler, but I think we have to go like 2 or 3 years back for that. And I really want to see what they can do. If the shot calling is such a big deal for them that it can be enough, but Liquid is looking pretty strong as well.
I actually remember playing against High, now that you mentioned it, like literally 4 years or 3 years ago where he played at an MLG, and he was such a confident player, he had such a big mouth when it came to jungling, so we banned him out. We banned 3 of his champions, and that's all he could play at the time. Oh, hopefully he has expanded his champion pool in the jungle since then.
We'll see if that shot calling comes to help out Cloud9. And it all starts on Saturday at 9 p.m. Central European Time, and that is noon Pacific. That does it for us here in Berlin, for myself and the entire European LCS team. Thank you for joining us. Until next time, and remember, wards save lives.
Both these teams definitely hunting as many wins as possible to try and make contention for playoffs.
Whirlib, everyone is blinking. True shot, Rush barely takes down Freddy and Fox. Oh, so close. Peppy, he's going down, but the Gragas is on it. Can he finish it up? Frederick with the taunt. Frederick, he got it. 43 minutes in, Giants Gaming are victorious. This is all Gambit right now, Steve. Nuke Duck, Emperor's Divide pushes them all back, but still, Betsy coming up with more.
Guys, take it, I'm going, but
No, he's dead, he's fine. Guys, Nautilus here, Nautilus. Look at Nautilus.
I'm going from behind then.
Shield is dead!
Gambit Gaming will even the head-to-head in summer. It's gonna be rain over. Copenhagen Wolves did their best efforts to save the day, but it doesn't matter in the end. Fnatic take down the Copenhagen Wolves and qualify for playoffs.
Nordic?
Nordic.
What is Nordic?
We have penguins and polar bears.
Really?
No, we don't.
Oh.
Huni would love to ride them, you know. Like he would have a white polar bear.
What?
Yeah, like Sejuani.
What?
Take a look at Nif in the middle of the team. He's going to be the next to fall. Death Sentence connects once more from Miffy. Like an aimbot this game. Origin with a dominant victory over Elements. Flame Spitters coming out. Odawamne is going to get hopped on. Whoa! Cameraman, let him go, man. Let him go. Onto Power of Evil. He's in trouble. Glacial Fisher comes out to split up the teams. It's Hillesang's Braum, the manliest of men that's down. H2K solidly holds second place.